everyone, and welcome back. We are here today with our MLB The Show 23 Championship Series. My name is Skin. I'm here with my good friend Yayo, and we've got a lot of great baseball to watch today.
Yeah, I'm super excited. We got some rivalries. We got some players that have been here before, maybe others that have not, but they've battled it out to make it to the semis. You know, there's some. These are the four best players that could have come out of the tournaments.
Absolutely, and this is a long path to get here. If you were here in our first 2 days, you got to watch the group play brackets. They had to go through a double elimination bracket to get to the top two in each one of them. Some players just had to go win every single series along the way, while some had to play a little bit longer after picking up a first series loss and had to claw their way to that lower bracket.
For sure, and like you mentioned, we have somebody like Pitching Rebel that has gone to 3 games in the last 2 series, right? And he's facing Alex that hasn't lost a game all tournament, so that's going to be very interesting because we got best of 5 series, so it's going to be. I'm expecting long series.
And if you're paying attention to these highlights here, you're seeing a lot of high leverage situations in these games. And even though some series were 2-0 series the other day, you still saw a lot of crazy close games back and forth and games that were constantly being decided by one swing or one pitch.
Yeah, something that every game had was offense, and that's something that I'm expecting today's games to have as well. Lots of offense, lots of home runs, you know, and that's what we're here for. We like those. We like those kind of games.
Absolutely. We're seeing the best players in the world. We have gone down to our top 4 players left here in this tournament. Gone through a whole list of 16 players in our group play here, and we've gone all the way down to 4. So these players have had to battle through a lot to get to this point. As you see in our upper bracket in Group A, Kreiner won all of his series to get to the top 2 of Group A, while on your lower end, he of course ran into Pitching Rebel, Kreiner that is, and Rebel had to win out in one final series in that lower bracket against Wilsey, who had to battle in that lower bracket for a good while.
Yeah, and what a series that was, that Kreiner Rebel series, right? We got a decisive game 3. Both ended up scoring 10+ runs, clutch moments all throughout. So that could be a finals preview if both are able to come out on top today. But a lot of close series that Rebel had also with Wilsey there at the end to advance it today.
And then we flip-flop to our other side of the bracket. We got Alex Kill, who ended up flying through that upper bracket without picking up a loss in a game at all. And then he, of course, took down Jado Wavy to send him down to the lower bracket, who had to go up against Fuentes, who had to battle in 3 series down there. But he was an offensive powerhouse to end that lower bracket, and he made his way out to that lower bracket. So Alex Kill and Fuentes, 2 offensive powerhouses making their way through Group B.
Yeah, I mean, Alex Kill looked, unbeatable right now, right? He looks unbeatable. He hasn't lost a game. He's won plenty of games via the mercy rule as well, but Fuentes is another great hitter. I think those are the 2 best offensive players that we have today, and that's, we're picking hairs at that point because they're all great, but Alex have put on an amazing performance, and I'm excited to see what kind of Alex we have showing up today early.
Absolutely. All these players capable of putting up football scores in these games, as we saw in those group play. And of course, when you're making a good team, you have to go ahead against the best players. And now that we are in the 2 groups meshing together here, we have brand new matchups. Kreiner versus Fuentes going head to head. And of course, Alex Kill and Pitching Rebel going head to head, which we'll be seeing here first today.
Yeah, and I think both series we have somebody with a little bit of experience and against somebody that has not been here as deep in this kind of tournaments, right? We have Kreiner, 2-time champion, against Fuentes, and then Pitching Rebel won the first tournament that we had in esports here in MLB The Show, and he's facing Alex Kill that neither one has been in the semifinals before, so we have it all.
And as you see, these top 4 players have secured at least $5,000. And a lot of players we saw yesterday at least made that top 8, getting $1,000 at least. But at this point, the players are here for the big money. They want that $25K.
I mean, today's series is basically worth $5,000, right? They're happy with $5,000, but they want that 25. They want that championship. They want to have that bragging rights as well and be able to call themselves a champion, right? And 2 of them have been able to do it. The other 2's not yet, and they have a chance to do that between today and tomorrow.
And absolutely, as you keep getting later into this tournament, the higher the prize pool that you're actually getting to, that just adds to the pressure. And there's a lot of pressure with not only playing these games, but the decisions that you see with building your team and all of that here in Diamond Dynasty, you see a good mix of players getting chosen, and we're going to really dive into all of those decisions, all of those things that happen here now that we have 5-game series.
I mean, there's a lot of pressure just because it's a tournament style, right? You're playing a tournament, there's pressure. You're playing the best players in the world, there's pressure. You add the money on top of that, extra pressure, and we're going to see how these players handle that pressure that is going to be put on them. But they've shown day in and day out that they can handle it. So I'm expecting fireworks.
Absolutely. And if you're watching these top players get at it with their all 99 Diamond Dynasty teams and want to get some content for yourself, you can get that going with the Great Race 98 program. You get this great Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa and relive that great home run race in 1998. And we're going to see that Rob Nen card added some bullpens here today, who is also a very valuable piece to your team.
Yeah, I mean, he has that outlier fastball that everybody likes. It's on Legend, right? So we saw some Rob Nen. Don't forget about my favorite card of the entire program is in a pack, that Carlos Delgado 99. Completely, I'm unbiased. It's as unbiased as I can be, but great card there. McGwire obviously has all the power you need.
Absolutely. And these cards have been around for a little bit. You've been able to get some of those guys, but we've got some newer content from the last couple weeks with the Pennant Chase program. You get that Raleigh Fingers 99 overall for your bullpens, and even that new content drop, the Career Tribute program we got yesterday. That's going to be a big role player today with some new content coming mid-tournament.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, that Raleigh Fingers, I think it's in basically every single bullpen, even though that's not the first option that these players are going to. It's still a very good reliever there to have in your bullpen.
Absolutely. And we have other cards that program, like Kenley Jansen in our new Career Tribute program in that pack. And we're going to talk about team construction and favorite cards a good bit as we flip over to Alex Cakill. He's our first player that we will be seeing here today. Adley Rutschman, Jose Ramirez were heroes for everyone yesterday, but for Alex, he's definitely highlighting those two as his two favorite cards. This is what his lineup currently looks like. You see he's running that durability captain theme team. May not see Cal Ripken hit much at the plate, but that is the theme team being chosen. And what players are you keeping an eye out in his lineup for?
I mean, the Adley Rutschman and Jose Ramirez, the fact that they're his favorite is obviously cards that we have to keep an eye on, right? But if you're Alex, there's nothing to change. You haven't lost a single game. You're going to go with your God squad there. I like that I'm seeing that Corey Seager there that not everybody uses, but he feels comfortable with him. He's hitting him 6. Obviously, there might be some changes and adjustments that they can do throughout the series as well. But, I mean, this is a stacked lineup, and Alex, he can hit with any card, right? And he has the best cards in the game on top of that. Obviously, the Cal Ripken boost, that's his wild card. So it's going to be interesting to see if he's going to just rock with him throughout the entire series as well.
Yeah, that Charlie Blackmon was big off of the bench for him in a lot of scenarios, and that Corey Seager, both those two, and those interesting picks. There are a lot of 99s in the State of Diamond Dynasty right now. Those individual picks make a lot of difference for these teams, and that was definitely the case for Alex as he got going through his really good performance to start. But you also have some other lineups to look through with Pitching Rebel, who also has some very interesting choices. You see Chipper Jones and Mike Trout as favorite cards. However, he's been using that milestone Mike Trout. That is a very big piece for a lot of teams. And as you see, 97 overall Chipper Jones at third base has been a big pick for him. He's been using the current season eligible Chipper Jones so he could wild card that Commerce Comet out there in right field. And these are the minute decisions that come into play, especially when you're running that shortstop captain.
Yeah, and Pitching Rebel, 30-year-old, right? The old guy of the bunch. Mickey Mantle, the Commerce Comet. I know you're happy to hear that. That's his wild card. He cannot stop hitting with this card. And all you see in his entire lineup is switch hitters and just a couple righties. So he wants to have that advantage against the pitcher. Even on the bench, that Luis Rengifo had come through in 2 different games for him in the clutch. One was in extra innings, and then yesterday had a big RBI single as well. He has 125 clutch that he can use to pinch hit as well in that wild card position or that DH. But then that Chipper Jones, he has that Jimmy Rollins boost, right? And he has the same swing that everybody loves, right? So he still has 100-plus contact, 80s and 90s power. He's still going to be good.
Yeah, and as we look at this poll down below, the chat thinks that Alex Cakill is going to win this series in pretty big favor, but we talk about this series in 2 different types of players. Pitching Rebel has won before and has been in this position before, so we talk about the pressure and being in the moment here already. Rebel's already done it, so while chat definitely thinks Alex Cakill is a favorite with, I definitely don't blame him with how good of an offensive performance he showed. I think this is going to be a really good back-and-forth series between 2 great players.
Yeah, I think it's tough to bet against Alex right now. Right? We haven't seen him lose a single game. He's mercying everybody. But don't forget about pitching Rebel. He's been here before. He's won it before. He's been known as the best player in the community for years, and he wants a shot at that once more, right? And that $25,000. I think it's going to be very important for him to win one of the first few games. If he can steal game one, that's going to be huge and kind of get that momentum, get more comfortable, and also add more pressure to Alex that really hasn't been here before.
Absolutely. And a reminder, these are best of five series, so that team build is probably a bigger deal than ever now, because now you have 5 starting pitchers you have to use, and following the same rules we have gone through all the way here, you can only use a starting pitcher once to start off a game in the series, and now that we have 5 starting pitchers in the potential 5-game series, that entire rotation matters now.
Yeah, you're showing your opponent, these are the 5 starters that I'm going to use, right? We might not see all 5, right? He might not make it there, but these are all 5, and then you build your lineup around that as well. So it's going to be interesting. I think we're still going to see a lot of Roy Halladay, Outlighter. Those are kind of like the key. I think where we see some changes are that 4th and 5th starting pitcher. I'm curious to see which one those are going to be.
And those lineups are big. We talk about making adjustments, and this, especially over the length of a best-of-5 series, you're going to see some minute adjustments from both teams very likely as you get going. We saw it a bit yesterday in just 3-game series, whether it's making some adjustments with your pitching staff or just how you approach a player or even the stadium that you're playing at over the span of a 5-game series potentially. This really gets highlighted because, again, we've talked about a lot of these players don't normally play each other head-to-head like this. They're normally playing a game once in a blue moon against each other in ranked, but now they're playing each other game after game after game. So they really have to read each other and make some adjustments.
It's interesting that you mentioned the stadium, right? Because if you're pitching Rebel, where are you taking Alex, right? He's an offensive juggernaut. You know he's going to take you to Laughing Mount. That's been his home stadium. But does that mean, are you going to take him to Shield Woods, or are you just going to take him to that new Ship It where it's going to be a little bit tougher to put up 20-plus runs?
Absolutely, and you talk about the stadium decision. Of course, Alex is taking us here to Laughing Mountain, high elevation, as that's going to be a first-at-bat strikeout for Roy Halladay on the mound, who has been a mainstay for these teams.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just mentioning, right? We're going to see a lot of Roy Halladay, and he started with his best pitcher, game 1. I like it. He's trying to get that first game is always huge. And here for Rebel, you want to put up a couple runs, and there he goes. You want to put that pressure on Alex Hagil, and Mike Trout is a no-doubter there to get that first run early in the game.
Absolutely. Seabreath and I were highlighting it a bit yesterday, especially over the span of these series, where sometimes you have a lot of disadvantages being the away team, especially for Rebel, who had previously gone to Ship It Stadium for a lower elevation, a little bit more of a well-rounded experience. Hadn't really chosen to go to the high elevation until game 3 in the series versus Wilsey the other night. But now you take him to a high elevation game 1 here. It gets interesting about what Rebel's thinking, what his approach is going to be. And he's starting off perfectly with a 1-run start.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be interesting to see, right? Because when you're the road team, you want to have more than a 2 or 3 run lead going into the 9th, because you know what Alex is capable of. And we already see a little bit of a change in the lineup. We just saw Cody Bellinger for Rebel hit a perfect single. He didn't have him in the lineup. Does that mean he switched the Jimmy Rollins boost and went into the Cal Ripken boost? It's going to be interesting to see as J-Ram, who's been hot, like you mentioned, for everyone, his one deep, and that saves a run. Ground rule double saves a run for now.
Yeah, this is big for Rebel if you can cash in on these 2 runners. We talk about the disadvantages of being the away team, and one advantage of being that away team with these high offensive games is getting those first at-bats and getting an opportunity to score right away and put instant pressure on your opponent. And Rebel's trying to do that here. And as you see some minute lineup decisions, here's that new 99 overall Carlos Santana over at first base.
I love it. I mentioned that he likes his switch hitters and righties. This is a switch hitter that he just added to the lineup, right? Brand new car, 119 clutch, base hit, my score 2. Big situation here in the first inning.
And yesterday, the name of the game for Rebel was that inside cutter and how much he could be patient on it. Whenever that pitch caught the zone, he was punishing it, but he just kept on swinging at those inside cutters. If you're Alex, if you watched a lot of the games yesterday, you got to really focus on that zone in on the hands. He's got to get a cutter in on the hands, and just a little late, and big jam to get out. If you're Alex, you keep Rebel at 1 here in the first, and you could easily bounce back with a big inning of your own and almost establish a good lead here right off the rip, which is what Alex has done a lot here.
He's been doing that all qualifiers, all tournament long. I think it's very important with that cutter. The thing with the Roy, well, there's Mike Trout. First pitch, home run, just like that. We got a tie ball game. But the Roy Halladay cutter is definitely not the same as Corey Kluber's, right? That one comes in at 95, 96, 97. So it's very tough to take it consistently, right? And these pitchers, they're going to be throwing it off the plate, and that's what they want you to do. They want to jam you. And that Roy Halladay cutter it might be the best in the game.
Yeah, we're going to see some contrast here between Corey Kluber, as that's going to be laced to right field by Ronald Acuna. It's past to Cody Bellinger, and he should be able to get to second base easily here. And Alex is looking to put up a big inning here after two great swings. And you get an opportunity here. That heart of the order, Adley Rutschman, that he talked about, one of his favorite players, has been a mainstay in all of these lineups. And this is where that Corey Kluber decision really comes into play. He went to Corey Kluber, Rebel did, in that Kreiner series, and he hasn't really been the most effective on the mound. You see a 20 ERA in just a couple of games, and in this scenario, going to him game one, you got to really hope this works out, because you let Alex get comfortable and get going offensively, you're facing a lot of pressure falling behind so soon.
Yeah, and that cutter from Corey Kluber, he's not the same Corey Kluber as MLB The Show 20, I think it was Corey Kluber. Cutter at 92 is not hard enough. And here's, Alex, again, he just does not miss. And it doesn't feel like he's feeling the pressure right now. You know, he's seen, 8 pitches. He's put up 4 very good swings already. He's off to a very good start, up too early.
I just have to laugh because it's just so instant. Just right away, he is all over the baseball. He's put up 3 runs here before you can blink an eye. If he just went to a bathroom break after that first inning with Rebel, you're like, okay, we'll check it what goes on after. Alex is already ahead 3-1 with only 9 pitches in the inning, and this is just the name of the game for him. He's just such an aggressive hitter, and that's going to be hit down the line. Is that going to stay fair? It is, and there's Corey Seager with that shortstop captain boost getting the job done here.
Yeah, like you mentioned, he's very aggressive, but at the same time, he's aggressive on the pitches he can be aggressive, right? So it's so tough to pitch to this guy. He's one of the toughest outs in the game, obviously shown here. But even though he's only seen now 12 pitches, he's already put up 3. And it felt like for Rebel there in the first, he had a home run. He also had 2 runners in scoring position, as he's going to get out of this first inning with a 2-run deficit. But he also had 2 runners in scoring position. He felt like a missed opportunity. And we saw that quite a bit from Rebel yesterday, where he left a lot of runners stranded. So this is going to be different. Alex is a different kind of player.
And yeah, the minute pitching decisions are really what come into play here. Obviously, these players really favor those sinker cutter pitchers. And while you may look at a Roy Halladay and a Corey Kluber and think there are a lot of similarities with them, with that sinker cutter mix, complete difference in the velocity and how those pitches come into the zone. And the key for Roy Halladay is that cutter. It gets to the mid to high 90s. Like Corey Kluber's a little slower, and someone like Alex, who has been murdering fastballs, it's a little bit more time to react to the plate, so that's a little slower to the plate.
Yeah, and there's Ellie. That's not going to be the first diving play we're going to see
that
today.
A lot today. I can promise you that.
Yeah, that's what he does. And that Roy Halladay, we're going to see, 95% of his pitches are going to be sinker cutter, but he does have that splitter. And we really don't see these top players use the off-speed pitches as much, right? I feel like a lot of the times it's that sinker cutter, they spam him because it works a lot of the time. But I'm curious to see if he's going to make adjustments as well throughout the game, right?
Absolutely. But a big first out for Alex. He bounces back with a 3-run first, gets that first out to start, and now you got Roy Halladay looking to keep the foot on the gas, trying to get him through a nice low-scoring inning here. And this is how Alex has been playing. He's been so consistent offensively. You almost feel a little pressure if you're Rebel. You know how good of a hitter Alex can be. You almost want to put that big inning up yourself, but you got to be very careful to stay controlled and selective at what you swing at here.
Yeah, you got to start thinking that you're going to need 12+ runs, 15+ runs, right? So an inning is just not going to cut it. So you want to put up some good at bats. He's seeing a lot of pitches, so that's a positive. But he has to come through as well.
Absolutely. That's going to be up the middle for Ketel Marte, and that's why you love Ketel Marte cards. He gets that high contact, pretty good vision. Sometimes he's got to get the barrel of the bat on it and find a gap, and he did there, and in comes the pinch hitter, Ken Griffey Jr., making an appearance here.
Yeah, and again, single. He has another runner on. He just has to make sure to bring them home. That's gonna be the key with Alex. You cannot help him by just leaving running stranded there. It's just not gonna work out.
Yeah, you're going to get opportunities to score. You're going to see opportunities to rally. You got to take advantage every single time. And interesting that Ken Griffey Jr. gets showed here. He's someone that you've seen used a bit in some normal Diamond Dynasty teams. But in this tournament, you don't see him used too much. Other outfielders have gone ahead of him. But with this durability captain boost that Pitching Rebel's running, you're getting nearly 125 contact and power versus both sides.
Yeah, you can see right there 123 contact and 125 power. And we all know what his swing is, right? Nobody hates Ken Griffey's swing. It's that good. It's smooth, just like it was in real life. And you know he got that power. We're playing at Laughing Mountain. One swing can tie it.
Absolutely. Rebels just trying to stay alive in this at-bat, taking a couple close pitches, working it up to an 8-pitch at-bat. And if you aren't going to be all over the ball, but he's all over that one there, lays down the line by Ken Griffey Jr. Now we got runners on the corner. And as I was about to say, if you're not going to be all over a pitcher, best thing you could do in these games, especially with no starting pitchers out of the bullpen and a pretty weak bullpen overall in the current meta of season 4, you want to get to that bullpen right away, work up that starting pitcher pitch count, and get going right away.
Yeah, and we know that they cannot bring in starters out of the pen. We're going to see a lot of Javier Assad. We're going to see a lot of Kenley Jansen, Camilo Doval as well. Those are kind of like the main names that we've been seeing throughout the entire tournament.
And Ellie De La Cruz is going to come through on a backdoor cutter. Great swing to sit back in that away cutter. Take it where it's thrown, right to left field. And now here we go. Some pressure being put on by Rebel. 2 runners on, getting towards the heart of the order. One of his favorite cards that he was talking about before, Mike Trout, up at the dish.
Who already has a home run. Now a gapper might give him the lead. 99 speed at first. Obviously, very decent speed at second as well with 93.
Oh, that's going to be ground to the infield. It's going to get through, and that 93 speed is going to come home. And a swing that you just missed with Mike Trout, but with that third baseman shying in a little bit, it's going to sneak right through the infield, and that's the type of swing that can make a difference in the game. You cash in on a run, and you stay alive in this inning instead of grounding to a potential inning-ending double play. And now you've got a chance to do some damage if you're Rebel.
100%. It could have been a double play. It wasn't. There's going to be good swings that are going to be outs, and there's going to be some of those not so great swings that are going to be base hits. So you take them when you can get them, because it's just how it works, right?
Nope.
Absolutely. And we talk about the quality of swings, and you'll see a lot of people looking at PCI placement, swing timing, and sometimes you kind of go back to the basics of baseball of just making contact, and that's what he did there. Just got bad on the ball. It obviously was not the best swing, but sometimes that sets you up, as that's going to be a ground ball to second base. And again, just hit softly enough where you can't get that out at second. Now you've got ducks on the pond here, runners on second and third, and of course, Adley Rutschman coming up here.
Yeah, and if you're Rebel, that's not what you wanted, but it's still a little bit of a productive out, right? Again, you have runners in second and third, just like you had in the first inning. You left them stranded in the first. You cannot do it again.
Absolutely. And Adley Rutschman, we've talked about it a lot in our group play. If you're joining us here today for the first time, is arguably the MVP of this tournament. He has done damage in the heart of every single order. And here he comes with another opportunity, and that is driven to deep right field. And Pitching Rebel is capitalizing here in the top of the second. A big rally from him, and he is up 6-3.
The fact that he extended the inning with the staying out of the double plays, right? That's why that three-run home run just happened. You just got to fight, stay alive until you actually can do that damage, and he just did that. I think he knew he could not leave the runner stranded like he did in the first inning. He knows his opponent, right? And you know he already put up 3 himself. So get ready, because this is gonna be a fun one.
And that's driven to left field. If we're talking about the runner-up on MVP, it's very closely Jose Ramirez. That's going to be a deep line to right field, though. They was just a little off, but not before a lot of damage is done. Pitching Rebel taking a 6-3 lead, and big momentum shifts. We talk about these. There's this back and forth mid-game, and Rebel now kind of gets some momentum back his way, taking a 6-3 lead here.
I know. Do we have an over/under in this game as far as runs scored? Because I'm taking the over. Whatever it is, I'm taking the over.
Whatever it is, if this is the start that we're getting to, and Rebel's looking this good with the bat, and we know how much Alex can score, this game just screams football score. You might think that you're watching the Chicago Bears game here.
And this is only and this is only game one, you know, so this is only a matter. We know and we expect, like, we wouldn't be shocked if it was a long series, right? If it goes 4, even if it goes 5. So it's going to be also how long that they can keep this up as well, right?
Also, I might have been wrong with that Chicago Bears reference. That's driven to deep right field by Ellie De La Cruz. And here comes Alex. He's not going to be done yet. Now a 2-run game. And Alex is going to get going here again from the looks of it.
I mean, he's impossible to pitch to. He's impossible to pitch to. And, yeah, 6'4" already just like that.
Yeah,
and you mentioned this Charlie Blackmon earlier, that how big it was for him, and there he goes pinch hitting with him. That average at 579. I mean, non-stop offense from him.
And Chad, a big difference by making that comparison with the Bears. That was a setup for a joke that didn't get the finish. No punchline before that home run. I have you know that this is going to be a very high-scoring game here between both sides. That was not the comparison meant to be made. Expect 10, 20 runs on the scoreboard, how this game is starting off.
Yeah, I feel like every game, especially, you know, it's going to be, like I mentioned earlier, I'm not sure where Rebel is going to be his home field, but even at Ship It, I expect double-digit runs from both players every single game.
Oh, and what a swing from Mike Trout. That's driven deep to center, and just a swing that he probably wanted to pull a little bit more. You see that barrel of the bat and that later side of good in that swing. If he just gets the hands in a little bit more and hits at the left, that definitely leaves with Mike Trout. And these are some of the adjustments you see to start off, where a player just takes some time to warm up and he might just be a little bit off that timing. And as Alex is getting going here, that just might have been a factor of him just getting warm.
Yeah, but you know he has to feel good about the PCI placement there. He's seen the ball well. So he was just off. Late side of good. We've seen that happen. Even with Mike Trout, but yeah, he'll be fine.
Yeah, and that's the thing with these high elevation stadiums. The ball will fly, and sometimes you want all those deep fly balls to leave, as that's going to be a ground out to second. And Rebel does a good job of keeping Alex down for an inning, only giving up that 1 run. And he's looking to gain some more of that lead. But back to what I was saying with this high elevation stadium, this is why Laughing Mountain is a little unique to Shield Woods, in that you have those deep gaps to left center, right center, where if you hit some deep fly balls that you're a little bit off, you're not guaranteed a home run out there, even with that max elevation.
Yeah, 420 dead center here in Laughing Mountain is deep, right? We've seen a lot of fly balls and in warning track shots, as there's Santana on the board with the perfect. Reb loves his swing. He loves the switch hitters there. And Carlos Santana, hey, he changed the lineup last minute, and so far it's working out.
Absolutely. These are the minute changes that make the tournament. I really like the Carlos Santana edition because these players haven't really been able to play against the new content. As that's driven to deep right field by Austin Riley. Doesn't have the legs. It's going to bounce just in front of the wall. And here we go. Rebel already getting going. 2 runners on, 2 beautiful swings on away fastballs, 2 hitters in a row. And this is where that pressure comes in. You're getting the 60 pitches with Roy Halladay. Rebel keeping the foot on the gas with an opportunity to extend the lead here. And you at least got to mound visit Roy Halladay as that confidence gets lower. The PCI is going to get bigger, and you have a higher chance of mislocating a pitch. And for these players, any pitch that ends up over that middle part of the plate, they usually make you pay.
And this is the 3rd inning in a row that Rebel has had runners in 2nd and 3rd. 1st inning, he left them stranded. He brought them home in the 2nd. We'll see what he does here in the 3rd. Still nobody out, so another big opportunity for Rebel to keep putting the pressure on Alex. That's something that he has to do as well. And I know yesterday after his last game, he turned on the mic on his stream, Rebel did, and he said, I still haven't hit my last gear. There's still some there that I can play better, and I wonder if this is what he was meaning. He's looking a lot better today than what he did yesterday.
Absolutely, and this is the thing, is that's a beautiful high sinker. Gets him by throwing that pitch twice in a row. And that's a first out that you definitely need if you're Alex. But yeah, some of these tournaments, it's just a battle of being good for the length of time you're playing top player after top player for 4 days in a row. That is driven to deep right field by Ken Griffey Jr. And that is a sign of things to come. If he is getting those hands inside in that cutter, in on the hands to the lefty, and hitting a perfect on it, that's a beautiful swing, which yesterday, seeing pitches like that, he was a little bit off on. Looking great to start off the day for pitching Rebel.
I mean, it was a good pitch. It was just a better swing, right? The pitch was right on the black, right below the zone, and he was able to put that PCI there perfectly with Griffey, and immediately works out using Griffey as a pinch hitter there for his captain boost.
Yeah, and I almost want to look back to the decisions, and it almost feels like for Rebel there's some slight calculation with the players he is bringing to the table. That's going to be a ground out the first. And a lot of players aren't using Ken Griffey Jr. While he fits the boost of some of these teams, they've elected to go to other players with 99 durability over him. And for Rebel, he's brought out Griffey here, and we haven't seen him that much in these last few rounds. He hasn't been a mainstay on teams, and maybe that could be a factor of just being someone different to face.
And some players that you mentioned, as Trout is another one in the gap. Righty or lefty hitters, outfielders, we've seen more Bellinger, we've seen more Cal Tucker, which is very interesting, right? As you mentioned, because Ken Griffey does fit that Cal boost, but I mean, it's working out now. He does have Bellinger here, as he was just late on that cutter. But another big inning. He's up 5. He knows he's got to put up the pressure, keep putting the pressure on Alex there. But big inning, he didn't leave. He came through with the running scoring position again, which is huge.
And this is something that we've seen Alex in a situation with before. He actually had faced some pressure, I believe, in his game versus Jado that he played in the upper bracket, where Jado had gotten off to a good start and Alex was a little bit slow. And as you got to the middle innings, Jado just couldn't really solidify a mercy, and it allowed Alex to get back in his game. And if you're Rebel, you got to take advantage of this lead you have, and honestly test Alex. Just really nitpick around the zone here, see if you're going to get him to expand and be a little bit too eager. That's going to be a swing, fly ball right to the catcher, and that's definitely a swing that Alex, you don't really see too often, but just a little bit off on that fastball. And if you're going to get swings like that and kind of get in his head a little bit and make him think at the plate, that's exactly what you want here to start off this series, whether or not you come out with an easy win or not.
Yeah, you don't see those swings often from Alex, but you also don't see too often that 98-mile-an-hour fastball from Kluber. Maybe that's what threw him off a little bit. But you're right. It's like a boxing match, right? When you have your opponent on the ropes and tired, you want to try to get that knockout, and that's exactly what you got to do here in MLB The Show. If you have a chance at the mercy, especially against a player like Alex, you want to be able to get that done, because he's a tough out, and he's going to battle all the way through if you don't put him out.
Absolutely. We're going to talk about some nitty-gritty strategy here with Rebel. We've talked about those sinker cutter pitchers and guys like Corey Kluber being big picks, and you talked about that four-seam fastball from Kluber kind of getting to the mid to high 90s. He had this yesterday with Al Leiter on the mound, where that sinker cutter are the main pitches you throw, but if you sprinkle in those four seams, you can get them off their swings a bit, because these players are so built up to just reading cutter and sinker, they react to one or the other, and sometimes you just need that straight four seam to get them off their swing. As that is hit high and deep to right, does that have any sort of float to it? It's right in front of the wall, and again, Alex just underneath his swing, and this is what you need to do in these games if you're Rebel. Just try to hit a spot that can get him a little bit off that PCI at the very least.
Yeah, and Rebel is doing a great job so far at limiting damage, right? I know he gave up 3 in the first, but then gave up 1 in the second. Nothing so far here in the third. Obviously, he's going to get away now with a scoreless inning, and you got to limit the big innings from these players, right? They can go off for 7 and 8 in any inning. So far, he's doing a great job of just limiting those runs, those big innings runs.
Yeah, and we're going to be looking at some of those pitches. Pay attention to your bottom left corner and see where those pitches land based on where the hitters place their PCI, because these players are so good at their PCIs. They're making so much contact on legend. The name of the game is just to get them a little bit off that center part of the PCI and just make weak contact on the mound. Weak pitching is the name of the game against these players, when for a lot of other people, you're just going to keep pitching to try to get swings and misses. And again, another PCI that is a good swing, great contact, but again, just lower part of that PCI, and you can only really jam it into the ground.
And that's exactly what I was talking about earlier, how we saw Rep get a little bit lucky with a fluky that got in between the third baseman and the shortstop. It had 69-mile-an-hour exit velo, and then this one was 108 off the bat and ended up being an out. So, you know, the game gives, the game takes.
And that's going to be driven up the middle, and that backdoor cutter has been a pitch that Rebel's been all over here. A little off in that PCI, but just hits that head in front of the plate a little bit, and just hits it right back up the middle. And here comes Carlos Santana, another one of that new addition, as he's just bolstering up this switch hitting middle of the order. Yeah,
I'm curious to see how much longer Roy Halladay is going to go. We know it's only game 1, but it's an important game 1 He's about to throw his 80th pitch. He's given up 9 already in 3 1/3. So I'm curious to see how much longer he got there for Alex.
But very quickly behind in a 1-2 count, and in these 2-strike counts, these become interesting. How long can you stay alive in at bats? You definitely don't like going down. That's a beautiful swing from Carlos Santana, just right to the first baseman. I see it highlighted in the chat by Zazzy. Rebel has struggled a little bit with those middle-in cutters, and that's a great swing on a middle-in cutter, but not necessarily the PCI you want if you're trying to hit home runs. That's a very line drive PCI, just right to the first baseman.
Nothing you can do there if you're Rebel, right? You had a 108 mile an hour there as Mookie hits 103 exit velo there with a no-doubter, make it a 9-5 game. But all 3 outs from Rebel there were hard hit balls, right? The perfect double play and the hard hit grounder to third. Just unfortunate. You just got to stay locked in, keep putting up the good swings that you're putting on Roy Halladay.
And classic MLB The Show that you see right there. You get a perfect line on a great swing that he turned on in on the hands. And then next pitch in the start of the next inning, a slurve that Mookie Betts just hits out on an early swing. But so much of a factor comes into that pitch location. And in that scenario, to Mookie, that's just a slurve that caught the center of the plate. And Mookie being a great pull hitter and great power is going to potentially pull home runs like that all day.
100%. And when you get those mistake pitches, you, as the hitter, you get the advantage, right? So even if it doesn't have to be perfect to get a good result, just because it was a mistake pitch by Kluber there in that spot.
And this is what we're going to talk about a lot here today. This is the name of the game and the struggles for some of these players. They could put up great swings and they could put up great PCIs consistently. As that is driven to deep left field by Ellie De La Cruz, and it's going to stay fair. And Alex Gill has 2 straight solo home runs. And just like that, he's down 3. And you look at that swing, that's a sinker just belt high, able to just poke it down that left field line. And Corey Kluber is out of the game early here in the 4th inning.
Yeah, and I was talking about Roy Halladay, how much longer he could go as Alex still had him out there, 80-plus pitches, 9 runs. Rebel is not playing that game. 3 innings for Kluber, 6 runs. He's out. Early jang as they bring in Alvarado, which he wasn't using the last series. Quick out number 1 there, lefty with Charlie Blackmon. But yeah, he's not playing around. He went straight to the bullpen. He knows how important it is to win game 1 on the road, and he's sitting good, right? He's in a good position. He knows he has a chance at winning this game with an early lead.
Yeah, and the players are really honing in on that inside part of the plate. They're really trying to get those cutter swings, sinker swings just off the plate and just trying to jam the hitter. And even with these players, they're great reaction times where they get the hands in on the plate. As that is driven to deep right field by Mike Trout. And Alex does it again. Home run number 3 on the inning. Now he's down 2 as he's clawing back here.
Yes, you see that one. He was just off. He's going to swing first pitch there with J-Ram trying a little bit of a heat check. He was just off 93 off the bat, but that's where Laughing Mountain came to play there a little bit, help him out with making it a 2-run game.
Yeah, and the thing I've noticed is that the players have had a tough time with the inside pitches, whether it's swinging at the pitches that actually remain in the zone or even keeping them fair like a cutter like that. So that inside part of the play is key because you got to stay alive and not really give in and jam yourself and work at bats so you see those pitches that get thrown away that you could sit back on and try to hit the opposite field or even catch over the plate. So it's a game of being ready for the inside velocity and then slowing down to the away stuff enough. As you see there, the inning ends on 2 sinkers away that he's just a little bit too dialed up for and rolls over, but that's still a great inning for Alex. But you have to respond here, especially as Roy Halladay's up to 82 pitches here.
Yeah, if you're Alex there, you had to score some runs, right? As Rebel hits one deep to left field. That's probably going to die at the wall. It is. He barely missed that. But if you're Alex, you know you needed runs, right? You're back in the game. You're still only down 2. But if you're Rebel, you gave up 3. It could have been a lot worse, right? We talked about how these players can put up 7 and 8 any inning. 3 is not a game breaker. You still have a chance, plenty of game left.
Yeah, and that's where the mental games come in. You see that 4-seam a little bit on the bottom left of that PCI. He elevates that high, but just underneath it, and he probably was anticipating sinker there first pitch. But very interesting that Alex just takes out Roy Halladay right away. He got his out righty-righty. It was like, okay, right to the bullpen here. and we are into the bullpen early on in this game. And we've talked about a lot in the other days that some of these bullpen options, especially if you don't have 99s left and right, become a little interesting here.
Yeah, and this is a pitcher that we've seen throughout the tournament. He has a 97, 98 mile an hour fastball, 95 cutter. You know they got to have sinker cutter, right? This is what these players like. But he also has that two-seamer that works almost like a changeup. It comes in at like 88, 89. That one came in at 90, high in the zone, and Rebel was ready for it. But very, very interesting there. As you know, he is sticking with Ken Griffey as well. He used him as a pinch hitter. He's not pinch hitting for him just yet. Obviously 2 for 2 so far.
Yeah, and then this is why sinker cutter is so good, is that knuckle curve is going to get the job done to end our inning here, and Rebel goes down easy here. But you see that sinker cutter or multiple fastball mix. If you can find those pitches and change up the velocity with those pitches, that's what you got to do with these players. They can time up those high velocity pitches and they build up that muscle memory quick. And if you could just throw a lot of sinkers and then throw occasional cutters and four seams, get them off that timing, that's the minute stuff you need to do to get these players out.
And back to back, as Adley is at it again with the base hit over the middle to start the fifth here. But back to back scoreless inning for Rebel. And I was mentioning how you got to keep putting the pressure on Alex, and going back to back scoreless inning is not ideal. Now, tying run at the plate in the bat of Austin Riley as he's coming in to pinch hit there.
Yeah, going to the bench right away here if you're Alex, and he's been known to do this. He's had a couple of those pinch hit scenarios mid-game that made a difference for him. This is why that bench is a big deal nowadays. As you have some high-scoring games, you got to always keep the foot on the gas. You go to that bench right away, and you make some platoon options, and having that versatility on the bench to pinch it whenever is huge, as we're now in a 1-2 count. Jose Alvarado, here comes the pitch. That inside cutter hit down the line. And that is going to be a single, and Alex is brewing something up here with nobody out.
Yeah, he's been hot the last few innings, obviously putting up 3 last inning. He starts this off with now men on first and second, nobody out. This is a big spot in the game. And high leverage situations is not only in the 9th inning, right? Sometimes this 5th, 6th inning, middle of the game is a big spot as Alex is trying to go lefty-lefty here with Corey Seager.
Yeah, he just looked at the opponent's bullpen, see if Rebel had anyone warming up, see if he could decide a pinch hitter here. But he's going to roll over and away cutter. There's the throw to second to throw back to first. And that's where that 53 speed with Corey Seager comes to hurt you. A little bit slower down the line, allows him to turn two. It could be a potential rally killer if you're not careful here for Alex. You're 1 out away from his inning being over.
We talked about Corey Seager not being that 5-2 player that there's so many cars that are 5-2 players, right? Corey Seager's not one. It cost him there with a double play, but we've seen plenty of 2-out rallies. Time run is still at the plate. Now, if you're Rebel and you can escape this, then you're basically stealing all the momentum back in your favor.
He goes to that high slider, trying to be very careful pitching away to Alex here. He's been all over a lot of those away pitches. And there's a four-seam right on the black. Perfect from Mookie Betts to right center. And just like that, Alex Cakill ties it up. And we are here 9-9 already here in game 1.
Yeah, you and I might miss those fastballs down the middle, but these players won't miss them much, right? And that was a fastball that caught way too much plate. That cutter caught way too much plate, but he was able to get away with it. But again, tie ball game, tied at 9 through 5. It's going to be a wild ending here in game 1.
Yeah, and with Mariano, that's an interesting pitch choice. Rebel has liked going to that four-seam up and away, kind of mix that up with the cutter and the sinker. But he's liked going to that pitch, but with that pitch with Mariano Rivera, first of all, it catches a good bit of the plate, but also that four-seam right around the same speed as that cutter. So if you're Alex, you're just looking for that cutter, and he just threw a pitch right into your PCI center plate with that four-seam. And beautiful swing to just stay patient, sit back in that enough, and perfect at the right center.
Yeah, and I think this is a big inning for Rebel. You got top of the order. You've gone scoreless on back-to-back innings. You have to put up some runs here.
Absolutely. And if you're just joining us, wondering what's going on here, we are in the semifinals of our championship series here in MLB The Show 23. We've watched the group play the last couple days. We've seen Pitching Rebel and Kreiner, 2 of our finalists, go head-to-head together. But since we are in the playoffs, the top 2 from those brackets now meshes. That's a great cutter inside, and Rebel's struggling to get it going here. So the upper bracket winner in Group A plays the lower bracket winner of Group B. That's how this matchup happened. Alex was the upper bracket winner of Group B. Rebel was the lower bracket winner of Group A. So now they kind of mesh.
1-1.
And now you can potentially see some interesting matchups with these players having not faced each other at all.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, no, we already have Rebel that faced Kreiner yesterday, and that's when Kreiner was able to advance. And there's a chance that we might see that series again tomorrow with and being the final. So it's gonna be interesting. Obviously, a lot of work to be done as we're tied here at 9.
Yeah, and that's a big
take.
series too. Yesterday, that series went to distance, and that could have changed our matchups here today. Rebel and Kreiner kind of flip-flopping matchups, and with how Alex Kakil's played, I always feel like you really wouldn't want to play him, and it definitely puts Rebel in some sort of a disadvantage having to face him. While Fuentes is also a great hitter. That's torched up the middle, by the way. Alex just been so dominant in this. I feel like you wouldn't want to play him at all. He hasn't even lost a game so far.
Yeah, we're talking about this series because of Rebel, because of Alex, but that Kreiner Fuentes series is going to be just as crazy as this one. I expect a lot of runs scored as well. We have somebody that's, you know, 2-time champion in Kreiner. Fuentes, one of the best hitters in the game, and he showed that yesterday. Just you know, winning or cruising throughout the losers bracket or the bottom bracket. So it's gonna be another great series there. Ooh, another unlucky
swing.
Another unlucky break by Reb there. 100-mile-an-hour right at the third baseman.
Yeah, that's almost one where that PCI almost hurt him with that fastball down away. He might have been even expecting cutter, why he was just a little late on that. And that PCI just catches the middle of the ball. Line drive right to third baseman. Especially with that velo, you probably want to poke it over that left field wall. That's driven to left, and the diving play by the left fielder to keep it from getting to the wall, and that actually might prove to be crucial for Alex. A diving play on the hop, which you never really see much. That's a crazy play. And now it keeps that runner at third for Jose Ramirez here. But it doesn't save a run. This is how the game goes. Jose Ramirez, not perfect, just a great swing on an away fastball, and here comes Rebel rallying yet again. He's starting to find that swing here, and out comes Drew Pomeranz. In comes the new 97 Adam Ottavino that you can get in that player tribute program.
I mean, Reb has 12 runs. We're still in the 6th, and he could easily have 15 plus because he's had some tough luck as well. But that's a big inning. I mentioned at the beginning of this 6 that he went back-to-back scoreless in the 4th and 5th. He needed to put up some runs. He put up 3, so good bounce-back inning there for Reb.
And I'm telling you all, those switch hitters in the lineups have come up in big moments time and time again. Adley Rutschman, Jose Ramirez, 2 players have been nearly impossible to get out, especially Jose Ramirez with that small strike zone, high contact, high vision. He's so tough to set down, and I really think those 2 have just been the MVPs this tournament, but round out by Charlie Black and just a little bit inside in that PCI for Alex, and a great adjustment next at bat to turn on a down and in sinker.
Yeah, obviously another card that we've seen is Mike Trout. As he goes perfect there, he goes off for everyone, right? Rebel has 2 or 3 hits with him already in this game. That's the 3rd hit from Alex, Mike Trout. So there's multiple MVPs. It's tough to pick one MVP when they're scoring 15-plus runs every game.
Absolutely. And here he comes, Jose Ramirez to the plate, and I'm telling you all, that's a swing to deep left field by Jose Ramirez. And he's just so tough to pitch to. That strike zone is so small. He's got elite contact with these captain boosts running, and then 121 vision in there as well. Power to all fields, and that is driven to right field. And right as pitching Rebel takes a 3-run lead, Alex Kakil bounces back with 2 straight homers, and we're tied here at 12 again here in the bottom of the 6th.
Just like that, right? Like it only took him 15 seconds to tie the game, just like that. Oh my God.
It's just so stupid. Like, you just come back after an inning like that, and you're like, okay, couple great swings, perfects on away pitches. I'm just going to tie this right back up. It's just unreal how good of hitters they are.
And we talk about the big innings, right? He's put up 3 already, answering back. He only has 1 out, but he can go off for 7 or 8. So you got to be careful if you're Reb to not let it just get out of hand, right? He's locked in. Yep. You know, you see him, obviously Alex there taking a second, but he's locked in right now as first time today that we're going to see Javier Assad, and we're going to say his name a lot throughout the day.
Yeah, he's a big reliever choice. He's got a pretty good arm side sinker that goes well with the righties, but he's in here, of course, to face Adley Rutschman, and he's a big favorite in the pen for that sinker cutter changeup mix. But behind 3-0 very quickly here, And you gotta love the patience from Alex. He just puts up some great swings and then just instantly works a great at bat with a new reliever coming in. And this is why he's so tough to pitch to. You don't really catch him off guard much, but he gets him on an inside cutter, gets him a little bit late, and now it's a game of adjustments, and you gotta see how much Alex adjusts here.
It's tough because you just gave up back-to-back perfect home runs, but then again, you don't want to give him free runners, right? You don't want to walk anyone, as Austin Riley was early on that rollover, and Red Bull escape tied at 12-6. But you don't want to give out free runners. You don't want to walk anybody. You want to make them earn it as well, but it's just, it feels almost impossible to pitch to these guys.
One thing that I just saw there, which I honestly kind of love, Javier Assad came in and ended that inning for Rebel, and Alex like, you know what? I'm just going to sit down Kenley Jansen. We'll save him for later. Get Assad warmed up. I want him in standby. If he's getting the job done so far, maybe got to do the same thing to Rebel. And this is the game of adjustments. Just not everything really is textbook. It's not like your normal baseball game where you have your late game relievers always in the same spot. You're always adjusting based on the scenario and the constantly changing score. Who's going to enter when? And here he is. Javier Assad now facing a lefty with the runner on.
Yeah, Alex was like, Javier Assad is throwing great today. I'm going to use mine. Big spot here in Ketel Marte. Obviously, double play in order, but if you're Reb, I know he hit into a few double plays yesterday. That's what he's trying to avoid right now.
And a big thing with these pitching staffs, you do see a lot of sinkers and cutters, as that's going to jam Ketel Marte. That's going to be a fly to second base. You see a lot of sinkers and cutters, but they're all different velocities. You all have different levels of movement, and especially you have different pitchers with different arm slots. So it is still a game of constantly adjusting the different pitchers. And you see these players having a little bit of a tougher time seeing Javier Assad here to start.
And we see Griffey again, 2 for 3 already with a massive 3-run home run earlier in the game. And another big spot here as he goes perfect, Oppo tackle this time. And Rebel answers back with a 2-run home run of his own and gets the lead right back. What a back and forth game we've had so far.
That's just a beautiful swing too. Pitch right on the black. He sits back perfectly. And again, that pitch is perfectly located to find that top third of the PCI right there on the corner. And a perfect swing as you could ask for Rebel, and you at least put up a 2 spot here to sitting in. You bring up Mike Trout, who is already 4 for 4 this game.
And Alex, he's a triple shy of the cycle. Mike Trout is 3 for 4, so 7 for 8 combined.
What do you got?
So we got our early MVP front runner so far here, Mike Trout.
And yeah, Mike Trout is one of the best cards in the game. Is that's grounded to the left, and oh, is he doing the Mike Trout thing again? Ground ball to the left side of the infield, just hits the right spot, and Rebels on with a little 2-out hit. And we talked about this all tournament. Those little dinky 2-out hits on not great swings are sometimes all you need to keep your rally alive and put up a great swing that next at bat.
We've all allowed 2-out rallies, and that's what Alex is right now is trying to avoid. A lot of speed at first base. Cody Bellinger just foul there, but he's trying to get out. He's okay with allowing 2 runs. He just doesn't want to give up any more than that.
Yeah, and this back and forth, if you can just limit your opponent to just 1, 2, maybe 3 runs, you're just giving yourself a chance to extend the lead with a big inning. Both these players are scoring a lot here, already 14-12, but both definitely very capable of 5, 6, 7-run innings. And those are sometimes the innings that make the difference. And great bounce back at bat here with Bellinger after a rough swing with Trout to work a 2-2 count, and you're working up that pitch count with Javier Assad.
That was a good take there by Reb, because we've seen him kind of struggle with the cutters, right? As he tunnels that sinker in. It's so tough. He's been struggling with the cutter. It was a good take at the time, but he wasn't able to turn on that sinker. But he did get that lead back with a 2-run home run by Griffey again.
Yeah, and to dive into some of the nitty-gritty after watching Rebel yesterday, he had some fits with 99 Al Leiter against him in his first game against Wilsey, as he was tunneling those sinkers and cutters down and in. A lot of cutters going in on the hands versus righties, and then he'd bounce back with those sinkers. That's going to be his leadoff single up the middle. And for Rebel, I think it's going to be a game of adjusting to that cutter down and in, or that sinker down and in that he just missed against opposite-handed hitters. If he could find that swing and pick up on that early today, then I think he'd be looking good, especially adjusting after yesterday.
And this game has a feeling that it's going to be the last guy to come to the plate is the one that's going to win, right? Because it's been such a back-and-forth game. And it just has that feel to it. But, I mean, 14-12 game, tying run again. Alex is trying to answer back.
Oh, and there's that slurve or slider that was not working for Corey Kluber, and Alex is making him pay for those pitches over the plate. That's hit to the right center field gap, but with 53 speed on first, that runner's going to stay on third, but you still got 2 runners on. Again, Alex has just been punishing those sliders and slurves that are catching too much plate, and I can't tell you how tough that is to be ready for inside fastballs and sinkers, but sit all the way back on low 80s on the sliders and the slurves. Just very difficult to do.
And he waited back perfectly as he's late with that Eli De La Cruz. Not sure if that run is going to come in to score. 53 speed. Again, we're mentioning the Corey Seager speed again. It's cost him twice, right? There, he wasn't able to tag, even though it was a semi-deep fly ball. Maybe with somebody 90-plus speed, it would have been able to score. But again, he's there for the bat. That's going to be an RBI there, ground out there by Charlie Blackmon. Cut the lead in half, but yeah, it's interesting with that Corey Seager. We talked about it pregame, and we've mentioned the speed twice already.
Absolutely. That's the thing. Seager's been a great hitter for him, but you notice those minute things. Not many players on these teams even have around 50 speed. So you're noticing it already in this game, but these players got to really stay composed and know what your players are like on that field. And doesn't bother setting him in for that sac fly. He's relying as a hitter, and despite missing some opportunities early in the inning, Alex cashes in those 2 runners and ties it right back up.
Yeah, sometimes the speed doesn't matter when you can just jog around the bases, right? Or you get a base hit just like that. Ty Bogum again, back and forth game. It's been like this since the beginning of it. What an insane performances by both guys.
Yeah, and while this is a crazy home run fest that you see throughout this tournament, there are always those moments where that small ball and just getting runners around the bases really makes a difference, and that's just great baseball. You got a couple runners on, a single and a double, get runners in second and third, and then a ground out and just a single to the opposite way ties it right back up. And again, you get those opportunities with runners in scoring position. You can't leave those runners stranded. Those are what makes a difference in these games, and Alex does a good job of just keeping that going. And that is hit high and deep to right field. That is gonna fly. That is an absolute Laughing Mountain special. 86-mile-per-hour home run in on the hands of Jose Ramirez. And that's just a minute difference in that PCI. Just gets underneath it enough to get that launch angle, but again, just so in on the hands. Very unfortunate. You executed that pitch if you're Rebel, and you just somehow found a way over the wall.
Yeah, and it feels like, you know, even though it's been a back-and-forth game, those kind of plays have gone Alex's way, right? Reb has had the perfect double play. He's hit a lot of, or multiple line drives as he hits Hopper there up the middle for a 2-out single. But it feels like everything's going Alex's way right now. But it's still, Reb is still within range. Obviously down 2. He has to get out of this inning right now, though.
Absolutely, and if there is frustration on the end of Rebel, it's definitely very warranted when you're competing and you're going back and forth in games. You absolutely hate to see something that doesn't go your way like that, but part of the game as well in these tournaments, you have so much time, you can't really lose that composure, and in a back and forth game like this, you just have to stay true to your strategy and just put up that big inning of your own and hope those swings eventually start to go your way here in these last couple innings.
I mean, it is a longer series as well, right? So you got to be able to have that short-term memory. Just forget about it. Just move on, which is easier said than done, but is the only thing that's going to help you as Alex gets another one again by that infield with another 2-out single.
Yeah, and Alex just keeps on making contact. Not the best swings here, but we're talking about sometimes it's getting the bat on the ball is the difference. Hard ground ball right past that first baseman, and this is just so tough. This is why Alex will be tough to pitch to. He's not really putting up many swings and misses. He's staying in every bat. He's check swinging at pitches that are close. And it's so tough to get weak contact out of him, but funny enough, we talk about how full circle that is. Scolds a ground ball to first base with Austin Riley. That's fielded by the first baseman. And that ends your inning, but Alex takes a 2-run lead.
Yeah, that was 107 off the bat. 107 off the bat, right in the first baseman, so...
Man, first baseman makes the play. You absolutely scold it. And that's where you just see how this game plays sometimes. You can put up the great swing, go right to a fielder, have that slightly worse swing, and even hit it out at a stadium like this, especially you're signing up for crazy home runs like that here at Laughing Mountain. And you got to remember, you can have those things go the way for you too. Just keep putting up solid swings. That inside sinker's going to be jammed over to the left side, but 68 speed from Adley. And here we go again. A little broken bat, swinging bunt to the left side, and Adley speed comes into play, getting them on base. Here comes Jose Ramirez.
I mean, sometimes you need that to go your way. Now he has to just capitalize, take advantage of the game, giving him another opportunity as he brings the time run out to the plate in J-Ram, who's 3 for 4 already.
There you go.
Ooh, gets the call against him on that check swing. That's a pitch that's been tough for Jose Ramirez and just Rebel to keep off, but that's a beautiful swing to bounce off of. Gets that inside sinker that I talked about before, and a diving play to the wall from Acuna. Oh, and the pump fake of the throw. Almost thought of sending him home, but he's going to keep him at third, play it safe. Not worth the risk here in the close late game here. You got 2 runners in scoring position, and you got Carlos Santana up here.
Yeah, and I think he realized late that he messed up the throw with the right fielder, and there was no need to risk it. Nobody outs, no need to risk it. This is when you have to capitalize with the new Carlos Santana.
And that's big. 2 big diving plays in the outfield, not even on catches, but just rollers, keeping him from going to the wall, and that saves a run there. But now you got Carlos Santana up here, and honestly, the number 2 reliever we've seen before Kenley Jansen in high leverage situations has been here. Camilo Doval with that outlier cutter, slower sinker. Seabread was saying a lot yesterday how it is really tough to catch up to that outlier cutter in on the hands and then slow down to the mid to low 90s that the sinker brings.
Yeah, we're talking about the cutters. That should bring in a run, maybe 68 speed. We might have
a play to test it. He's not going to. He's going to play it safe with 1 out here.
Smart move there. But we're talking about the difference in cutters between Roy Halladay and Corey Kluber, and this is a cutter that's even obviously coming in harder than the Roy Halladay one. This one comes in at 98, 99. It's tough to turn on it consistently.
And Rebel's going to go to the bench. He's contemplating here. He's got Chipper Jones on the bench, but he's going to go to Corey Seager, someone we haven't seen Rebel use too much here, but I like the matchup here. Get an extreme pull hitter, shift those timing windows a little bit earlier, and be ready to catch up on that inside cutter. And I also like that first pitch from Alex going away sinker a little bit slower, try to get that early rollover swing here.
Yeah, and that's a big pop-up there for Alex. Again, we go back to the first inning, how Rebel left 2 runners stranded. He hasn't really left many runners stranded after that, but this is a big spot that you cannot afford to do that.
And this is a big at-bat here. We talk about those stranded runners and how much of a difference they make. That is the tying runner there on second. And whether or not Alex scores next inning, just being able to tie it up, even it up is huge. But there's that Camilo Doval inside cutter. A couple weak flyouts to end the inning, and definitely got to be a frustrating ending to the inning. Just a little bit off on those outlier cutters, and that's going to end the inning for Rebel. Those 2 runners on that were there with nobody out get stranded, and now Alex has a chance to build up some separation.
Yeah, it goes without saying that you needed to just score those runs there, at least tie it, put the pressure on Alex. Now, if you somehow are able to limit Alex to or put up a 0 here, then you give yourself another chance there in the 9th, and I think you're going to have the top of the order, right? But that's a massive blow for Reb so far.
Yeah, and we go back to that play where Acuna out and right making some impacts there. He had that diving play to save that ball from rolling to the wall, and that runner from third has to stay there with the 50-something speed. And then a fly ball to right field next at bat that Acuna's arm is coming into play, where Rebel with nobody out doesn't want to take that risk against a great arm in Acuna. Keeps that runner at third, and it manages to save him the inning. He gets 2 clutch outs afterwards and keeps that game at 14-16.
Yeah, and at the time, as Corey Seager grounds 1 at first, at the time we said it was the right decision by Rebel not sending it, right? But it would have been close plays. The fact now, looking back on it, that he didn't put up or he wasn't able to score, then it kind of, feels like he missed an opportunity. But he's gonna have 1 more chance.
Yeah, and we talk about the player selection and how much those players can make an impact. And Rebel making some changes to his lineup today, and not that he definitely doesn't look too uncomfortable, but he's a little off on some of these swings these last couple innings, and that simply come down to him slightly changing up his roster from yesterday, not wild carding the Commerce Comet in place for that durability captain now, as that's hit to right side. Great play at first by Carlos Santana to keep that in the infield. If you're Rebel, you've 1 out away from a shutout inning.
And that was one of the changes, right? He wanted that Carlos Santana in the lineup. He made all 3 outs here in the 8th.
There he is.
So, hey, he's working out. Big spot here. And if you're Rebel, you need at least 5, right? You know time the game is not going to be it. You want to take the lead and then some. So you got Ken Griffey, who's 3 for 4 and then top of the order. So he has a chance.
And there's that sinker coming into play. Alex just throwing up and in sinkers rather than that cutter now, getting Rebel on his front foot. He went to that pitch 3 times in a row. Rebel early on all of those up and in sinkers. But this is a big at bat here. Ken Griffey Jr., 9 spot. He's had some big ABs, and sometimes this is how you pitch. Alex is just throwing sinker, 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 challenging him to make that adjustment. There's a slider, and right now he's just reading that Rebel wants that inside cutter, and he's not giving it to him here.
Rebel doesn't want to get beat by that cutter, so he's almost selling out on those inside sinkers and everything. You expected him to throw a cutter or slider inside. He threw it. He got the check swing, so good battle here as Griffey grounds one, but there's another play that goes Alex's way. That was hit 100 miles. Perfect PCI placement there, so another unlucky break for Reb.
And then we talk about the minute pitch location. You see that PCI placement where that ball landed. That cutter is a little bit higher. He gets a little bit higher launch angle in that same PCI, but it's a little bit below that corner. I don't know if he intentionally aims it there or just ends up there, but a perfectly located pitch and another perfectly located slider. And Rebel very quickly is down to his final out, but a great guy to come up. Mike Trout, who has started a lot of rallies for him so far.
5 for 5. We've seen plenty of 2-out rallies before, right? He needs one more, and he needs it in the biggest of ways.
Yeah, this is the guy that you got to recenter with. You got to find that timing. Just get a different look righty here. He's got a lot of lefty-righty at bats with those cutters and sinkers in on the hands. Get an opportunity to get a different look here. So maybe look for one of those sinkers or cutters that just catch the plate away. Try to hit it to right field. But Alex challenging with 2 straight cutters up and in, and Rebel just a tick behind and very quickly down to a 2-2 count, his final strike, and there's that inside cutter, and you see the adjustment. Early swing, pulls it foul, and do you pull the plug here? Do you go away here? He goes back inside, but with a slider. Beautiful pitching sequence from Alex Kill, and he pitches 2 straight shutout innings to stop Rebel, and an incredible clutch pitching performance to stop Rebel and come out with the win there.
Yeah, that was a great game. Great game 1. We mentioned how close this series was going to be. That's only game 1. We're going to see how Rebel bounces back after that game, right? We feel like a lot of the things went Alex's way, even though he was hitting amazingly as well. But it's going to be interesting to see how he bounces back.
Yeah, and I want to see if Rebel makes some lineup adjustments as well. He had that lineup that was cooking for him yesterday, and it got him very far this game, but not over that hump in those late innings. Maybe a little less comfortable with some of the players he brought today, but as you see, Rebel put up some great swings, and this is one of those games that you could look back to, and if a few of those swings go Rebel's way, they sneak past the infield, maybe gets a little bit lower in that PCI, easily could have gone his way, but sometimes it's not how MLB The Show goes.
Yeah, he had an early big lead, right? 9-4 there, and he went back-to-back scoreless in the 4th and 5th, and I think that's when the game changed. It allowed Alex to get back into the game, and then it became that little back and forth. The home team, a lot of the times in these games, usually comes out on top, especially when they're this good, and that's exactly what happened.
And even though that went in Alex's favor, and there were some rough swings to end it for Rebel, we talk about how back and forth these series could be and how even these players are, down to just a couple minute situations there. And now these players have a couple minutes to reset. We're going to take a few-minute break before we hop on into game number 2. And we'll be seeing how Rebel bounces back, if Rebel can take an opportunity, if the Kill can take an opportunity, take a 2-0 series lead. We got a long way to go in this series. Take a couple-minute break. We'll be getting going here in just a few. everyone, welcome back. If you just missed what we just saw, we saw game one of our semifinal series here in the championship series between Alex Kakil and Pitching Rebel. I'm Scan, this is Yayo, and we're gonna be heading into game number 2 in a moment, but what are your reactions to game number 1 there, Yayo?
I mean, it's what we expected, right? A back and forth game, lots of offense. I picked the over on the runs scored there. Great performance by both, right? Like a lot of hitting. I'm curious to see where Rep goes as far as home team now. If he's gonna go to Ship It, or is he gonna go to Shield Woods? That's basically the two stadiums he's been using.
Absolutely. And we look back at some of those swings to end that last game. Difference of minute PCI placement and some different outcomes for both players. And we talked about the home run that made a difference at late game. Jose Ramirez home run in on the hands that just floats over that right field wall. If he's going to go with the Shield Woods, you get the same elevation, but that wall is way deeper. That potentially is at least off the wall or at least a fly out in some cases at Shield Woods. And that might be adjustment that you see from Rebel.
Yeah, and it's also, I do feel like Rebel hit better than Alex in that game one. He just wasn't able to come out on top. So I'm curious to see how he bounces back as well, right? Forget about game one. You know it's a best-of-5 series. You still got to win. This is a must-win for Rep, right? You don't want to – it's going to be tough to beat Alex 3 straight games. So you want to be able to win game 2 and bounce back after that game 1.
Absolutely. And as you see, we had a 16-4 score. Alex takes a game 1 lead, and we still have a long series to go. A lot of time for Rebel to bounce back, and a lot of things can happen over the span of 2, 3, 4 games that we could potentially see. While maybe not the ideal outcome for Rebel, plenty of time to right the ship, but you still have to win 3 games and, of course, potentially go through more and more pitchers that you just might have their number with.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see who he's going to use as well, who it's going to be the pitching matchup. Rebel went with Kluber, who hasn't been great since he picked him up. So he lost that Kluber game. Is he going to go to his best arm? Is he going to go? I'm expecting probably Leiter, give him a little bit of a different look. He was very effective with Leiter yesterday.
Absolutely. Maybe you go to Al Leiter here, try to establish some momentum, try to pick up a game to win. But definitely a lot of questions once you get to the 3, 4, 5 spot in a rotation, especially since yesterday we already saw a lot of question marks with just 3 pitchers. And you see, to start this game, in the very first inning, you got the bullpen warming up here for Alex Kakil. Even before a swing has been taken, he's looking through his options, deciding who he wants to go to first. And I'll tell you what, if you're Rebel, you would love to find a way to get some pressure and get him into that bullpen right away. You see some of those ERAs, a 10 ERA out of Jose Alvarado, and he's got to still be one of those guys in the bullpen with how the bullpens are for these guys.
Yeah, as we see Al Leiter there for Reb, like what we expected, right? Very good pitcher, obviously sinker cutter control guy as well, and he's going to Ship It as well. So maybe trying to hold off that bat maybe a little bit, maybe not get that 86 mile an hour off the bat home run by J-Ram, and maybe, you know, the ball bounces his way some more this game.
Yeah, and you had seen that Rebel do this. His home field had been Ship It for a lot of his games. He faced some great hitters along the way. That's going to be hit just foul to right field. Boy, you're definitely happy it went foul if you're Rebel. And the thing is with Ship It, it's lower elevation. Ball's not going to fly the same way. And you hit it to that left center field gap, it's not going to hit the same way. And you get a tall wall in right field. And I definitely like going here to try to get Alex a little bit off of his comfort zone, get him at a little bit more of a more well-rounded park rather than a very hitter-friendly park like Shield Woods or Laughing Mountain. And here we go, a fly ball to deep left field. And it, literally as I say it, feet from being a home run out to left center field. And I'll tell you what, that's absolutely a home run or very close to it at Laughing Mountain. But that's a deep fly out here to Ship It.
And that's why it's called home field advantage, right? Maybe you see Alex there a little bit frustrated, swing first pitch and then grounds it. 2 quick outs here for Rebel, but that's exciting. That's exactly why you pick Ship It Stadium, to maybe hold off some of those swings by him. And yeah, it's still going to be a fun game. I'm expecting both teams anyways to score 10+ runs, right?
Oh, yeah. Even though this is more of a well-rounded park, you could absolutely put up runs here at Ship It. You got a great batter's eye out there in center field that's very easy to see the ball. And especially if you hit the pitches down the lines and square them up, you will absolutely hit them out here at Ship It. It just, the gaps become a question, like that swing where you might just miss a swing to the gaps or some parts of center field that'll just end up at the warning track. But you hit the ball the straightaway center with emphasis, down the lines, you could score a lot. We saw that in some of these series, especially when players like good hitters like even Kreiner were taken here.
Yeah, 100%. The ball still flies, right? The perfects will be home runs in this stadium anyways. I think it's important here for Rep to put up a 1-2-3, put up a 0 there. We know Alex started the last game with a 3 spot as he gets that check swing called. Rebel probably doesn't like it, and it's a second before the next pitch, but he wants to put up that 0 and then put the pressure again on Alex. I mean, it was working out fine that last game up until the end.
Beautiful swing on a down and then cutter on the hands, and this is where Alex really gets tested a bit. He's a great hitter, but he's starting to see the reactionary nature of him as a hitter. He check swings a good bit. He's tough to pitch with, as that's going to be a fly ball to the first baseman here, and there's that up and away forcing we've talked about a bit, but that's located well. Alex is such a good hitter, and he reacts so well to the velocity. Now you bring in a slightly slow thrower, now lighter, who's not really hitting the same velocity. You give him more time to react, and I'm expecting to see a lot of check swings on close pitches, and I like the pitch choice. Jacob deGrom on the bump here for Alex.
Yeah, and this is an interesting call. We know Reb likes the outlier. He doesn't mind that. What he's been struggling more is with that cutter inside, which deGrom does have a very hard slider, right? It comes in at 91, 92 anyways. It can kind of have the same effect as a cutter, but he starts off, you know, with a perfect single there with Ellie.
Yeah, here's the thing with deGrom. You're definitely relying on that sinker four-seam mix. Maybe not throwing the outlier the entire time, but just getting him 2 different fastball-type pitches, and I think he's relying on the velocity since he had a tough time with Camilo Doval to end that game. But like you said, he was struggling with those cutters in on the hands on the glove side of those pitchers, and now you bring in someone where, while he does have a slider which can play a good cutter, it's not going to get as many of those swings and misses inside on the hands as you would with those cutter-type pitchers since it has more break. So now I'm interested to see how Rebel adjusts, and he started off with a beautiful swing on a sinker, and he actually might be able to hit those sinkers a little bit better here. As that is hit high and deep to right field. A little too high on that launch angle, and again, to the gaps here at Chip It, you got to really get into one to get it out, and just a little underneath that one there.
Yeah, he wants that pitch back. He knows he should have crushed that, even though it was 94. He caught a lot of the plate. And I think it's interesting because I don't think Rebels saw Jacob deGrom yesterday, right? So this is the first time maybe that he's seen him in a few days or maybe weeks. So it might take a few innings for him to adjust or get that timing down and see more of those pitches. You know, case in point with that swing that he just missed that he usually crushes.
And here's the thing with Jacob deGrom. He has a lot of velocity and a lot of break on his stuff, but not as many differentials in those speeds. That's going to be a jammed pitch on the hands, and this is the thing. You kind of change it up from other pitchers like Roy Halladay and Al Leiter, where you're probably spamming a lot of cutters in on the hands. You just got to throw those sliders in on the hands occasionally with Jacob deGrom and get him a little off his time. You see a late jammed swing there to end the inning, and to start off, a great swing to right field, misplayed by Cody Bellinger, just a little bit underneath the glove, and a beautiful start for Jimmy Fox and Alex Kill, a little leadoff double.
Yeah, that was a very good swing. PCI right on the ball there. It should have been a single. Belly misplayed it a little bit, but runner scoring position just like that.
Oh, and an away cutter gets sat back on beautifully by Corey Seager, and Alex Kill squares it up straight away left, and I'll tell you what, that is a very difficult pitch to sit back on lefty, and he made it look easy there, poking it to left field.
I mean, the timing was basically perfect, right? Like you mentioned, it's so tough to sit back on it, but he dialed it out. And that's mentioned last game with Corey Seager. Sometimes the speed doesn't matter when you're jogging around the bases, and that's exactly what he did. And again, early lead here for Alex.
And this is what we talk about with the pitch routines and establishing different parts of the zone. He gives up a double lead off the inning on a sinker that catches the middle of the plate, hits it away, so his timing might have been already skewed to just sitting back on those sinkers and cutters away. Next at bat, he went to that cutter and slider away, try to get him to roll over something, but Alex just adjusting and sitting back beautifully and just hitting that to left field. And this is where you got to keep on balancing how you pitch. You got to make sure you're throwing inside, outside, high and low, just to get them not similar looks at pitches.
And we saw in game one how that fastball by Kluber and Reb, it was effective at times, right? He didn't use it much, but it was effective. We've seen it be effective here with Outlighter so far. So I'm curious to see if he's going to use it a little bit more. As you saw there in that Mookie at bat, he was late. Belly, I think it was earlier, popped it up. So probably mix in that fastball a little bit more might be for your advantage.
And that's driven the short by Ellie in just the lower third of the PCI. Gonna roll into a double play. Another great swing, but just right to short on a hard liner. And now you're one batter away from getting out of the inning. And talk about a pinch hit decision. You have a lefty on the mound. You could pick anyone on that bench, and he just goes to his guy, Charlie Blackmon, anyway. But he's gonna fly out to first base to end that inning. But now a 2-0 lead for Alex.
That's either one of two options. He's going on autopilot and he just picked Charlie Blackmon, or he really doesn't care and he feels comfortable going lefty-lefty like he showed with Corey Seager hitting that 2-run bomb and just went with Blackmon there. It didn't work out, but interesting choice there, right?
Absolutely. And just to remind anyone who is just tuning in, trying to catch up, we are in our semifinals of our championship series. We are to our top 4 players. We are watching our very first series of these semifinals between Pitching Red Bull and Alex Kill. If you want to keep in the loop of what's going on, that top right will tell you what game in the series we're in. The bottom right corner will tell you who is ahead in that series. As you see the one yellow dot next to Alex, he's ahead 1-0 in the series. And this is a best of 5 series, meaning the players need to win 3 to come out with the series win and move on to the finals in the top 2.
I think it's important here for Rebel to put up a run or two, right? Get that confidence back. We know it was a little bit of a frustrating game for him in game 1. And you already got Alex coming hot with a 2-run home run there as J-Ram hits a perfect single to start the bottom of the second. And that's exactly what you need if you're Rebel, right? Get some runners on, bring some runs across.
Absolutely. And my signs of telling someone is starting to find their stride and get going is that adjustment to inside-outside. You get an inside sinker that you're a little off, then he hits you with an away changeup about 10 miles an hour slower, and you sit back beautifully and hit that to left center. That's the type of stuff you want to see on a hitter who is on their game, adjusting to the different pitches that they see. But that inside slider is still proven to be a little tough for Rebel. He almost bites on it, but now a 2-2 count, and he comes back fastball. And oh, man, he's ready for it. He wanted that one.
He wants that pitch back. He was so ready for it, but a little bit too early. He gets the check swing, so another full count. 2 good at-bats here by Reb early in the second.
Yeah, and just definitely was guessing 4-seam after the slider. It's a pretty common pitch sequence. Throw a slider, a cutter in on the hands, and then you come back with a sinker or a fastball right on the corner. Try to freeze them up, but a great read by Rebel. Just a little too dialed up for it, but nonetheless, gets on base, and you got 2 runners on here for Austin Riley, and he's going to take a second, try to mentally reset. Saw a couple pitches away. Maybe didn't see that slider too great out of the hand, and here he comes. Another slider down the way, just a little bit outside to be hit to right field. 89 speed running the third. Here comes the throw from Acuna. It's not going to get him. 89 speed a little too quick, and whether or not that runner scores, it's big to get him over to third, whether you just get him in on a single or if he beats out a double play here if it's hit the right way.
Yeah, and it looked like Rebel was struggling there, righty with that slider. He was Alex was spamming that slider against the righty because we know the PCI kind of shrinks a little bit. It's tougher to square that pitch up. So the fact that he was able to advance the runner is good. But again, just like in game 1, you cannot leave runner stranded against somebody like Alex as he hits a deep fly ball to left field. They should score a run.
Yes, and this is why it was big to get him over to third. Get him on a sac fly here to take 1 run. Now only down 1, I mean. And big part of the game there is at least get something going. Jacob deGrom, a little tough, and if I'm Rebel, I'm really trying to key in on that pitch sequence, try to understand how Alex is attacking you, and you're definitely keeping an eye out on sliders like that. A couple sliders that he's just missed, and there is a slider up and in to Ken Griffey Jr., little too close to the center of the plate, and a beautiful swing to pull that to right. And we talked about that slider and him just missing a couple of them. He certainly did not miss that one.
Yeah, and it was only a matter of time. I was saying that he's going to get the timing down eventually against this Jacob deGrom. He was on the early side of good, and that's where you see a lot of the success, right, on those pitches. You rather be on the early side of good, especially to pull it. We know what Griffey can do, 125 power there. So he gets the lead back, now up by 1.
Yeah, and that's big, especially with Jacob deGrom. while he does have great stuff and he could be a tough pitcher like we've seen so far in this tournament, you got to take advantage of that velocity and those pretty big pars. Sometimes you're going to miss some spots, and especially with the slider, you try to get a little crazy with throwing it up and in. You can really throw that anywhere in that upper third part of the zone, and whenever you get those mistakes, you have to punish them, and he was ready for that one. And now a big inning for Alex. You give up a couple, give up the lead. You're now down one, but you got to stay calm, stay with your approach that's worked. Remember, you are ahead 1-0 in the series, and still that pressure is a little bit on Rebel in just a one-run game here.
Yeah, this is a must-win for Rebel, not necessarily for Alex, right? You don't want to go down 2 games here in the best of 5. And if you're Alex, you're feeling good. You're only down 1. It looks like you're seeing Outlighter pretty well, and you know what you're capable of, right? You just put up 16 runs as he hits one grounder there to Eli De La Cruz for out number 1 here in the third. But there's plenty of game left, and he knows that, right? They have that experience. They know what they're capable of doing as well.
Absolutely. And here's the thing. In this scenario, you got Al Leiter in comparison to Jacob deGrom. Throws a little slower, more of a control-type pitcher, and he's going to not throw as many mistakes, so that's a swing you don't like seeing. Inside 4-seam right on the black, late on it. Definitely caught him off guard, and this is where the balance of the strategy comes in. These players are such aggressive hitters, guessing pitches, trying to jump on pitches early count, and sometimes you just get a little thrown off. You get that first pitch out. But a beautiful adjustment by Alex there. A little late on a 4-seam last at bat. Gets that sinker in the zone down in, and Ronald Acuna destroys it, tying this right back up.
And we've mentioned about the 4-seamer, right? How it's been effective, as it looks like Rebel's going to get out of this with a grounder there to short, but not before Alex tied it. But the 4-seam has been effective. The sinker, it wasn't effective in that pitch, right? But he went to the sinker instead of the fastball. So, again, still tied at 3 here in the third, but it's going to be interesting if he makes those adjustments while he still has Outlighter on the bump.
Yeah, and pitch sequencing is so important. What pitch you throw at the right time, and you wonder if you threw another cutter there. And when you look at the pitch routine, someone like Alex definitely pitches in a way where he is not afraid to go to that pitch 2-3 times in a row, just trying to test you, make sure you can hit it. While sometimes you can be a little bit predictable if you sequence pitches a certain way, where you go sinker after a cutter, for example. That's a very common routine for players to throw one pitch off the plate, come back with the other, and vice versa. So sometimes these players will guess that and then just play their PCIs assuming that pitch is that sinker or the cutter that they're anticipating.
And you see Alex making some adjustments. Last time he had a righty hitter there was Austin Riley. He spammed sliders, right? He threw 3 straight sliders away, and he was able to hit a fly ball to right field. This time he opened up with 2 fastballs inside of Mike Trout, who has a very fast swing. We all know he's just spamming pitches inside right now, not as much as that slider that he showed in that first at-bat.
Yeah, he got his eyes on that inside 4-seam with 2 straight fastballs to start off the at-bat. Late on the first one, or didn't really read it at all, if I remember correctly, and then a little early on the next pitch, and since he's early on that 4-seam, he's still focusing inside, but mixing in that sinker. It's about 5 miles an hour slower. He saw all those pitches inside his at-bat, and then in a 2-2 count, hits him with a dot of a slider away. That's where the adjustments become tough. You get so focused on one part of the zone, and then a crucial pitch of the at-bat, you have to get completely different on your timing. And in that case, Rebel had the timing, just not the PCI, because he was so focused inside.
Yeah, it felt like it was only a matter of time before that slider came in, and it came in a 3-2 count on the black as Cody smokes one deep to right field. 86-mile-an-hour exit velo, so that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, that's got to be our evidence.
Not Laughing Mountain.
That's got to be our evidence of that Jose Ramirez homer last game. Nearly identical PCI, just a little different part of the zone, and Rebel just misses that 4-seam. And I've talked about it a bit. Sometimes that pitch over the middle part of the plate, the fastball or a sinker, could be the best pitch, because it's tough to be really precise in the middle part of that zone. You got to be very gentle with that PCI to get it there, and these players are really good at getting to the corners and to the edge of the zone, because they can kind of react very quickly and almost jam that PCI outside in some instances. But that pitch right there gets him a little bit off, because it's in the center of the zone.
Yeah, because you're almost wired to expect a corner pitch, right? Whether it's in any of the 4 corners. So you're expecting already to kind of like, you sometimes try to cheat. You're waiting for that pitch in the corner, and then when it comes down the middle, you already were thinking about moving it too much, and that being gentle with the PCI can be tough, but this is where the top players separate themselves from the not so top players, right? That fastball came in at 103. That was a hot one. Another full count here with 2 outs, but that's why we sometimes say fastballs down the middle are the best pitch in the game. That sinker down the middle was not the best pitch in the game.
That's a beautiful adjustment. First of all, I was going to talk about that at bat. He just stayed alive. And in this situation with a pitcher like this, 2 outs, you never like going down quick in an inning. And Adley Rutschman just saw a lot of pitches at bat. And then that pitch choice by Alex just might not have been the best one. Got an away 4-seam that he was way late on, trying to fight with 2 strikes. Then he goes away sinker in a similar part of the zone that just falls right into that later timing that he had with the 4-seam. And I think he thought Rebel would over-anticipate it and roll over, but Rebel just almost swung at the exact same time and just found the barrel of the bat there. And that's a big swing and potentially a crucial pitch to take a lead here in the 4th inning.
Yeah, he was on that. That sinker from Jacob deGrom has not been effective, right? We talk about the fastball for our lighter being effective. The sinker for deGrom is not effective, and obviously that's not his primary pitch, and which might be the reason why you usually have that bigger par when it's not one of your primary pitches. So curious to see if he's gonna bring it in. You gotta mix it in as well, because obviously you have the outlier fastball and then the hard slider, but you gotta throw that sinker, kind of throw your opponent off. As Carlos Santana makes a play there. I mean, he brought Carlos Santana for the bat, but he's been playing great defense over there at first for Reb.
Yeah, it's funny. Alex has had some of these swings this game where he just blooped it down the line there, and after that last game and how some of those swings went for him, you're like, oh no. And you almost get to the edge of your seat for Rebel. You're like, not another lucky hit going Alex's way, and like we saw in a couple scenarios last game. But here at Chip It, he's getting the outs when he needs them to, and he's still holding on to a 4-3 lead. And I'll tell you what, Alex is definitely a little bit uncomfortable against Al Leiter. He's gotten some great swings, and that's a swing that's hit high and deep to left, and that's just going to stay fair and land in front of the wall. But still, even though that's a good swing, not a normal swing we've seen from Alex. A little late on that slider over the center part of the plate, but with that shift on, it gets the job done for Corey Seager. But then right after, ground out the third a little bit on top of it. Now with 2 outs in the inning, and Rebel could get out of this inning if he pitches right here.
It doesn't seem like the same Alex from game 1. And then also I was looking at that Corey Seager at bat. Obviously Reb had the auto shift, and Corey Seager already hit a 2-run home run earlier in the game with the cutter outside. So I was thinking he was just going to spam inside and pitch towards that shift. He went away, and Alex showed again that he's capable of going with the pitch in left field for another extra base there with Corey Seager. But interesting matchup there as he goes with that fastball that we've talked about. He's been very effective so far.
Yeah, like I think Rebel, when he had faced Wilsey in game 1 of his series, he faced Al Leiter and was getting dotted down and in with 4-seams and cutters and sinkers. He had a tough time reading it. It's almost like he's taking a mental note, like, okay, I'm going to use him, and when I pitch with him, I'm going to do that same exact thing. Just 4-seams and cutters down and in, and a beautiful dot. And the fact that you're freezing Alex up on an inside fastball like that and not even getting him to check swing is crazy. This shows how tough Al Leiter can be in this scenario.
Yeah, he was probably thinking about the cutter there. He threw the fastball away before getting that fastball inside to get him looking. But in the previous pitch, it was a fastball away. You can see the PCI was more of a sinker swing, right? So he was the PCI just under that 4-seam. They're used to getting that break from the sinker or the cutter. So that 4-seam just seems so weird because it comes so straight.
Absolutely. And to go back to that Corey Seager at bat where he pitched against the shift, that's going to be grounded to second in a big play by the second baseman, I believe, Ketel Marte. And a big out to lead off this. No, Jose Ramirez. I couldn't even tell who it was from there. Jose Ramirez with a diving play over at second. And
they're looking like Ellie.
And the thing is with those cutters, and you're going to see it here, even though these players have the shift, they will throw a lot away to those hitters, as you see with that leadoff slider. And it's because these players are so dialed up for velocity. As that's hit up the middle, that's going to get all the way to the wall, and Austin Riley's running as you should. Have a 1-out double here, and a great adjustment from Alex as you get that away pitch. And with a hitter like Austin Riley and some of these other players who have extreme pull tendencies, that's why those fielders are shifted, you could sometimes guess you're going to get attacked away, try to get you to swing early, roll that over despite that shift. And since the players are trying to bank on that, you sometimes got to sit back enough. You come into that bat almost expecting an away pitch, and a great adjustment from Rebel there to just hit that up the middle.
Yeah, and Alex is one of the best that we've seen. It goes back to that game one Mookie at bat, how he sat back perfectly on that slider, right? He's shown that he's capable of sitting back as Ketel Marte does not get the check swing call. Down he goes via the strikeout. But Alex has shown that he's capable and a very good player as far as sitting back and waiting for that pitch. Ken Griffey here gets intentionally walked. And now Reb got top of the order, Eli De La Cruz.
Really interesting decision here because he intentionally walks in the face. Ellie, and that's rope to right field. 81 speed, not going to go home. And interesting managerial decision to just walk Griffey. And then you bring up Ellie, who also has max clutch, max contact for his right. And interesting enough, Rebel puts up a great swing still. He might have just had an approach with Ellie that he was really looking for, or maybe wanted to include that force out the second in play there. Didn't want to throw to Griffey, who did some damage in game one, but now you've got Mike Trout up, bases loaded, 2 outs. You got to be very careful what you throw him. He challenges him inside. That's it high and deep to left field, and it's going to go. Mike Trout, 3-run homer, and we talk about that managerial decision. You walk Griffey, you bring up Ellie, who hits a perfect single, and a 3-run home run for an emphatic 5-run lead for pitching Rebel.
And pitching Rebel makes him pay for that interesting decision as he flies one with Cody, who's going to be a warning track shot. I'm curious to see if it was, like you mentioned, that a little bit of that PTSD from Griffey in game one, and Ellie hasn't really done anything until then. He had obviously a perfect single there, but very interesting choice or decision there by Alex. And we talked about not leaving any runners stranded, and that was a big-time grand slam there.
Yeah, my bad. That was a grand slam. I only saw 3 runners as he was running around the base, but you're right. The bases were loaded there, and, of course, Alex bounces back with the leadoff double by Charlie Blackmon, again, against the shift.
With the lefty, he feels... We mentioned how it's weird that Alex brought in Charlie Blackmon as his pinch hitter, right, earlier in the game. Whoa, lefty. He's been hitting the ball beautifully, lefty. Not so much there with Mike Trout as he rolls one over to third for out number 1. But this is a big inning for Rep pitching-wise, right? You put up a big inning. You have another early lead. Not as early as game 1, but you're in the 5th, up by 5. You want to put up a 0. You don't want Alex to kind of like stay in the game. But that's a tough thing to do.
And a big test of an inning for Alex. Now down 5, maybe the pressure starts to set in of like, okay, I got to put up an inning here to keep up, but great patience here to swing at the right stuff. But as I say it, a little early on a down-away sinker. No play at the plate. He's going to keep him at third, and we're potentially 1 out away from the inning. And I was just about to say, you have this little bit of pressure after a big inning from Rebel, and after a couple great swings in at bats where he was very patient, almost trying to do a little too much there. First pitch, down and away sinker, way too early on it. But again, we're talking about someone who's come up big for Alex amongst other players. You bring up Adley here with 2 runners on, and you're still far from out of this inning if you're Rebel.
Yeah, it's tough to tell if because we've seen how aggressive he's been, or if maybe he is feeling the pressure, right? We know he won game 1, but Rebel put that pressure on him by hitting that grand slam. Now up, obviously taking a 5-run lead, as he asked for Paul's full count here with 2 outs. This is a big moment here for Alex, and see if he's able to bring some runs in.
Ooh, and Rebel going to that away 4-seam again. It's been a big out pitch for him, up and away 4-seam. He's going to go back to the sinker, and a great take. Now the bases are loaded for Double X Jimmy Fox. And you got to have a little bit of questioning of Al Leiter here, getting up to 72 pitches. Bases juiced against a hitter who is great versus lefties, but he's going to still keep him in, at least for right now, it seems, because he's just been getting out. But this is where the minute pitches come in. Oh, in comes Camilo Doval, and now in comes a pinch hitter. We had a situation like this yesterday. Big situation, Jimmy Fox up, and Alex being relentless going to the bench, getting that lefty-righty matchup. But this almost might be in Rebel's favor, being able to throw those outlier cutters in on the hands now.
I mean, and he knew what was going to happen if he brought in Camilo Doval, right? So he was thinking, do I want outlier against Jimmy Fox, or do I feel more comfortable with a Camilo Doval versus a Cody Bellinger matchup? And he picked the Camilo Doval. matchup against Bellinger. Bases loaded. Let's see if Alex can come through as he check swing with that cutter.
And I'll say this, there's a lot of these decisions that's driven to right field, and it's going to be an RBI single, and Alex going to keep trying to chip away, and that Cody Bellinger move seems to work out for now. And you may look at some of these decisions with certain context and be like, hey, why is he taking out one of the best cards of the game, Jimmy Fox? But he's really trying to play that matchup, and in these games, not just on the mound, but at the plate, every single decision matters with matchup comfort, and sometimes you're just trying to take a guess or hope something works that isn't really the norm against such top-level competition. And you may look at a normal ranked game of Diamond Dynasty and be like, hey, why would you ever do that? As that's driven to deep left field, there's that deep left field to chip it, a play at the wall, and it's gone! Alex Gakill, as we talk about some strategy, bounces back with a grand slam of his own, making it 8-8 in the blink of an eye.
Just like that, tie ball game again as Mookie gets a base hit. Look at that PCI placement, how it strikes, but he was right on that as well. Big time again, Corey Seager coming through. We talked about how Corey Seager is not in many players lineup, but he is in Alex lineup for a reason, and that's his second home run. That makes it 6 RBIs here in the game.
Absolutely, and this is what we talk about, all these minute decisions. He brought in Doval after Al Leiter had gotten the job done for so long. That might have been the thing that got Alex going, getting that starting pitcher who he was just having fits with. And these minute decisions, like, they have their own context in these games, and we could sit here, even from our perspective, be like, I shouldn't have done that. But there's a reason you do it. Sometimes there's nearly 50-50 coin flips. You either work out really well or you work out really poorly, like you saw there with the Doval decision.
I mean, these are the top players for a reason, right? They made it this far for a reason. I don't like to question their motives and decisions. They usually know what they're doing. It usually works out in their favor, right? Maybe the walk for Alex there, it didn't work out. He ended up being a grand slam, but it's also easier after the fact, right? After you see what happened, then it's looking back on it, it's easier to say that way, but
yeah,
they kind of know what they're doing.
Yeah, and there's so much of being comfortable as that's driven to deep center field. That's going to be caught at the track just a hair late with Jose Ramirez. And yeah, this is kind of how it goes in this type of tournament. So much of it is just comfort. So much is just taking a guess of what your opponent is looking to hit. And while we could sit here and critique one thing or the other, especially knowing everything afterwards, you never know what happens.
I mean, there's Santana.
Carlos Santana. And right as we talk about decisions and crucial decisions in this tournament, Carlos Santana has come in for pitching Rebel and already been a big factor so far to start off today in this series.
Yeah, and when you come in and you see Alex is up, 1-0 in the series, a tie ball game, you might think like, well, Reb is just not good. But that game one, he out-hit, Alex. He had the better swings. The ball didn't roll his way, right? He's having another game, a little bit of a back-and-forth game between these two. Sometimes it's just one or two plays that are deciding these games and the outcomes of the game. So, I mean, it's almost like a coin flip when it comes to some of these games because this is how good these players are.
Absolutely. And you've seen a couple great swings here against Javier Assad here. Perfect to left field by Austin Riley. And you see just these guys are still raking. Middle of the fifth here in game two, and this is just going like game one where you have this back and forth, constantly scoring action. And as we get towards those late innings, it's just going to be who can keep it up. And like those shutout innings or low run innings are massive in these games, especially as these dudes are warming up with the bats and putting up some big innings like we saw last inning.
Yeah, and this is game two, obviously second time that Reb has seen Javier Assad. He was pretty effective in game one, and he's effective again here in the fifth to get out of it, but not before Reb gets that lead back. But yeah, we're in for another wild ending.
Absolutely. The thing that I'm noticing here on that hit count, Alex is actually out hitting Rebel, and you're noticing with Alex, he's just finding ways to get on base and just starting rallies that way. And Rebel has definitely relied on chipping away with a lot of solo 2-run, 3-run homers bit by bit. But Alex has really made his work with some big rallies. And as I say that, a sinker right down the middle to Chuck Nasty. And we're tied right back up on, of course, a solo homer.
Of course, and that's Charlie Blackmon again. He's been huge for Alex all series, all tournament long, and he does it again out of the 9th spot. So he flips the lineup over to Mike Trout, who had an insane game 1, but 0 for 3 here in game 2.
And then instantly you take out the reliever, and in comes Adam Ottavino, new card in that career tribute program, and you're watching for that down and away slurve. Rebel loves going to those slurve slider pitchers and throwing those a lot away, but especially with Ottavino here, you're looking for one that catches the plate, and I feel like he was looking for that pitch to be it, being a little bit late in that away cutter. And there's the slurve. It's so tough to take because Ottavino has a crazy arm slot very far to the left. It just has so much motion across his body, and now we're in a 3-2 count, and you've at least worked a great at bat to start, and back to the inside sinker. If you're getting Alex to be very late on an inside sinker, you know you sequenced well.
Yeah, I mean, he was pitching away, so that sinker there at the end, it feels like it comes in so much hotter as well because he threw those cutters and slurves outside. As J-Ram, he's a hard grounder to second there, but that's, you know, that's what happens with Ottavino. It's just very tough matchup. His control might not be as elite as other pitchers, but you have him there for the pitch mix and the arm slot.
Ooh, that sinker with Adam Ottavino causing some fits here. You gotta take a note of that if you're Rebel. You're seeing that arm slot, you're seeing that sinker in on the hands, righty working against Alex here, and that's huge if you could just get a little bit of a read on what he's looking for or the pitches he's really keying on, and you bounce right back, you get out of some trouble after that leadoff homer, and now you get that leadoff runner on in your end for Ellie De La Cruz, who roped a perfect single on a very similar pitch to that last at bat, and he's done it again. Top of the order cooking here as we get towards the 2, 3, 4 spots, and of course Mike Trout coming up, who last time hit a grand salami for pitching Rebel.
Yeah, it feels like Rebel is locked in right now, right? Like the PCI is not missing at all, or by much. He's having some great takes now, obviously facing this Kenley Jansen, which we didn't see for a couple of weeks before he came out in this new program. But we had him in the first. He was a set 2 program, if I'm not mistaken. So we've seen Kenley Jansen. He probably feels comfortable with Kenley Jansen, and he feels like he's locked in. So big spot here for Reb. Men on first and second, nobody out.
This is a big 3-1 pitch. He's focused a lot away. A beautiful adjustment by pitching Rebel. Driven to right field, just a little bit off in that PCI, and that's going to be warning track. And I was going to highlight that at bat, how if you remember that last at bat with Mike Trout at the plate, it was fastballs and sinkers in on the hands over and over again. And after one cutter inside to start off the at bat, he just went pitch after pitch all the way to Trout, and a great adjustment by Rebel to get that timing down. But now, is this going to be ground to second? Is he going to beat this out to first? And the slow turn is huge. And now that runner scores on a potential inning-ending double play, and that Cody Bellinger speed and pinch hit again coming into play. That 89 speed beats out that potential double play, and Rebel has a 1-run lead.
Yeah, and it feels like 1 run is not going to be enough, right? He needs more. He got Adley, who's been clutch for basically every single player throughout the entire tournament.
Oh, but a beautiful swing on an inside cutter. That's going to get to the wall. No diving there for Ronald Acuna. You have 89 speed on first. He's sending him home. We're going to have a play at the plate. Here comes the throw. And he's in there. And Cody Bellinger's speed, not the thing you really look at with that card, coming through this inning for pitching Rebel, giving him now a 2-run lead. And, of course, it's Adley Rutschman getting the job done. And here comes Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, right on cue. Adley has been insane for everyone. He's the best catcher in the game, switch hitter. And that cutter, we talked about Rebel struggling a little bit with the cutter off the plate, but that caught way too much plate. He's obviously shown that he can turn on those. And yeah, Adley came through with a clutch two-out RBI double.
Yeah, and that's the thing with those cutters against those opposite-handed pitchers. You got to be committed to swing at them. So the reason you start to struggle is because you really commit to those inside cutters, and then you start throwing a little further in on the hands, getting you to chase outside of zone, and then you start to be a little bit patient on it, and a sinker like that comes into play. That's where that sinker-cutter tunnel can really be tough against those opposite-handed hitters, and Rebel has shown that when he's ready for it, he gets him in the zone, he can square him up. And speaking of a pitch, he's almost squared up. A fastball at Jose Ramirez's head that he almost found a way to hit out, but that's going to be a fly out, and actually a very good sequence from Alex to really focus on that lower third of the zone. And then with 2 strikes, crucial 3-2 pitch, hit him with a high fastball.
Still big inning from Reb, getting that lead back. right? He had a 5-run lead earlier, but Alex came back and tied it with that grand slam. But it's been a back-and-forth game, or back-and-forth series, and the PCI was there, but it's check swing.
That's where the check swings can sometimes hurt you. Check swings can be very nice when you're really dialed up on velocity and you're just trying to be very patient on pitches close to the zone. But sometimes you get that pitch like that where you check swing, you're all over. You just wish you fully swung at.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Now a 1-2 count, and Adam Ottavino. You love getting a first pitch out there, and he's been a tough read for Alex. Gone the 2 inside cutters and slurves. Now a 3-2 count. What do you throw? He goes backdoor away with a 4-seam, but again, that shift helps, but the Cody Bellinger's speed has been the impact these last couple innings as he gets on first.
I mean, he's fast enough, right? That's no Corey Seager speed, but he's also no Mike Trout speed, but still fast enough as Corey Seager grounds one there. There's the speed again.
That's a beautiful sequence from pitching Rebel. He had that down and away fastball that he was a little later on. Actually, he's a little early on that previous at bat to ground it up the middle. Gets that little lucky hit to get on, and then next pitch, he goes backdoor cutter, significantly slower in that 4-seam, and gets Alex to be a little bit early on it and roll it over. That's just beautiful pitching on the mound from Rebel.
Yeah, that was huge, right? You wanted to put up a 0 against Alex there after taking that lead, and he did exactly that. Now he's looking to try to extend the lead as Adley hit right on the button, 108, but Cody there to make the play.
Yeah, you could just tell that Rebel is reading the ball well right now. Even his outs are just absolute screamers right to fielder. That's not even just been this game, both games. And you've seen with Alex, he's cooled down a little bit, where some of his swings have just been a little bit of weaker contact against Adam Ottavino there. But Rebel is just reading the ball well and just not getting that luck hitting the ball right to fielders, but you still got a lead here. You still got to stay focused and look for that mistake pitch that you can elevate. But again, inside cutter in that belt, and he gets that PCI a little bit too high. And we talked about it before, that inside cutter being tough. He could be really on it, but when it's located well, like right there, he's been on top of that pretty consistently, even on those perfects, not being able to elevate them.
Yeah, but Rep definitely playing much better than yesterday and throughout the tournament, right? And he needed to bring his A game in order to go back and forth and compete with Alex, because we already saw what Alex is capable of. He's done it all tournament. He hasn't lost a game yet. So he knew he needed his A game, and he's brought that A game. He's put up some very good swings, a lot of loud outs as well. So, you know, he just got to stay positive. That's going to be the key as Mookie goes against the shift again. Alex does it again for the 3rd time this game, going against the shift. This time, the first time with the right hitter. But that's going to be the key. He's going to be staying positive, even though the game is not going your way. You got to keep putting the pressure on.
Yeah, and I almost wonder how long you keep an Ottavino. That's a great adjustment swing from Alex to sit back on that now. Poke that to right against the shift, but he's been someone who's tough to hit for him. And you drive that pitch count up, you get close to 30 and potentially into that yellow energy. You got to be very careful if you're Rebel. If you get some quick, efficient outs, it's what you want here. But it seems like Alex is doing a great job of fighting off some pitches, staying alive, and starting off with a leadoff double on a good down-the-way slurve.
Yeah, Ottavino has 25 pitches, 26 pitches already. He's been very effective, but I wonder how much longer he's going to go here now facing Eli De La Cruz. You got Charlie Blackmon and Mike Trout coming up after.
Yeah, you're seeing a little bit of a reset here for Alex. Hasn't found that swing timing right now, and it's going to take a second to pause, maybe breathe, reset a little bit. And in comes Javier Assad. Mid at bat, you see a lot of those mid at bat changes that these players go for, especially in 2-strike counts, is trying to put in a new pitcher. And with that, a little bit of adjusting, as that's going to be hit to left field by Eli De La Cruz. 2 runners on, the tying run over at first base, and of course, that go-ahead run will be up at the plate here. And now you get Charlie Blackmon up with some great swings this game, up against the new pitcher, and scary situation here.
Yeah, he's been very effective for Alex all tournament long, and a lot of times when you see those mid at bat pitch changes, because when the pitcher gets into that yellow, you know that affects that PCI. They're trying to not give an advantage to the hitter.
Oh, but a big ground ball. Carlos Santana makes a diving play, but he botches the throw to second. and cancels it, and he gets sucked in an animation, and now nobody gets out. For a second, you thought that could have been at least a pivotal double play, but that throw must have been slightly botched, and it's a tough throw to make when you make a diving play and you got to react that quickly. That throwing meter gets very small, and that right there is the difference. But unfortunately, got caught in that animation and he couldn't get up and step on first, and now nobody gets out. This is a big situation for Alex with 2 runners on.
I mean, that's a huge play. You were going to have an 11-10 game anyways, but now you have runners on first and second.
Oh, there's a ground ball to Ellie. Right back. Man, that again, how this game goes sometimes. He had a beautiful swing. Carlos Santana almost saves the inning, but it stays alive. Right after, he gets the ground ball with Mike Trout, and now he's 1 out away from getting out of trouble here.
He still needs that one out, right? He still needs that one out. He's kicking himself and not being able to turn to with that Santana, which we talk about his defense, as J-Ram is going to tie this game up with a perfect single there. And it did come back to bite him a little bit there.
Yeah, that's where that double play didn't go in order. The runner got the second and then eventually the third. And that tying run is proving pivotal here in this 8th inning. We're getting to the wires. That's driven to right field, but just underneath with Ronald Acuna. That's going to die at the track. And here we go. Bottom of the 8th. We saw in these innings the responses from Rebel. Right as he's given up some runs to Alex, he's bounced right back with good innings of his own. And right now would be the perfect time to get that going, is now you get a new pitcher and just get Kenley Jansen now, who you were struggling a bit against, Camilo Doval, and get ready for it. Those inside cutters.
And Camilo Doval was very effective game 1. Rebels struggle a little bit against Doval in game 1, so big spot. He knows this is a big spot, obviously, in the game here in the 8th, but Rebel, Griffey, and then top of the order again. This is a part of the lineup that you want.
Ball. 2-2 the count.
We're working a 2-2 count here now, but Ken Griffey Jr. has been a monster at the bottom of the order here. We saw earlier in the game, Alex just decided to intentionally walk him with an open base at first. It proved pivotal, but that's a good swing, but just a little bit off on a down and in slider, perfectly located, and that's a big first out, getting Ken Griffey Jr. off those base paths.
Yeah, that's a great pitch. It's tough to get under that pitch. Obviously, he wasn't able to top it there to first, but 2 more outs to play with. He wants to get the lead now, right? And just go to the top of the 9 with the lead.
Yeah, this is a battle of urgency. You got to be a little patient. Look for those pitches that are very hittable, but you also want to be too impatient.
2 strikes.
Alex probably knows there's a little bit of urgency to take a late inning lead here, and he's going to probably test your patience. We know how he throws, kind of throwing the same pitches in on the hands over and over again, kind of testing you to see if you expand that zone. And there's that inside cutter, this time on a 3-2 pitch. He gets it right on the black, and Rebel just wasn't ready for a pitch in the zone there, I don't think.
No, and that's again, we see Camilo Doval. Great pitching again against Rebel, right? He did it in game 1, shut the door there, and then doing it again here in game 2 in a tie ball game here in the 8th.
Yeah, and this is the thing with that pitch mix and how Alex pitches with pitchers like this. He will just keep on challenging you inside and get you thinking he's going to throw one thing, and then 3-2 count, he'll just throw one in the zone when you're not ready for it. So this is a big at bat. You bring up that righty, you take away that cutter in on the hands, and this is probably the at bat to get going. But there's that cutter away, and it still gets him to bite. And a big 1-2-3 inning for Alex Kill to keep this tied. And here you go. 4, 5, 6 part of the order, primed to try to take a lead, and there you go. Adley Rutschman down the line. It's not going to get to the wall, though. It'll only be a single.
And here we go, right? We said that we were expecting a crazy ending and some fireworks, and we are here. Game 1 was 16-14. Game 2 here, we're tied at 11 in the ninth.
Ball inside.
Absolutely. And big leadoff runner here. But you do have only 60-something speed. It's something to keep an eye out on here if a rally comes together. But that's going to be grounded, and this is looking to be a big double play again for pitching Rebel. And he's had those perfect pitches when he's needed them here, inducing those grounders in these last few innings. And while Alex has scored a couple here in the top of the 8th, he's been limited a good bit in these last few innings.
Yeah, that sinker outside again. That's Corey Seager, perfect liner right at the second baseman. Go back to the first game where he happened to ramp this time. it went Reb's way. But those sinkers outside, he's been a little early. That's why he's able to get the double plays, and now Reb is one swing away from walking this off.
Yep, and this is how that game goes. We talk about the back and forth with the bit of luck and those outs and then how they go right to fielders. That is almost your full circle moment. He gets an inside cutter, perfect, right to second. And now pitching Rebel with the 3, 4, 5 part of the order coming up. Bellinger, Rutschman, Jose Ramirez. And can you just talk about how Adley and J-Ram have nearly identical batting averages, and they've been such an unbelievable part of these teams?
I mean, it's crazy, right? It's just so good in every situation. It also feels like they are there for every big spot as well. And it feels like they always come through.
Yeah, and here's the thing. You got Doval on the mound. That's going to be a late swing after a little bit of pause time. Rebel not ready for that inside cutter there. You've got Doval, and he's kind of getting up in that pitch count, and he went to him a little bit earlier, but this is, as you're getting up in that pitch count, your opportunity to maybe see some mistakes, get that pitch count up and get that confidence down maybe, and hopefully get an opportunity to get that pitch to hit here. And this is what happens when you go to the Doval a little earlier. You try to extend him, and you got to see how long you keep him going before you go to someone else.
Yeah, the good thing for Alex is that he's, Doval has been very effective as Adley hits one deep to right center field, but he just missed it.
Just
that's going to be outnumbered too. But he's been very effective, so he trusts this guy. He trusts Doval here in obviously the biggest spot of the game, and he's 1 out away for forcing extra innings.
Yeah, and I think this is the at-bat here. Rebels had a tough time reading Doval, and Doval's hit his spots, but now you got to pitch to that smaller strike zone, maxed out contact, and that is driven to right field by Jose Ramirez, and that's gonna go. A slider catches the corner of the plate, and pitching Rebel bounces back with a walk-off home run, and he evens his series 1-1 after game number 2. And I talked about it, he kind of had to throw something in the zone, that small strike zone to Jose, and a full circle moment after game 1. Jose Ramirez getting that big homer for Alex, and he walks it off here in game 2.
I mean, what a game, right? What a series. 16-14 game 1, 12-11 game 2. We expected a long series. We expected a back and forth games and series, and that's exactly what we've had so far. Obviously, a lot of offense as well, and great swings here, as we can see the grand slam from Mike Trout.
Yeah, and the big thing you're seeing with Ship It Wall is definitely more so a pitcher-sided park with the lower elevation, and sometimes that left center field gap coming into play. You definitely really had to keep an eye out down the lines, and some home runs that are just pulled directly to left or right are the difference of this game. And this was literally just down to a couple pitches and a couple swings. This back end of the game, just like game 1, had a couple really close plays and close swings that really just decided the outcome of this game, and a very close pitch, and you see a replay in that walk-off. Almost identical swing that Alex hit for a home run in the previous game that Jose Ramirez won for him. But this time at Chip and Rebel got a little bit more of it.
And this was one of Rebel's favorite cards, right? We talk about it in the pre-show, how he loves this J-Ram card. Came in there in the clutch to walk it off, and it was a must-win for Reb, and he was able to come out on top. Now, obviously, going into Game 3 tied at 1, it's a big difference, too.
Absolutely. This is a long series. We got a best of 5 in store, and as this is looking, we've got a good way to go. So we're going to take a couple-minute break before these players hop on into game number 3, give them a moment to reset and get ready, and we will see you back here in just a couple of minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. What a crazy first two games that we're seeing so far in our MLB The Show 23 Championship Series semifinals. I'm Scan with my good friend Yayo, and Yayo, we just witnessed some crazy baseball in game number 1 and 2.
It doesn't get much closer than that, right? We can see on the screen 16-14 game 1, 11-12. So if my math is correct, 27 runs for Alex after 2 games, for 26 for Reb. It can't get much closer than that. Tied at 1 the series. So we expected 4 far games, and we got at least 4 now.
Absolutely. And we talked about earlier how the chat really thought Alex could have ran away with the series. It's a very favorable poll, according to the chat, but you're looking at that veteran presence from Rebel. He's been there, done that. He's won before, and that's an incredible way to bounce back after a rough finish to game 1. You even up that playing field with now an interesting game number 3 in store.
Yeah, I mean, he's hitting the ball well, right? He's hitting the ball a lot better than yesterday. I'm curious to see this pitching matchup. We know that for game 1, Rebel started Kluber and then Outlighter for game 2. Now in Alex, he started Roy Halladay and DeGrom. So I'm curious to see what the pitching matchup is. I think for Reb, he's probably going to go Roy Halladay, which might be the best pitcher in the tournament so far. So if that's the case, it might be, at least pitching-wise, advantage Reb.
Absolutely. And as we keep going through the series, we have the rule where you can only use a starting pitcher once, and you have to have that rotation really locked in. So at this current point in this tournament, in the series, I should say, we're going to see that depth of rotation. You had the big hitters, Al Leiter, Roy Halladay, Jacob deGrom, making some appearances, but now it gets interesting once you get to game 3, 4, and 5. See if we keep an eye out for guys like John Donaldson, amongst others, who have made some appearances for some depth for guys. I'm interested to see what type of pitchers they have, including some of the new content that we've got recently. Interested to see if anyone will pull out someone different just to try to throw the other off.
Yeah, maybe that Adam Wainwright, maybe that Johnny Cueto, which is the new World Series award, it will be impressive if we see a Johnny Cueto sighting today. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I don't expect many changes as far as like the lineups because they're hitting the ball. The offense is not the problem. You're trying to control the opponent's bats more. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting and again fun to watch.
Yeah, I think if anything, you're just keeping an eye out on some situations where if you had a hitter come up and you just didn't feel comfortable with them, you're taking some mental notes of like, hey, this player we did well as a team, but if that player wasn't really a factor on his own, maybe swap him out for another matchup. They have enough 99s to consider that. But overall, I mean, a lot of players have been running similar teams the entire way, and I bet you don't see too much change, especially so far. Maybe just slight changes in that bench or maybe 1 or 2 hitters in the lineup at most.
Yeah, it's gonna be probably in the pitch hitting department, right? We know Reb has used Ken Griffey the first 2 games, and he's been very effective with him. But Alex also started 2 righties, right? So I expect Alex to probably come in with either John Donaldson, maybe an Outlighter. He does have those 2 lefties in the starting rotation, and then you would probably see Reb kind of make that adjustment and bring in a righty.
Yeah, and it would be big if Alex brought out Al Leiter, but he's got Dustin May. He's got Big Red on the mound, and you got more sinkers and cutters. But with this type of pitcher, you got that outlier sinker this time, and you're definitely relying on the velocity, and this might end up being a solid pick since Rebel was a little off on those high-velocity inside cutters for a fair bit of these first couple games.
Yeah, what I do find interesting is that it's another righty, so that means your 2 lefties will come out for games 4 and 5, and maybe, I don't know, maybe that might be an advantage for Rebel when it comes to not maybe seeing, too much of a difference when it comes to the pitchers.
And like we talked about before, the thing with Dustin May, and especially this version of Dustin May, he's got the velocity that Rebel's been struggling with, but with that outlier sinker, and with that cutter being a secondary, that is driven to right field by Ellie De La Cruz. Right as I was about to say, you got to watch out for those big pars, and those pitches could certainly catch the plate. So Rebel, I could expect to swing very aggressively here at those inside cutters and sinkers, and hope one of them catches it, and that is how you start off. A cutter that just gets a little too close to enter third, and then another great swing, but just a good play at short by Ellie De La Cruz.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the key, right? Dustin May's control, that's always the key. I don't think I know it's obviously a power hitter. I don't think that affects Rebel that much. But that out was a good swing by Mike Trout. Obviously, you don't want to have Rebel think back of some of the things that happened in game 1. You want to be able to forget about that, but good start there. So with a solo bomb by Ellie.
Yeah, you saw that check swing there. That's going to be the type of thing that you don't get as easily with the velocity. But the big thing with Dustin May, that sinker is going to hit a little harder than that cutter. And that four seam could definitely get up to the 100. So you got a little bit less reaction time. So expect some check swings, especially on those inside cutters. And that's the key difference between like Dustin May and Camilo Doval, where Rebel was really struggling. Those cutters come in a little quicker. So you kind of have to fully commit to those. But with 93 and that cutter in on the hands, you might see some more check swings and a little bit more patience on those cutters.
Yeah, the only thing is that, like you mentioned, the par size is bigger, right? So maybe the balls that are off the plate might be, not that one, but might be more off the plate, right? Which might be easier takes. That one, I don't know if it was a good take or he just froze, but what a take it was. And again, another full count. Already the 18 pitches here in the first.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that up and in sinker would have buckled me, and it might have, but he's lucky that just a couple pixels outside. There's that inside sinker again, and that's a pitch that Rebels struggled with, those down and in sinkers from the opposite-handed pitchers. But if he can time up that velocity and turn on those sinkers, he could put himself in the great position here and get a nice little jump start here. Already nearly 20 pitches here in the first inning with Dustin May.
Yeah, obviously you want to put up some more runs, but if you're Reb, you're already put a, maybe some pressure in Alex by scoring first. 20 plus, pitches by Dustin May as well. That's advantage you. So he's going to be out probably by the fourth, maybe not much more than the fifth. So you want to get to that bullpen as soon as you can because you've been hitting it pretty well.
And now that Alex is back home, we're back at Laughing Mountain, more of a hitter-friendly park. And this is why you see some aggressive swings. That's driven to right field. Just a little foul, tail bit early by Adley Rutschman, and you're going to probably see some more aggressive swings. Try to look for those pitches you could really elevate with that max elevation. Beautiful swing on a down and in sinker right on the black. That's where that high contact comes into play. He's got to get that barrel on it, and you could just slap it around the field. And a beautiful swing by Adley Rutschman. And we talked about Jose Ramirez coming up big last game. Here he comes again.
Adley being Adley, and now you got J-Ram, who was the hero for Game 2 for pitching Rebel, with a walk-off home run, trying to get the extended lead here in the first.
0-2.
Yeah, you see a different approach on the mound here. This at bat, a couple pitches away to Jose Ramirez, and now he gets in the bite at a sinker below the zone. Good read by Alex on the mound. Saw that Rebel was dialed up for that inside pitch, especially after that great swing on that down and in fastball. And then just didn't give him anything that he wanted. Away sinkers, and then a sinker below the zone, and just got him the check swing. And that's where those check swings come into play. Sometimes you check swing at that pitch that isn't close enough to the zone, and it'll just hurt you.
Yeah, and here's Roy Halladay, like I mentioned earlier, right? He was going to his best pitcher here in Game 3 on the road, and he's starting off like the first game, right? Reb started with a run in Game 1 and left 2 runners stranded in the first inning, and then Alex came up and scored 3. He's not going to score anything on that perfect swing, though. It's going to be out number 1. But interesting start, very similar to Game 1 so far. We'll see if Alex can put up some runs and answer back.
Yeah, and this is the thing that's interesting with Rebel. We talked a good bit about Corey Kluber to start and how in game number 1, as that's going to be a single up the middle by, of course, Jose Ramirez, a good old just late swing up the middle after a perfect out. And we talked about how Corey Kluber may not have been that guy. Definitely didn't work out so far for Rebel, but now that he's gone on to this series, someone like Roy Halladay has proven to be tough to some hitters, and Al Leiter was a great guy to bounce to after Game 2. So as this rotation depth is really coming into play, it might have been a good play for Rebel to pitch Kluber first, but that slap to the gap, and definitely can't speak too soon of how good of a hitter Alex is. You've seen Halladay a lot, and a beautiful swing on a cutter that catches the plate with Acuna. Just like that, we are evened up very quickly here.
And that's the thing. Roy Halladay is a very good pitcher, but Alex is a very good hitter. And he's seen Roy Halladay throughout the entire tournament as well. So it's one of those things where it's a very good pitcher, but if you're seeing him well, if you're locked in like Alex is, obviously after putting up 27 runs in 2 games, it's tough to get him out regardless of who you're pitching.
Yeah, and a big thing, we talk about seeing Roy Halladay a lot. We have done a lot of best of 3s. That's driven to deep right field by Adley Rutschman, in a beautiful swing on a down and in cutter in on the hands. And that pitch is the pitch you got to hit against Roy Halladay, that inside cutter on the black. And Alex is storming off to a hot start. And like I was about to say before, we played a lot of best of 3 series in this group play heading into this day today. And Alex saw a lot of Roy Halladay, Al Leiter, a lot of those 2, especially with the sinker cutter pitch mixes in. You see him again here game 3, and it just might really be in his favor if he's read him well.
And this is like I mentioned earlier. Game 1 started with Rebel scoring 1, leaving a couple runners stranded. He left 1 stranded in the first, and then Alex came back and scored 3 in the first, and that's exactly what he did just now. As he grounds 1 to third, that's going to be out number 2. So it feels like deja vu, and if that's the case, buckle up, because we're going to have another wild game in our hands.
Absolutely. And now you get to question for Rebel is how early you get to that pen. You can tell Alex is just all over Roy Halladay, and you either got to change up how you're pitching with him or really consider going to that bullpen pretty early on in this game. You're already starting to think about who worked last game, who is going to be someone that you could send in a little bit early here to get some outs. And that time spent in the game without Leiter last game was big for Rebels. That's another good swing right to Carlos Santana. And you got to really keep an eye on that pen and decide who you want to go to first here.
Yeah, and Reb already showed that he's not afraid of going to the pen early, right? Game 1, it was in the 4th. Kluber hasn't had an out in the 4th, and he went straight to the pen, and that allowed that game to kind of stay close, right? He had a lead at the time. So he's not afraid of going to the pen. He's done it before, but obviously we're only 1 inning in, so that might be a little too early.
Yeah, and this is the thing. We talked about last game, how even though Rebel was not scoring some runs some innings, every swing was just demolished. But so far, looking a little bit more uncomfortable against Dustin May with that higher velocity here now. Beautiful high sinker to get a strikeout. And now a late jammed swing on an inside sinker. And very quickly, the 2 outs here in the top of the 2nd.
Yeah, and that sinker, when it's up in the zone, it's just tough to read. There's so much movement, and on top of that, it comes in at 96, 97 miles an hour. It's just so tough to square up.
Yeah, and you can just kind of gauge their comfort based on the swings. You can just tell Rebel is a hair behind to start here, so they've got to start taking some mental adjustments as you head into the 3rd inning, and especially not the type of inning you want to put up after Alex bounces back with a 3 spot and has been all over Roy Halladay, squaring up every single swing and not even working many pitches out of Halladay, just been swinging aggressively all over every single swing, and that's another perfect out right to the right side of the infield for Alex.
And we talked about MVP so far, and we talked about Mike Trout and Adley and whatnot. Can we talk about the platinum glove that Carlos Santana is winning over at first for Rebel? Because that's another play. It feels like he's made every single play, except for that double play that he kind of messed up on the throw. But he's made every play. That diamond fielding from the new Carlos Santana has been clutch.
Yeah, even on that double play, he just botched the throw with a quick reaction. He still got a glove on that. And we've talked about it with Rebel. He actually was running Ernie Banks at first base to start off his day yesterday. And Ernie Banks with that diamond defense or high-level defense over at first was big for him. And you sometimes underrate first base defense. You don't think about it too much. You sometimes just throw that like silver fielder there because you just want to get a great hitter, but having that defense there is sometimes pivotal, especially if you hit great. And oh my, these infield, I'll tell you what, it's terrifying to be a first baseman and third baseman right now. You got to be on your toes every second. You're getting 110 mile per hour liners right to you over and over again from Alex.
And to your point about first base defense, it's also this year when we have the yellow throws from the infielders, maybe they'll dive and the green gets a little bit smaller. Yellow throw is going to be in the dirt, right? And you need a first baseman that is able to pick up those throws as well. So it's have a higher chance of picking up those throws if you have a diamond defender over at first. As we see Griffey here again being the pinch hitter for Reb, who's worked out fine the first 2 games.
Yeah, he's up to .516 on that batting average with his Griffey card, which is unreal. And thing is, you got to really take advantage of this inning. You had an inning that almost felt a little lucky. Alex all over you and Roy Halladay. You get 2 perfect lineouts right to the corner infield. And now you got to be like, man, he's just waiting to put up that big inning. But you get an opportunity to tie this game up and at least just keep up with him. And you got bottom part of the order. Griffey's been a big part of this 9-spot part of the order. And you can just get a runner on for that top part of the order, those hitters you're feeling good with. That would be huge to try to just come back in this game.
Yeah, and I was talking about how similar this game has started compared to Game 1. But in Game 1, it felt like everything went Alex's way. So far, it feels like things are going Reb's way. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes.
Yeah, that dynamic kind of shifts throughout a series, and that's a check swing that is very 50-50 that Again, another break for Rebel, but you got to take advantage of those breaks when you get them. Sometimes things go your way. And a beautiful swing on a sinker, but again, just first baseman and third baseman are going to work here today. It's just unreal. Like, I feel like you need a face mask if you're a first baseman out there right now. Just scolding
everybody.
line drives, just getting hit right to you. Like, terrifying day to be a fielder right now.
Every ball hit is 95 plus mile an hour off the bat. And that's an example. Even the foul balls are that was 103.
Better swings from Rebel here this inning, though. Starting to read Dustin May a little bit better, even that foul ball. And, a swing he just wants to squeak up the middle. And then Dustin May behind the back, that good old pitcher's wall.
Yeah, even though that wasn't a good swing, if you're a Rebel, you really want that to get through, right? Because you know that's an automatic base hit. But unfortunately for him, Dustin May made that play, and then he swung first pitch, lazy fly ball. And again, you got to be careful if you're Rev, because you know Alex can put up 4 or 5 runs any inning. He has 2, 3, 4 here in the bottom of the third. So you're gonna have to score, but how long can you keep the bats quiet for Alex? It's probably not much.
Absolute laser. Absolute laser inside from Jose Ramirez. Gets the hands inside, turns and burns on, and that right there is going to leave here at Laughing Mountain. High elevation, line drive to straightaway right. A lot of stadiums that probably bounce off that right field wall, and just absolute laser off of Jose Ramirez. But a good bounce back at back to get Ronald Acuna out here.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about Rev, right? You're down 2 already. You know Alex is going to put up 10-plus runs every game. You don't want to fall too behind, as Adley just missed that one. He dropped the PCI. I think that's the first time I've seen Alex drop the PCI. It feels like he's been on every single pitch, but you don't want to fall behind by too much, right? He has Jimmy Fox now. But now down 3, you're okay with just limiting the damage if you're Rev now.
Beautiful swing, even though he's maybe a little bit earlier in that away splitter. Perfect guy to put a swing like that up with Jimmy Fox. And we talked about pinch hit decisions and comfort with these hitters last game and some crucial at-bats. Even with the righties on the mound, he went to Cody Bellinger. But this game, Alex off to a good start, and now just confidently keeping Jimmy Fox out there. And he kind of shows, even versus righties, he's still an unbelievable hitter.
I mean, his swing is insane, right? If you're a Reb, you're asking for your own pitcher wall. It didn't work out that way. But you're trying to avoid a 2-out rally. We've seen them plenty of times. You play this game, you know they're there. It's going to happen, right? It's just a matter of when. So you're trying to avoid that 2-out rally here. But dangerous Corey Seager at the plate.
Absolutely. Scary at bat here. Corey Seager's done wonders for Alex here, but again, you got to kind of take advantage of the potential aggression here. He gets a down and in sinker, bobbled, surprisingly, by Carlos Santana at first, but he does make the play anyway, and he's out of the inning by only allowing run. And you're seeing right now is this series is kind of developing over the third game now. Seeing a little bit of a slower start to the offense for both sides here, where we're going to see this crazy back and forth. So sometimes you wonder, is someone just going to put up that crooked number of an inning soon, or are you just going to get that starting pitcher out of the game that they're clearly having a tough time reading? Is that driven to deep right center field, but right to the center fielder?
Yeah, you wonder when fatigue is going to start kicking in, right? They've been playing for 2 hours, high, very tense games, right? A lot of tense situations. That takes a little bit of a toll on you as well. And this is why we see a lot of the 18, 19, 20-year-olds, in this case, 21-year-old Alex, they have the advantage, right, over the 30-year-old pitching Rebel. But we'll see. Still plenty of game left. But you're right. We're seeing a little bit of a slower start from both players.
Yeah, this is how these series kind of develop. They don't always stay as just high-scoring football score games, at least the entire way. When you're playing for such a long time, momentum shifts and a lot happens. You have a lot of ups and downs, and we're at a little bit at that low in the roller coaster. But as you're in that middle point of the series and things slow down, just as quickly as they slow down, they could pick right back up, and that roller coaster starts going up again. And you see that craziness as we start getting to the back end of the series, and both players put their all out there.
Yeah, and we saw how Dustin May had 25-plus pitches as J-Ram grounds one. Ellie's going to make that play 10 out of 10 times. But we saw how he had 25-plus pitches, a run, and Rep scored a run. But after the next 3 innings, 3 scoreless and only like 30 pitches total. So now Dustin May can go deeper in this game and try to stay out of the bullpen as Boogie hits a perfect.
Yeah, that's going to be the thing that's key for both these players is they can hit the velocity in when they're ready for it, but if you can dial up for the velocity inside but still sit back enough on the away stuff, that's going to really be the key. And Alex just been doing that so well with Mookie. Is that's a play by third, and again, a diving play by a corner infield for Rebel, and he must have messed up the throw a little bit where he cancels it, and both runners are safe, and a little bit of deja vu to that Carlos Santana situation, and now 2 runners are on for Alex with nobody out, and that's driven to right field. He makes him pay a hanging splitter that catches the middle of the plate, and we talked about that defense in those close plays, and that proves costly. A couple more runners scoring the board of what could have been a double play there, and now it's 7-1 in Alex's favor.
It's basically giving Alex a second chance, and you cannot give players like this a second chance, right? Even though it's probably a little bit of a tough throw because it was a diving play, you cannot give them a chance. You have Charlie Blackmon again coming through as Mike Trout hits a ground ball to short. But, I mean, it just, you cannot give him a chance. He's going to make you pay sooner or later. And 6-run lead now feels like it might be getting a little away a little bit from Reb.
Especially with Roy Halladay on the mound, and Alex still just putting up great swings against him. You definitely got to look to go to that pen here soon with some of these swings, but he's only got 42 pitches. Maybe you just want to ride with Roy Halladay and just not necessarily chalk this game, but try to get some innings out of him and not get that look in the pen, as he's going to get a couple outs to end it. But, man, Alex makes Rebel pay. And I'll tell you what, I know it's very easy to look at that diving play at third and be like, man, he should have just made the throw. But with those diving plays this year and that fast throw meter, that window is very short. And especially with how quick that is, you have such a short time to react. That muscle memory, especially since that meter shifts left and right, it can be tough to get, and again just gets caught in a little bit of an animation where you can get nobody out, and that's the risk you take with trying to rush the play and try to turn 2.
Oh yeah, and, I myself is one that throws yellow throws all the time. So
yeah, you and I know, old man reaction time will probably do that.
I know it happens, and I wonder if he had a red throw or if it was a yellow throw. Sometimes at that situation, if it was a yellow throw, you're like, well, might as well just let it be. But then again, he probably threw it a second. It wasn't going to turn 2. He decided to just cancel that throw, and it cost him.
And there's a lot of factors to it, because sometimes you just build up that muscle memory on those regular grounders, and you just get that throw, that play, and you just automatically get one set of timing, and you're like, you know what? Like, this is what I've been doing the entire time. You don't even think about it. But in those diving plays or the plays in the hole, they can sometimes prove costly where you just follow that muscle memory. But what a swing to bounce you back. A beautiful swing by Austin Riley on that down and in sinker, laced to left center field. I bet Rebel really wanted that to be a homer to just get a rally going. But we talk about rallies, and maybe in MLB The Show's kind of term, you sometimes maybe don't need that home run and just try to get some extra base hits and string those hits together. But you thought they could have snuck up the middle, but just a little bit early on that with Cattell, and now that's why you wish that's a homer. You get this runner on third with 2 outs here. That's line to right, and Mike Trout's going to range there easily, and Rebel was feet away from a home run. That runner gets stranded now, and it's still 7-1.
Yeah, you need base runners, and you need runs across the board. That was a good swing to start by Austin Riley, but then unable to come through with Cattell and Ken Griffey there. It was just early with Griffey. He's been very good with Griffey so far this series, but not that time. And he remains a 6-run deficit.
And back to that conversation about that reaction time and all of that, is that's driven to left field by Adley Rutschman. Another mistake from Roy Halladay. That's going to be a leadoff double, and Alex is just destroying it. And the thing with MLB The Show, in comparison to some other, especially sports esports, is that there's so much of this instant reaction time that you need. You need to instantly read pitches and be able to react quickly, and not only quickly, but precisely. And you have to mix that in with proper in-game strategy. And sometimes just being a little bit off of the reaction time we've seen can change the perplexion of things. Is now that's a grounder up the middle off of Roy Halladay. And honestly, you should be thankful that the pitcher blocks it, but that runner still gets on first, but that runner still remains at third. And scary at bat here is Corey Seager, but going back to Ottavino in a beautiful swing on a sinker on the hands, but the runner went back to first. He thought the first base was going to catch, and that runner must have went all the way back, so he still manages to get it out some Very weird base running. Might have been an automatic base running send back to first too. And that's going to be a fly out to center field, and that runner might be stranded at first. And now very quickly, instead of runners on first and second, one out here, you just got that runner on first here with 2 outs here.
Yeah, and going back to your point, in this game, it's all about reactions, right? Especially on Legend. You have to be able to turn on fastballs, just like Ellie De La Cruz just did on that perfect swing, making this a 10-1 game now with that 2-run shot. And now Alex Gakil is 1 swing away from a mercy rule victory here in game 3. But you need reactions, right? And we see other esports games such as the big one, Call of Duty, right? Everybody knows about it. When you're 25, 26, you're past your prime, you see these players retiring at that age. It's tough. And that will be a walk-off by Charlie Blackmon. Who else? Of course it's going to be Charlie Blackmon, Chuck Nasty.
We talk about the responses to adversity and some chaos of that inning, and that inning was an interesting one to start. Alex had started to rally. Of course, Rebel going to Adam Ottavino, who pitched well last game. Alex instantly locks in against that card this time around and demolishes him. And of course, you had that weird out at second base to start that inning, which could have changed the complexion of it. And you know what Alex did? He responds with perfect homer to center field, and then another home run to walk it off. And that's the type of persistence you need with how MLB The Show goes sometimes.
Yeah, Alex definitely made him pay. He's swinging the bat. Maybe he's getting a little bit more comfortable now. He definitely put up some better swings than in game 1 and 2, which is crazy to say because he put up 27 combined runs in those. But he put up, 11 here in 6 innings. And, yeah, he might be going off. He's a very tough player to beat, as you see Adley there started with that 2-run bomb in the first.
Absolutely. And you see some interesting things with the players and how they look at the plate. And mid-game there, right around the 4th inning here, he just turned it on. Every mistake was getting demolished. Any pitch that really stayed in the zone, it felt like Alex was all over, no matter who Rebel put in on the mound, whether it's Roy Halladay or Adam Ottavino here. He was all over everything in the middle of the zone, and you almost felt like something ticked. It could have just been frustration, could have just been a change in whatever he was looking for. He made some adjustments there mid-game, and he was all over the baseball. This is what happens in these mercies. The game was very close for most of it, and someone just turns on very quickly and puts up a big inning and runs away with the game.
And that's what I was saying in game 1, where sometimes you got to try to stay away from those big innings, right? Big innings means 5, 6, 7 runs. Rebel was able to hold Alex to 2, 3 runs. Those were his big innings in game 1. He still came out on top, Alex did in game 1, but not this time. He wasn't able to keep putting up some runs. You have to be able to keep runs. You have to score basically every inning in these matchups, which is crazy to see. So it's going to be interesting now in game 4. Obviously, Alex has 2 pitchers left. Both do, but both of the pitchers for Alex are going to be lefties. So we'll see if Reb makes some lineup adjustments there to take advantage of that.
Yeah, we talk about pressure and the stakes at play. That's a big game for Alex, because not only did he take a 2-1 lead, and he's 1 win away from cementing a spot in the top 2, he also just did it with emphatic fashion. And now you're Rebel, you're in a situation again where you're behind in a series, everything at bay here, and now is where those decisions come into play. Do you change something up, something to try to throw him off? It's really tough to tell, but we've got a great game 4 in store here coming soon. We have to take another break heading into this, let those players get going, change some lineups, and make some decisions here. But we got a potential clinching game coming up here soon in game number 4. We'll see you guys for it in just a couple of minutes. everyone, and welcome back. We have just witnessed some crazy baseball here in our MLB The Show 22 Championship Series. I'm Yayo. I mean, no, I'm not Yayo. I'm with my friend Yayo. I'm scared. I am not Yayo. And I'll tell you what, I just might be losing brain cells after the chaos of this series so far. How are we feeling about this so far, Yayo?
I mean, if you're getting tired, how do you think these players are feeling at this point? Again, Alex he's been putting on a show the entire tournament. He does it again here in Game 3, so it's going to be interesting now. Obviously, must win. He's one win away from advancing to the finals and securing another 5,000 that he already secured. But I want to see how Pitching Rebel bounces back after this tough game, because these are those games that can be very tough to come back from.
Absolutely, and we talked about the 5-game series, and for the first time, we're going to be seeing a 4th starting pitcher in a series since our previous games were all best of 3, and this is where that depth of the rotation really comes into play, and you got to get creative with those 4 or 5 spot pitchers, especially at this point, and I wonder what the response will be for both sides, because Rebel, I feel a little demoralized, I could see, after that game. Alex was just all over him with Roy Halladay, but again, you have an opportunity to just throw someone out there differently here in Game 4 and try to skew some momentum back your way.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where it was a quick game, right? It was in the 6th, 11-1. Just if you're Rebel, you just have to forget about it. You know you have to focus on Game 4, and you know what the pitchers are. I would imagine that Alex K has either John Donaldson and Al Leiter left. If that's the case, that's 2 lefties. And if you're Rebel, you can probably move around Cody Bellinger, try to take advantage of that, knowing that you're facing a lefty. And that's why I was saying about the Dustin May move was kind of different, but it worked out for him. Dustin May absolutely destroyed Pitching Rebel there. He wasn't able to figure him out, especially after that first inning. So we'll see what happens now.
Absolutely. And yeah, like as you get further in this series, you see the adjustments made, and you saw something click there mid-game for Alex, and you start to really think of strategy. Do you go someone else to try to throw Alex off? Maybe you don't even want to go sinker, cutter, pitch mix like you were before. You might have to go with something completely different, or you do what a lot of players would do and just stick with what's worked with you so far and just hope that you made the right call.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's a risky move if you decide to bring somebody that you either haven't seen or haven't used in a while, just to hope that Alex Hayes not going to hit him well. But Alex Caguillo, he's going to hit anybody. It doesn't matter who you use. He's going to hit anybody. He's shown it throughout the entire tournament in this series as well. So I would imagine the Pitching Rebel is going with who he feels comfortable with at the bump and just hope for the best as well.
And just with this series, Alex now being in the lead in this series just puts some pressure on Rebel. Rebel's been here before. He's had to battle back in some series as well. But now with everything at stake here, you have to win 2 games in a row if you want to find a way to win out here. And after that rough of a Game 3, it takes a lot to bounce back. But he did something similar the other night against Wilsey, where Wilsey had a great Game 1 where he scored 19 off of him, or 18, I think it was. And Rebel bounced back and battled in the Game 2 and made some adjustments, and then made some final adjustments in Game 3 by pitching Al Leiter. And this is the adjustment game we're talking about with Rebel. Here comes Dustin May on the mound, the guy that just diced against him, and he might think this could be the thing that works against Alex.
Yeah, it's similar to what happened earlier in the series where Rebel was dotting with Javier Assad. He did great, and Alex was like, well, I'll warm up my own Javier Assad, right? And we'll see if it works out. Again, it's going to be tough to beat Alex 2 games in a row. I don't know when was the last time that he lost 2 games in a row. It was probably never. But if anybody can do it, it's Pitching Rebel. We've seen what he's capable of. He has been here before. He has the experience. He showed what he can do offensively, especially the first 2 games. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can bounce back and force a Game 5. Obviously, you got to take it 1 game at a time. Anything can happen in Game 5. But there's no Game 5 if you don't win Game 4 if you're Rev here.
Absolutely. And this is the thing that's so interesting is you take that risk with that lower control pitcher, and Alex has been all over the mistakes, and he doesn't really chase at pitches like that even that are really tough to take when you're anticipating velocity, and he just gets in these at-bats just working pitch after pitch. So it's so difficult to pitch, and now you've got another sinker cutter pitcher, but with a different vibe, as that's a slurve that catches the plate. Rounder to third, but slow enough for Acuna to beat out over at first, and here we go. Adley Rutschman here with 2 outs, but a swing that Alex just missed.
Ball in.
Yeah, he wants that pitch back. It could have been it could have been a 2-run home run, right? It caught way too much play on that slurve, and we've seen Reb kind of like the slurve from the righties, where he used it quite a bit with Kluber in Game 1, and he's using it again here with Dustin May. But it's going to be interesting. If you're Alex K, you want to come off hot. You don't want to play a Game 5, obviously, right? So let's see if we can put the pressure on Reb early.
Yeah, and this slurve might hit a little different with Dustin May and the bump here, because even though Kluber had it as well, May's get a little bit more velocity on that sinker cutter mix, so maybe a little bit more anticipation to swing at that power slurve. But we're in a 3-2 count yet again with 2 outs, and that down and away sinker, we've seen a good bit from these players that it takes them a bit to adjust. And you see with 90 miles an hour, a little bit late. Again, 90 miles an hour away. Alex trying to sit back and hit that to left, but just a hair behind here to start. Now, I don't know what you throw here after he fought those off some great swings. If you risk throwing a backdoor cutter, that would go right into that late timing. Maybe you want to try to challenge him in, but he hasn't really bit inside at all. This is a very pivotal pitch here, especially 3-2, 2 outs, that runner running, or should be. And he went backdoor cutter, and he got an early swing.
He just got a piece of that one.
Oh, and then he went back inside sinker. We talk about that defense over in the corners. Carlos Santana just made that look easy. Like, that ball was scolding. He was just like, whoop, look what I found.
Yeah, and interesting, another change that we see here from pitch and roll with a different PCI. I don't think I've ever seen him with using this PCI without the inner one. So that's an interesting one. I mean, I know he's struggling game 3, but he was hitting the ball very well Game 1 and 2, and that's a big difference. We'll see if it pans out.
And I'll tell you what, this is a lot of pressure for Rebel. He, in his previous series versus Wilsey, had a really tough time against Al Leiter. And I wonder how much of a decision was made as that is demolished to deep left field. Just right to left field. Man, it's a beautiful swing, but just hit on a line right to the left fielder, and he's not even going to think about it. Julio Rodriguez making an appearance on the team here in the 3 spot for Rebel, and he struggled against Al Leiter last time with how Wilsey pitched. You got 99 speed, and Ellie makes the play, and man, a rough first inning for Rebel. A couple solid swings, but unfortunate luck on where those balls went, and someone who struggled against Al Leiter in his last series with Wilsey. This is a pivotal game because now this is a clinching game, and you're going to have to overcome that challenge with everything on the line here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if Reb knew that he was going with the lefty, or he only had lefties left, because he still started Bellinger, right? So you already used a bench bat there, which you never know if you're going to need later in the game. But as Jimmy Fox smokes one in left center field, that's going to be a leadoff double here in the second. But that was interesting. I've never seen Rebel change the PCI there. I know Dustin May was dotting him there in that previous game, but it feels like a big change.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because you look at these legend players and how they like their PCIs. They go for a little bit of a different choice, as that's driven high and deep to right field. 88 miles an hour, but enough launch angle to fly out of here. Corey Seager with an early 2-run home run, and very demoralizing for Rebel to just have that rough inning and then instantly give up 2 right here at the top of the second.
Yeah, if you're him, you feel sick to your stomach, right? You had a great swing with Mike Trout that was 103 off the bat, and it just ended up being a fly ball to left field, and then you give up that 2-run home run. It sucks, but again, plenty of baseball left. You somehow got to put that behind you and just move forward.
Yeah, and this is what happens when you just hit the ball down the line, especially the right field at Chippy. Even though it's a very low exit velo, sometimes you can just get underneath it enough to get over that somewhat short right field wall. And with Dustin May, he's got all the velo. If you could just get underneath it enough, and definitely, I mean, I don't like saying lucky home runs because it was a good swing, but a swing that in many other circumstances wouldn't be a homer. And demoralizing start, but he's got to stay collected. He had a good start versus Al Leiter in the bottom of the first. He's got to find a way to minimize damage here and keep it a 2-run game and hope you find it.
For sure, and that was Corey Seager again, right? He's been huge with Blackman as he comes in as a pinch hitter for Cal Ripken. He's been huge with Corey Seager as well. He likes his lefty hitters.
Did he go?
Absolutely, and I'm interested to see I'm just really interested in that Al Leiter matchup with Rebel. I want to see how much he adjusts, and I'm also interested in how much Alex has really looked into it, because if he kept an eye out on that last series with Wilsey, it was easy to notice that Al Leiter was the guy that just had Rebel's number. And it's interesting to have him here for game 4 in late series scenario, whether you're ahead or not. You could save some of your best guys for game 4, game 5, and you never know who he has for game 5. It could be John Donaldson amongst others. If this does go all the way, it's big to have Leiter here in game 4 in a potential clinching circumstance now. It feels like potential perfect opportunity for him.
No, and you know, they know each other, right? These top players, they play against each other in ranked seasons a lot. They've played in tournaments before. They've been following the tournament as well. So maybe Alex knows that Rebel has had some games that he struggled against Al Leiter. He's wanted to wait to use him. But it's also an interesting move as Mike Tron lines one to second on a beautiful swing there by Alex. But it's also interesting because a game 4 or you winning 2 games was never guaranteed either. So maybe he was waiting for the perfect spot, and he feels like the perfect spot to use Al Leiter's right now.
Absolutely. And this is what happens in the 5-game series. You have a long series, and these are the types of developments that happen along the way. And I want to shout out everyone in the chat right now who's been watching with us, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, as that's a beautiful cutter in on the hands. And that's the pitch that's caused fits for Rebel, that Al Leiter, that inside cutter on the hands. And we appreciate you all watching. Hopefully you've enjoyed your time in this championship series. We have a lot more coverage here today. We're just covering the first series of our day here in the semifinals between Alex Caquill and Pitching Rebel. While we have a lot more to cover here today, we have our other series with Fuentes and Kreiner still in store. And of course, we have an incredible day of finals in store tomorrow with how these players are playing.
Yeah, we're off to a great start here in this semifinals number 1, but what we have in store after is going to be just as special. In Kreiner, 2-time champion, and Fuentes is one of the best hitters that we have and has shown that throughout this tournament. It's going to be electric as well.
And this is where you're Rebel in a game like this, where you're facing that pitcher where you're really struggling with. This is where that presence of mind of just knowing you've been in this situation before, and you know how Alex has been pitching you, and you faced Al Leiter just the other day and you struggled. You got to be able to somewhat predict the pitches coming. He got that down in sinker. It turns and burns on it. That was a pitch in his previous game against Al Leiter he really struggled against, but you want to see if he makes these adjustments this game. Start looking for those down and in sinkers right on the black, and not chase inside, because that's been the thing with this Al Leiter card that's causing them fits. Just those down and in pitches tunneled in the zone.
And we see Reb being late on those sinkers. First time we've seen Carlos Santana from the right side of the plate. So 125 contact there with 108 power, this new Carlos Santana, as he fouls that one off. But yeah, you need some base runners, right? You need to gain some momentum if you're Reb. You need something to go your way. It probably feels like nothing has gone his way as he strikes out there with Carlos Santana, but he needs something to get going and maybe kind of lock in again.
Yeah, he crushed that down and in sinker. I think he's waiting for one of those cutters or sinkers to find that zone. You see 2 straight early swings on cutters in on the hands, and was clearly not reading that pitch well. This is just what this Al Leiter card has done, and I'll tell you what, I mean, this would definitely be me. It's so difficult to really be patient on those inside cutters when you also got to be ready for like about 95 on a sinker. And just Alex, the way he's pitched is just so frustrating. He just goes cutter, 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 occasional pitch away to get your eyes away, and then back to that cutter. And I'll tell you what, I would be struggling myself to keep composure with how the start of this game has gone for Rebel.
Yeah, and if you're Rebel, I made a boxing reference earlier that when you have your opponent on the ropes, you have to make sure you get the knockout, right? And it feels like Pitching Rebel is on the ropes right now. He just got mercied 11-1 in game 3 as he gets J-Ram to swing and a miss there. But then he also seems kind of lost after that mercy. Now you're facing Al Leiter, which he's hit well in some games, but there's been other games that you haven't been able to touch. And so far, even though it's been only 2 innings, he hasn't put up many good swings on this Al Leiter. So it's very danger zone here for Pitching Rebel.
Yeah, and he just might need a feel of confidence here. It might come from the mound, but that's just a beautiful swing on a 4-seam down and away on the black. And you'd love a nice, easy inning here if you are Rebel, just to give you a little bit of confidence and maybe feel a little comfortable to play and say, hey, you know what, I have a chance here. And that might secure a ground ball to the short, and that'll be a routine double play. And Rebel gets a scoreless inning right now, and maybe he's got to come up to the plate, relax a little bit. He's only gets 3 balls on that pitch count for Al Leiter. He's having a very tough time not swinging outside his zone, especially at those inside cutters. And he might have to come up with a different approach this inning and try to just take a lot of pitches and work that pitch count up.
Yeah, I think he's trying to be aggressive, but Alex can sense that he's trying to be aggressive, right? So he's really pitching kind of outside the zone, working from outside the zone back in. As you see Rebel switch back to his old PCI. Maybe he just wanted a couple innings, get a different look there. But he can sense that pitching Rebel is trying to be very aggressive, and he's not falling into that trap.
Yeah, sometimes you play in a scenario like this against great hitters, and they're very aggressive with their swings, and of course he just freezes at that sinker. And he's just been entirely thrown for a loop here so far to start these first few innings, and he's being very efficient. Al Leiter's being very efficient on the mound and getting some quick strikeouts, and he looks very uncomfortable. And I think he just needs that one swing, that one confident swing to just stay in play and really get him going, just to give him a little bit of that confidence again.
Yeah, he definitely needs to get something going. A base hit or a base runner can be it, but as of right now, back-to-back Ks there. He has 6 strikeouts, Al Leiter, and you don't ever see this in these kinds of tournaments with the top players, right? They don't strike out that much. So he's very interesting. He seems like he's kind of all over the place as he gets the 2-out base hit with Ellie and brings the tying run now in Mike Trout. So, I mean, again, plenty of baseball left, but you need to get something going if you're Reb here, because you're down 2-1 in the series and 2-0 here in this game.
And you talked about him being on the ropes and trying to hit that finishing blow, and you got to give credit to Alex. He is just pounding the zone, pitch after pitch, not afraid to attack Rebel despite being a great hitter here. But this might be the adjustment we need. He gets 2 great swings on away sinkers in a row. Alex starting to stray away from just those inside cutters, and 2 straight great swings with Ellie and Mike Trout. And this might be the pressure that you need if you're Rebel. Get some great swings on away sinkers, and you have a chance here to do some damage. And a beautiful swing on a down in the way cutter, but a little too early. Great read from Alex on the mound, noticing that he was all over those sinkers coming in at about 95, and then goes to that cutter just about 4 miles an hour slower. And we talk about that momentum. Bounce back with a perfect swing on an away cutter. That's just a beauty to right field by Jimmy Fox.
Yeah, and I was about to say, like, hey, if you're Rebel, maybe after that inning you're feeling a little bit better. You put up a couple good swings. Maybe you started to see Leiter a little bit better, and then first pitch he throws, he gives up a perfect tank to Jimmy Fox. As Alex goes like, nope, you're not gonna you're not gonna get comfortable here, and I'm gonna keep swinging. So up 3 now as Carlos Santana, of course, makes a play down the line for out number 1. But yeah, it's a rough spot to be in if you're pitching Rebel right now.
Yeah, and that's why that clutch pitching really matters. Once you see a little bit of a rally coming into play for Rebel, you see a little bit of hope. That's going to be a good timing foul ball by Mookie Betts. That was going to take a second to pause and think over that one. You think about that little bit of momentum he had going his way, but he threw the right pitch at the right time. Now, story of the game for Rebel in his series versus Wilsey, whereas he was starting to fight back, he was throwing that right pitch at the right time, right as there was a little bit of momentum. He threw the right pitch, and that's what you got to really look at there. Rebel got it going, and then the second that he got it going, threw that right pitch, perfect cutter to get him to roll it over, and gets out of the inning, and then he just keeps going with that momentum, bounces back with the perfect homer, and another runner on here for Mookie Betts. And now you're keeping an eye out on Dustin May. How long do you keep him in here?
Yeah, and I think Rebel has had a lot of those double plays, right? The aggressiveness of Alex have sometimes worked against him because of those double plays, getting aggressive early in the count. But if you're Rebel right now, it's more about the offense, right? You have to make sure you put up some runs. Right now, his scoreless through 3, only 3 hits, and just look basically lost against Al Leiter. So obviously you want to get out of this without allowing any more runs, but it's more on the offensive side as well.
I was about to say, watch out. He went to that cutter in on the hands, got an early swing on that cutter, and it felt like that inside sinker after the cutters were inevitable, and he went to it there, and that was the pitch to hit for Alex, but just a tad early on it. And a beautiful read to go down in the way with the pitch there. You're going to get the out at first, but now you got some speed at second and Mookie Betts, and someone who's done some damage, Chuck Nasty here, with 2 outs here.
0-1.
I mean, I at this point, I feel like I expect a home run for Charlie Blackmon every single at bat, right? Like, I feel like that's what he's done. Every at bat he comes through with either a home run or an extra base hit, everything. You can tell Alex feels very comfortable with Charlie Blackmon at the plate, and there it is.
Oh, perfect on an inside cutter, and you could tell he was reading that inside cutter in on the hand, and Rebel just accidentally lands one on the black there, and that's what happens with Dustin May in those big pars, and Alex is just making him pay right now.
That wasn't my fault, was it?
No. I don't think you can even call that commentator jinx. No, I don't even think it's commentator jinx at this point. You could feel it in the game, and that first swing of that inside cutter, it almost felt like that was going to be the pitch to hit, and he got another one of those cutters. It was just on the black, and he was reading that perfectly. And you could tell Rebel probably just wanted that further in the hands and didn't want that to catch the black.
Yeah, and some people don't believe in momentums because they cannot see it, but you can sense that momentum has been on Alex's side the entirety of this game, right? So you can sense something like that coming. It was just only felt like only a matter of time, and because of obviously the momentum, but obviously how talented he is too, right? And how comfortable he's looked with Charlie Blackmon, and he made him pay. It's a 5-run deficit with a lot of baseball left, but that 5 runs feels like a lot more than 5.
And in any situations, it sometimes could be weird to tell and be like, hey, I think this guy was really on this pitch. They were really looking for this pitch. But you could just tell some of the swings when that player is early on like inside pitches and all over it with his PCI, they are very likely predicting that pitch. We're in a 3-2 count. And that backdoor cutter, good fight from Adley to stay alive here. And that's what you want to do, just stay alive, look for that mistake. Now you're in a 3-2 count again. Fastball right down the popsicle stick, hit high and deep to left field, but to the deepest part of the park.
Yeah,
man,
that's a tough one. And we talked about the 4-seam, how it worked with Outlighter with Reb against Alex, and that was a 4-seamer that he just missed. Right? Yeah. Barely missed it. And warning track shot there by Adley. We're just used to seeing Adley, those swings be home runs, right? Not this time. But this one from J-Ram.
That's what you want to do. When you get that pitch there, you want to pull it, especially straight away to left. And for Jose Ramirez, been another guy, it's a big swing. And might be the one to get him going, especially on a down and then cutter. And yeah, that was a fastball right down the middle. And a good swing from Rebel, but partially the stadium that you're at, and that type of swing, when you get those middle third of the plate pitches, while it may seem weird to feel like you want to be early, you sometimes want to, so you could generate more power and hit that really straight away to left field rather than the left center. And especially here at Shippey, you got a deep gap out there.
Yeah, and Reb has looked a lot better in the last couple innings compared to the first couple innings, right? So he had a couple base runners last inning. He had a home run just now. So maybe he's starting to figure something out against this Outlighter, but he's down 4. He needs some more base runners and more of those swings like the one with J-Ram.
Yep, and all the context matters here. You see that was a great, like early in the inning, he had a good with Adley on a fastball down the middle. This is hit high and deep to left center field again, but again, an away sinker, he just kind of pulls right into that deep gap. And again, this is where that stadium choice sometimes comes to bite you. Great swings that could leave in some parks, but here at Shippey, that's going to stay at the warning track. And again, if he just sat back, tried to hit that to right field, he might have had a better chance, but that is a great swing just on that pull side, and that's kind of what's been for Rebel. He's a little bit off of that timing. That's a diving play by Jose Ramirez. That's going to stay safe. A single.
Yeah, with that Carlos Santana swing, it might be a good swing for us, but for him, early side of good there, it just wasn't going to generate enough exit velocity to make it into a home run. He needed to be probably on the late side of good, and it might have been a home run towards right center field, at least off the wall there. But again, another example of just another much better swing than the ones he was putting up the first couple innings.
Yeah, you definitely look into that. And after that last inning, he has looked a little better. He's still struggling a little bit with those cutters on the hands, but even though he did not put out a crazy run output, some warning track power, you feel like he could be heating up. And at least you're getting up in that pitch count with Outlighter as well. And you only know you have so long with him. So now that he's starting to warm up and put up good swings, you You probably just gotta hope you can really extend without Leiter, because he's been getting the job done if you're Alex.
Yeah, and here if you're pitching Rebel, you're going to the lineup for the third time now. Even though his pitch decent, right? You got to have that bullpen ready just in case. You cannot allow any much more damage than this. You're already down 4. You're not swinging the bat well either, so you want to be able to stay within striking.
Ooh, that's a really difficult sinker to take. Just an inch below the zone, in on the hands, but a great take. Goes back to the cutter away and gets that very early swing, but just enough that high contact and vision with Acuna to foul it off. And this is the thing with Alex. He just fights in these at-bats. Even on these close pitches, he will just spit on some close pitches and another really difficult pitch to take, and he is just working this pitch count up. 3-2, inside sinker, middle in, and that's what you need to do to left center. A perfect. And that one's going to get over that gap out there. That's how much into it he got into that one. 105 miles an hour off the bat.
He just doesn't miss those, right? Like, it feels like he does not miss those sinkers inside. And Reb has been trying to avoid having to throw it, but at some point you have to use it, and it feels like it never works.
Yeah, the thing with Alex so far, look at that glove flip from Carlos Santana, by the way, to make it 2 outs. The thing with Alex is whenever he gets those sinkers and cutters in on the hands, and they're enough in the zone, he seems to really punish them so consistently. That is so difficult to do, not only to just keep and play all the time, but to hit it with perfect contact. You look at that cutter down and into Charlie Blackmon. Now that sinker middle in to Ronald Acuna. He's just all over those swings. And it's so tough to pitch to anyone if they're reading those well. And then he also will sit back on the cutter like this and slap it to the right center field gap. Jimmy Fox with a 2-out single here.
And like we mentioned earlier, right, in the pre-show, I mentioned that Alex is probably the best hitter. Him and Fuentes probably the best hitters out there, and he's shown us why, right? He can turn on the inside sinkers that are coming in at 98, 99, but he can also sit back on those sliders and cutters, maybe from 85 to 95. It does not matter. He doesn't have a weak spot in his offensive game.
Yeah, and now you get a reliever change. Jose Alvarado enters the game. Very sinker-cutter reliant pitcher, but went to go to that lefty-lefty matchup with Seager up to try to just not go same-handedness there, but urgent pinch hitter out of Alex. This is what he's been doing all day, all tournament. He's just gone to the bench so quick in these pinch hit scenarios, especially mid to late game. And now you bring up Marcus Semien, who has a really quick feeling swing to a lot of players against a really good sinker baller.
And Alex has shown that he feels comfortable lefty-lefty, but this tells me that he can smell it, right? He wants to go for that jiggler. He wants to go for that big swing. He knows that a 2-run home run here would be humongous. So that's why he probably went in Semien, because he's shown, again, Corey Seager earlier against Al Leiter went, 2 for 2 with a home run, a double, and there it is. Marcus Semien right on cue with a 2-run home run. He wanted to go for it. He went for it, and it worked out perfectly, now extending the lead to 7.
Oh, and that is exactly why you pinch hit for him right there. You make him go a little different. You've been very comfortable on those inside cutters on the hand, and you make him go back outside. He tries to get that early rollover with that backdoor cutter, and that's the thing with Alvarado. That cutter is a little quick, and that's just a beautiful swing with Marcus Semien. And yeah, like you said, Alex has to see the blood in the water here, an opportunity to just keep extending a lead, and all of the momentum is on his side right now, even when Rebels put some good swings in. This has got to be the inning if you're Rebel. You have to start finding it here, because as you see, Alex is on his game and getting closer and closer to a potential mercy rule.
Yeah, and I think at this point it's more about Alex and less than about Rebel, right? It's more about how impressive Alex has been, how impressive he is at the plate. And it's just, he's playing at a different level, right? Rebel was able to get that first loss against Alex, right, for him, but because he hasn't lost up until today. But it's so tough to beat him on back-to-back games. It's so tough to contain his bat. He just doesn't stop.
Yeah, this is the thing that's unreal too. While he's hit unreal and he's been very confident in his hitting ability, but you could tell he's just riding all this momentum with Al Leiter on the mound. You could tell Rebel's been off, and he's just been pitching aggressive all game, challenging him with up and in sinkers, cutters in the zone, and He hasn't been on them that much this game, and he's just kept going, not afraid to pitch to Rebel. He's confident in his hitting ability to establish a lead, but also confident on the mound. And I think that's what's throwing Rebel off, too. He's just getting so many strikes, sinkers and cutters over the plate that he's just a little off of. There's that high and in sinker again that he's just a little bit high on that PCI with, and very quickly, 2 outs, and again, just attacking the zone here with Al Leiter.
And it might be one of those things where Rebel had to spend so much energy in the first 2 games, right? Just to be 1-1, and then he got mercied. And as I was saying earlier, as Mike Trout gets a base hit there with a good swing, as I was saying earlier, it's going to be interesting to see how he bounces back from that mercy rule, right? It's one of those things where he can have a major impact, and it looks like it did. And you know, again, we're still in the 5th. But right now, it just feels like the entire momentum is in Alex's side.
Yeah, and a big thing for Rebel, too. He's put up some good swings this game, but just hasn't had that home run stroke. He's found a lot of swings to the gap, non-perfect perfects that are just hard liners to the outfield. And it's sometimes so minute, where we talked about Alex has been a perfect machine here lately. Rebel is squared up the ball, but not in the same level, and that could be the difference. And man, that sequence again, cutter in on the hands to get a very early swing and miss, and then back with that sinker in the zone, just not afraid to attack the zone, and again, just constantly aggressive pitching. And here you go, Javier Assad here in the top of the 6th, and Alex looking to keep that momentum as that is driven to right center field, and a little bit early, even though a perfect timing pulled that down and away sinker on the line, and that's going to be in range to Mike Trout.
Yeah, that's one like similar to the Carlos Santana one that we were talking about. Even though the result was perfect, we talked about Carlos Santana maybe having to. It would have been a better result if it would have gone to right center field and not on the pull side. Ellie went on the pull side. It's still tough, right? It still sucks. It still hurts. The fact that it's a perfect ended up being an out, but at least he has a 2-1 lead, a 2-1 lead in the series, 7-run lead in the game. So you can. It doesn't sting as much, maybe.
Yeah, and that's how this game goes sometimes. And I like what Alex Akil has been doing. He's just taking a second after the perfect out just to pause and reset and just not carry that energy into the next at bat, hopefully, because that's something that's very easy to do. You have a frustrating out, and it's tough to bounce back, and he's got a sinker in the zone again. Perfect fashion with Charlie Blackmon, and he has come up huge in the latter part of this game and series for Alex, and he's now 2 runs away from a 10-run lead in potential mercy territory.
This is what you were saying about how Rebel has had good swings in the last few innings, just not perfect swings, but Alex keeps having perfect swings, right? And that's where the runs are coming. Another hitting clinic that he's putting up. He's put up 9 runs on 12 hits. Here, we're still in the top of the 6th. Now that's going to be out number 2, but just an amazing hitting performance by Alex once again.
Sorry, my dog just barked and interrupted me. Clearly didn't like that. I said he was a little early on a perfect. Here we go in the top of the 6th here, and just missed that slider there. I mean, I will say, just Alex has been so consistent with the bats, and even like with his swings that have been just off, he has been all over every swing right now. And like, man, like I don't even know how you pitch with someone like this. Like, even just from watching these players, I don't even know if you can. You just kind of gotta maybe change up a pitcher and hope a different look just throws him off, because right now he's all over everything and every hitter, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, he's 2 runs away from putting himself in a mercy opportunity there. It won't happen this inning, but if you're Rep, again, you're running out of outs. Bottom of the 6th, it's getting late, and it's getting late very fast.
And there you go. He's still got a 9-1 lead here. Big to get out of that jam, but he just has to have that bounce back inning where he puts up a crooked number, get 2, 3, 4 runs just to try to keep up with Alex, because he's really proven he's not really stopping offensively. He just keeps peppering away 1, 2, 3 run innings, and now you're getting up in that pitch count with Al Leiter in the heart of the order here. An opportunity to do some damage, but a first pitch swing, ground ball right to the second baseman. And again, just right with that timing, right to the second baseman where he just didn't find that gap up the middle.
That's been also the story of the game, right? Where Rebel have been slightly off in the last 2 games, actually. Just missing some of the pitches when Alex has been hitting them perfect, right? Like you mentioned. So sometimes that's how it goes, right? It might be, and obviously Outlier is just dotting. Was that the 10th strikeout by Outlier? Ridiculous pitching performance here in a clinch game.
And yeah, and this is the thing, the timing could be so minute. I know I pointed out that example, that perfect in the previous inning, is this is going to go foul. There's so much particular swinging, and with that perfect example last inning, that's a down and away sinker, but he pulled it a little to center field. That's going to be another strikeout on an up and in sinker, and man, that sinker is doing wonders. And sometimes, it's even on a swing that you can get a perfect or something, there's a little bit of a window there where you may have wanted to be a little later on, just to try to find that right part of the field. And in the instance for Rebel here, he just hasn't found that right part of the field in these swings. It's been a little bit off and just honestly a little unlucky. He's hitting the ball right to those guys.
Yeah, that's a tough one, but at the same time, he's just not reading that sinker. The last two innings, we've seen Alex go to that sinker up and into righties, and he just hasn't been able to see it. He's been struggling with the cutters inside, so maybe that's what he's trying to avoid, but then he's getting frozen with that sinker. I mean, beautiful pitching by Alex as well.
He just doesn't seem afraid to throw anything. He got that strikeout in the previous at-bat on the up and in sinker, and sometimes when you're playing certain players, you count out that pitch after it gets an out or proves someone effective, but he went to it again in that 2-strike count, and I think Rebel just didn't expect it. Was maybe expecting him to go to the high 4-seam or cutter instead, and it just got him twice in a row. And it's been a theme of how Alex pitches. He's not afraid to throw anything. He'll throw the same pitch multiple times in a row and keep on challenging you. And with how these hitters play, they're not just reactionary to everything. They'll sometimes try to guess pitch and anticipate something coming in. He's just not afraid to keep going despite that.
Yep. And it does feel like at least Alex at the plate, he's basically see ball, hit ball. And that's why he's been so also efficient. As you see in the cutter outside, he can sit back. On the sinkers inside, he can turn on them. So, I mean, it's just an absolute clinic what he's put up, especially hitting-wise the entire series, but even pitching-wise as well the last couple games. Maybe he figures something out with Rebel after the first couple games as Carlos Santana makes another play at first for out number 3.
Yeah, and you look at the pitching approach, Rebel really going to those away cutters, especially in those righty at-bats, trying to maybe get an early swing, get him to maybe chase the zone. And one thing that Alex has done all game is just been really patient and read those real well. And that 2-strike count, he spit on a very close away cutter and then bounces back with another good swing on cutters that we saw. We saw a perfect with that Jimmy Fox early on away cutters. And Rebel can sometimes, I mean, not just Rebel, any of these guys can go that pitch sometimes with these absolute fastball junkies who can hit that velocity, try to get a rollover. But Alex does a great job of not making that a problem. And Rebel does start off with a perfect single to right center. And this might be his opportunity here to get something going against Al Leiter here.
Yeah, and he got Marte 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, but you need something. You need base runners. Take it one inning at a time, one pitch at a time. But if it's getting late, so he needs to score a few runs here, kind of stay in the ball game. Obviously, Ketel Marte now he got the who did he use a pinch hitter in the 9th spot and then top of the order. So,
yep. You probably look for a pinch hitter in that 9th spot potentially. Actually, no, he had the pinch hitter earlier on. I think he had he platooned Julio and then pinch hit with Jimmy Fox. That is a swinging bunt though, so not a double play at the very least. But again, just not a good swing on that backdoor cutter. And again, Alex is not afraid to throw it, but that's driven high and deep to left field. We have a play at the wall and it's gone. Jimmy Fox, and this just might be the momentum Rebel needs. A home run that he pulls to left, and now you're at that pitch count. You got Al Leiter out of the game, and this might be a turning point for pitching Rebel. He's been out of it in a lot of this game, but a couple confident swings that inning, pulls a home run straight away left for Jimmy Fox, and now you bring up top of the order, and that is driven high and deep to right field. Is that one gonna carry? It's off the wall. 99 speed is running in a weird hop off the wall. He's gonna send him home. The play at the plate with a perfect throw. He's in there. Inside the park home run to bounce back after getting him out of this game. And here we go. He might just get the switch flicked now after getting Outlighter out of this game. He's now just down 5.
I mean, and that was a great swing by Ellie, right? You just don't expect an inside the park home run, but 99 speed. He's happy that Outlighter is out of the game.
2 strikes.
Now he's got to keep putting the pressure. Got to try to cut the lead. Now he's down to 5. You're the home team. You're going to have multiple opportunities still to come, but you got to keep going. You got to keep going because you got to take advantage of Outlighter not being in the game right now.
Oh, but that sinker gets him a little bit behind. Rebel just been striking out a little bit here. And this game here just hasn't really been comfortable with that timing. A little bit behind that sinker, but he's going to keep on getting the right matchup here. In comes Ken Griffey Jr., someone he has loved so far, and now versus that right-handed pitcher. And this is the thing with how that inning goes. He gets Outlighter out of the game. You could feel the momentum and then bounce back with a big strikeout. But here we go. A great swing to keep this moving forward. You're getting towards that heart of the order with all those switch hitters, and this could be another opportunity here for Rebel.
He definitely needs more than the 3 that he's gotten already. But he has Atlee, who's been hot for him the entire series. 0 for 3 today, so like some people would say he's due. But 2 outs, maybe he can get that 2-out rally going.
Oh, but that up and in sinker against the opposite-handed hitters has just been a crazy pitch for Alex so far. And he goes back to the cutter right after. He's going to fight it off, but still Rebel fighting down 0-2. Not comfortable in this at bat with Adley Rutschman. Here comes the pitch. He goes down and in slider. A good take. 1-2 count here. He's going to that cutter again. He gets the late swing this time. Beautiful pitch. And even though you sense that momentum after that L.E. De La Cruz inside the Parker, yeah, as Roflo would say, we are still behind 5 here for Rebel, and this is where you bounce back or want to if you're Alex. Try to get some things going your way again. Rebel is heating up the bats, and you never know when that big inning comes in. This is somewhat reminiscent of what we saw yesterday, Kreiner versus Wilsey, or not yesterday, the other day, where Kreiner was down, struggling in most of the game here at Ship It, and in that 9th inning would turn up to put up a 7-run 9th inning to walk it off. So Rebel just might find some late game life here, and you got to make sure you keep going here.
Yeah, and he can do it, right? He has the experience. He's done it before. We saw him locked in the first few games. It's going to be interesting to see if he's going to be able to do it, but at the same time, he's going to have to pitch. He cannot allow Alex to put up any more runs. 5-run deficit is more than enough because you're already in the 8th.
Yeah, you definitely want to get these next 2 batters out. Charlie Blackmon looming, who has done a lot of damage in that 9 spot. But you, of course, got to go through Mookie Betts and Ellie De La Cruz. So in comes Adam Ottavino, someone that got the job done early on in the series. But last game, definitely got rocked a little bit after Alex made some adjustments. But you're going to go to him to try to get these 2 outs and hopefully keep Charlie Blackmon from stepping in that batter's box.
Yeah, Adam Ottavino has been kind of hot and cold, right? And I think that part is because of that control. Like his par is usually extremely big, but he does have the pitch repertoire that you need. As Mookie hits a beautiful cutter. Man. Oh my God, he goes with it for a 1-out double. He's just been doing that with Mookie. He's just pitching away to the shift and gets those cutters on the black, even in crucial pitches in the at-bat. He's just been poking it down the line over and over again. That's a great hit. And you got Ellie De La Cruz up now with max splits versus righties. That's driven to deep right center field, though. Does it have the launch angle? It does not. But that's going to get that runner over to third, of course, for Mr. Chuck Nasty coming up to the dish here. Oh, boy. And this is a big at-bat, right? 3 for 3, 2 home runs in this game. He had a walk-off home run in Game 3 to end it via the mercy rule. So he's been on fire. 4 for 4. His last 4 at-bats with 3 of them being home run.
Yeah.
So,
and here's the thing with Chuck Nasty. He's been all over all parts of the zone. He poked a single to left field over to shift on the down and away cutter, I believe. And there's a down and away sinker. Still smacked just right to center field. And yeah, you got to take a moment to just scroll through your menus. Let something out there because you really want to end this series. And a couple good swings there to end that inning. But you still are holding on to a 5-run lead. And that's a pitch that worked. I didn't know what was going to work because he has 2 great swings on down and in cutters and sinkers. And then had a great single to the left side over the outfield to beat the shift before. So now you get out of it and you still have a 5-run lead, but Rebels starting to heat up, and got to be very careful with Javier Sada, and now that he extended that starter late into the game here, he does have all of his bullpen at play, and I'm really keeping an eye out on Camilo Doval, someone Rebel who is struggling against. You're definitely waiting for the right time to bring out Doval, but that going to be an early swing on an away, forcing to be a first out.
Yeah, we've seen Reb struggle with the high up in the zone sinkers going back to last game with Dustin May. Outlighter dominated using the high sinkers as well. We saw in the previous inning Javier Assad got him looking as well with that sinker up as well. So that's the pitch that Alex has gone to kind of slow down the bats for Reb. If you're Reb, you need a couple runs. That will not help. That's 107 off the bat. That one stings because you need to put up a couple runs to be within striking distance for that last inning. So that one, even though it's a good swing, this one wasn't as good of a swing, but you still get a base hit, and it's just how it goes sometimes, right? But again, 2 outs. He's hoping to start a 2-out rally here and get a couple runs across to cut the deficit.
Yeah, big at bat here. A couple aggressive swings in the last couple of bats. Unfortunate line out previously, but bounces back with a single by Austin Riley. But here you go with Ketel Marte, and that's going to be a check swing call against him here late game. Now behind 0-2. And now you try to see how aggressive Rebel is. There's a cutter in on the hands. It's high and deep, but to the warning track. Again, just in on the hands enough, and just not enough launch angle or not enough down the line to get over that right field wall, but got him to chase enough. But here we go again with Alex. He gets that close out to end the inning and then instantly bounces back with a first pitch perfect in the next half. And it's how you want to get it going. You get 99 speed on the base paths, getting towards the 2, 3, 4 part of your order here. And that's driven to left center. Is that one going to keep flying? We have a play in the corner of the outfield, but again, stays in the park. Both of these players are just scolding the ball just right to every fielder. They can't get anything over the wall over these last couple innings. Alex needs to take a second to breathe. Rebel probably needed a second to breathe. It's just been hard hit line out city out here. Are we back in MLB Show 19 right now?
Ship it is saying, nope, not today. You've already put up a lot of runs in game 2, and now in game 1, we're done. We're done.
Yeah, this is what we talk about with the stadium choice. You go back to ship it, and this is partially what you sign up for. You reduce that run total by those swings all staying in the field, and it's impacted both of them. A lot of them having that warning track power, and the difference with the ship it is it can be a very hitter-friendly park, but you got to really get into it, or you got to really have that right launch angle to elevate the ball out of here. So it's a lot of hard line drive, deep flyouts here this game that these players have just missed.
It just feels like this is the only stadium that you can hold Alex to under 20 runs, right? And that's probably why Rebel brought him here. And he is under 20 runs, but at the same time, he's only been able to put up 4 after 8 innings.
3-2 pitch here to Ronald Acuna. He's going to go to the away four seam, and that's where that double play shift hurts you. Those infielders shade a little bit up the middle, and not even diving Ellie De La Cruz can get to that one. And now you've got 2 runners on, and Alex is looking to cook here in the top of the 9th.
Looking for some insurance runs here. We got Adley Rutschman, he's had so many big moments throughout the entire tournament as Rebel goes to Kenley Jansen here, but he's 0 for 4 this game. 99-mile-an-hour four-seam there. He's going to be fouled off, but big spot here for Adley to basically put this game away.
Beautiful cutter in on the hands from Kenley. That's going to be an infield fly. Potentially 1 out from getting out of the situation, and Rebel will have the opportunity potentially as the home team to somewhat be within reach with a good rally. And here we go. Is he going to take out Jimmy Fox? No, he actually likes the righty-righty match where Jimmy Fox gets that middle-end sinker. But Ellie De La Cruz does what Ellie De La Cruz does. And this is the thing that's so frustrating, where you're struggling to hit the ball out. You try some small ball type action, just hoping some grounders get through the infield. And you just have that unstoppable force of Ellie De La Cruz to get through it short, and with how we see, that just doesn't really happen all the time. And here you go. 9-4 game. Pitching Rebel down to his last 3 outs here, potentially in this series. Looking to score 5 to at least tie here in Ship It Stadium.
Does he have some magic left if he chops one there to second baseman? That's going to be out number 1. And he's, again, running out of outs. 2 to go. Alex 2 outs away from advancing to the finals and securing a an extra $5,000.
Ball 1.
Yeah, and these slower cutter guys, or the slower cutter sinker guys, been getting the job done. Al Leiter to start most of this game. Javier Sada has gotten a couple great innings here these last few, and again, a cutter that Rebel is just on top of the ground over to first. Inside cutter in on the hands a little late, and just a little off on a couple swings to start this inning, and just like that, pitching Rebel is down to his final out, none other than Mike Trout.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. He started off hot with scoring a lot of runs in game 1 and 2, and he just feels like he just ran out of gas. He's going to hit that one to the warning track.
Another warning track fly out to end it. That was the theme of the game for both sides, but Alex did enough offensively to get the job done. GG's to both of our players. Shout out the pitching Rebel, because he really did battle to the end. And like we talked about with Alex Cakill, he has been an offensive powerhouse this entire way. And even against some of the best, he's proven to stay that way.
Yeah, I mean, he put up a good performance. He put up a good fight, especially the first couple games. Feels like maybe he ran out of gas there, but he showed that he still should be in the conversation amongst being one of the best players in the world as he finishes here, in the semifinals, third or fourth, obviously. But it was just too much Alex, right? It's not. Yeah. It was just too much Alex offensively. You just cannot get this guy out. You cannot contain him for longer than 2 innings. It feels almost impossible.
Absolutely. It's just a great offensive showing. And here's the thing, even though it's a different stadium, not a very hitter-friendly park, in these scenarios, the best hitters still find a way to win because they are persistent no matter what stadium they're at. And you can just tell, Rebel had some swings he just missed. Honestly, a lot of great swings, but Alex also had a lot of great swings that were hard hit outs right to the warning track. And the difference is who just had more good swings, and Alex got to that great start and just almost ran away with that game.
Yeah, I mean, I think a big part of the series was that game 1 where it felt like Rebel could have won or should have won, ended up losing, and instead of up 1-0 in the series, he was down 1-0. He did win game 2, obviously, to tie it up, but it's not the same tied at 1 than 2, right? And then obviously that mercy rule, it felt like it just took everything away from Rebel there. It was tough to bounce back from it, and he only put up 5 in that last 2 games, and that's just not going to cut it against somebody like Alex.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a battle all the way, even though there were a couple rough offensive showings for Rebel to end it, but it all started in that pivotal game 3. After a battle for Alex's first loss the entire way, Rebel managed to just not get it going that second half, and Alex saw an opportunity, ran away those last 2 games, and that's the thing with these tournaments. When you're playing a lot of games, playing a lot of long series like Rebel did last night, it's tough to stay consistently hitting game after game. And no matter what the circumstance, Alex just kept doing it, and that's what's gotten him all the way to this point.
And that's the difference, right? It felt like Rebel wasn't able to keep putting up runs, and Alex was able to keep putting up runs. And that was the difference in that series. Another amazing offensive performance by Alex, right? He obviously got his first loss of the entire tournament today, but he advances with the 3-1 series win over Rebel and advances to the finals. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. He's going to be a very tough out, obviously. He's shown it throughout the entire tournament, and he's definitely somebody that can win it all, of course.
Absolutely. GG's to both Alex and Rebel. They both put on a great series there. And as we saw with a lot of content on those teams, if you want to build your own teams in Diamond Dynasty, you can get yourself some new content, whether it's this Diamond Duo with Luis Gonzalez and the newer one that we got yesterday with Harmon Killebrew and Mark Pryor. These cards are a good opportunity to build some depth to your team, give some options to try, and a great way to start getting going in Diamond Dynasty.
Yeah, that content from yesterday was big, right? We see some Kenley Jansen. We've seen some of the new cards as well added to the lineups. I'm curious to see if the next series if they're going to be able to add some of the new ones as well.
And Topps Now is always good to keep up with. This September bunch gave you a good theme team for that Cubs team, but still you could get great cards here in Topps Now in the rest of the month, and a great group of content to grind in Diamond Dynasty if you're looking to build your team or build the team that way that you want to. And again, we're talking about content and all the players we've gotten along the way here. That team building, as we've seen in this tournament, has been huge. So congrats to Alex Cakill, though, picking up that big series win. GG's to Rebel, who also battled all the way, someone who's been here before and has definitely still done a great job just to get to the top 4. And we will be hopping into our next game here very shortly between Kreiner and Fuentes. Another crazy series in store that you guys will be able to hang out with Yayo and Seabrev here very shortly with to watch the rest of the way. And I'll tell you what, I am excited to see how that goes.
Yeah, that's going to be a big one. That's going to be a big one. I'm going to be going over those games with Seabrev. Of course, he's one of the smartest players, right? He's known for how much his knowledge for the game itself, and he's played these players as well, right? So he knows a little bit more about them. Kreiner, looking to be a 3-time champ. That will be the first against Fuentes, who was just crushing baseballs, right, in that bottom bracket. So it's going to be another electric series. Expect a lot of runs.
Absolutely. And we appreciate you all watching us through this first half. We still have another crazy series to go, and we're going to take a little bit of a break. It was fun being here myself. You guys will have Seabrev and Yayo the rest of the way home, and I appreciate you all hanging out, watching this incredible tournament, and we're only halfway through with a lot of great games left, and you will see the rest of the crew back here in just a couple of minutes.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to the MLB The Show 23 Championship Series. Today is the semifinals. We've already played one of the two series. I'm C-Rev. I'm joined here with my good friend Yayo, who was able to call those first games in that first series. What did you think of the outcome between Alex Kikil and pitching Rebel?
Yeah, no, I thought it was going to be a battle. I was expecting a good 4 or 5 games. We got 4 games, but the last 2 were kind of one-sided. So that was a little bit of a surprising one. It just felt like Rebel just ran out of gas there at the end. Ran into Outlighter, which is giving him trouble all tournament. But Alex just doing what Alex has been doing all tournament long. So he advances to the finals. He secures an extra $5,000.
Yeah, $10,000 in the pocket of Alex Kikil, but also $5,000 for Rebel in a great tournament run so far. The veteran putting on a good show throughout the tournament so far. Had a really good run and lost to Kreiner and Kikil. Those were only series losses he had so far in this tournament. So really good run from him. Up next, we've got Kreiner versus Fuentes. A couple of different storylines between these two players. Kreiner has coasted through the upper bracket, hasn't dropped a series yet, whereas Fuentes was in the lower bracket right away in day one. You can see Kreiner in his profile here, the 2-time defending champ, going for the three-peat. His favorite cards, Mike Trout and John Donaldson, of course, the 30 for 30, 30-30 Mike Trout, one of the most popular cards, and looks like a durability team here. What are you seeing, Yayo?
I mean, just a God squad, right? Like it feels like the durability team is the God squad. We see a Bellinger there that we saw Reb use as well. Marcus Semien, who came in clutch for Alex as well. But Kreiner is just a top player, right? We know what he's capable of. It's gonna be a tough battle between him and Fuentes.
Yeah, an interesting bench construction there. 3 righties and 1 lefty. You know, starting the game with Cal Ripken, who's going to get pinch hit for inevitably. Interesting. You typically see more balance, 2 righties, 2 lefties there, but probably has some matchups you want to play, and based on his lineup too, probably prefers to hit with righties. So interested to see the storylines as we dive into this series. It's going to be a good one. Fuentes so far has done nothing but hit in this tournament. As you see his favorite cards too, the 30-30 Club Mike Trout, and also Bryce Harper, probably referencing the 99 Kaiju one, or Bryce Harper just his favorite player. And you see a pretty similar team build here. No Jimmy Fox though, opting for Justin Morneau instead, who had a huge grand slam for him yesterday.
Yeah, and we know what he's capable of offensively, right? It's very similar teams, same captain boost. You see Jackie there at the bottom. I know he had some good swings as well with him, some big moments. But interesting, that Justin Morneau as well is somebody that you don't really see a whole lot, but against righties, which you know you're going to see some righties, is basically maxed out, right? So big advantage for him at first base over there.
You're right. You don't see Justin Morneau a lot, but really all that card is missing is contact, and that's the boost you get with Cal Ripken. So ends up making him almost a maxed out hitter, and he had some huge at-bats for Fuentes yesterday, like we said. It was tied 12-12 in the 7th inning of a decisive Game 2, and he hits a grand slam to take the lead and kind of run away with it, take the series there. Kreiner, on the other hand, like we talked about, kind of ran through the upper bracket, hasn't faced much challenge yet, similar to Alex Kikil on the other side. What are you expecting from Kreiner today, as he hasn't faced much adversity so far in this tournament?
Yeah, the only game he lost was to Rebel. That was a Game 3. It went to 3 games. It was decided in the last few innings. Kreiner is somebody that has a lot of experience, obviously a lot of talent as well. He's been here before. He knows how to handle that pressure. And it's just a tough out, right? Like, he's just somebody that just keeps coming at you. And this is going to be, I expect a lot of back and forth, right? Like, back and forth games between both of them, because just offensively, they're just so good, both of them. So I'm curious to see how this is going to play out.
And Fuentes has been winning a lot of games with his offense. Personally, I'm interested to see who he goes with for his starting pitcher in game number 1. We didn't see the pitchers for either player there, just the lineups. But in the last couple of series, Fuentes has started game 1 with John Donaldson, and he's been hit around right away, and it's led to Fuentes having to put up a lot of runs himself, which he's good at. So I wonder if we see any adjustments as we get going here into game number 1, and it looks like Fuentes is rocking, or this is Fuentes hitting, Kreiner pitching, and it's Roy Halladay on the bump. Not a surprise there.
No, I feel like this is the pitcher that we've seen as Mookie. He's a perfect there with Fuentes to lead off the game with a lead-off double. But Roy Halladay has been the go-to pitcher for a lot of these guys, right? He's just the guy that they feel comfortable with. But at the same time, they're just so good that it doesn't matter who they're using, right? It feels like, I mean, prime example right there. Perfect for Mookie.
Yeah, you really just go with the starting pitcher that you feel can get you the most outs. You know, when you're playing this level of competition, you're going to be giving up a lot of runs. So I think that's one of the reasons why sinker cutter is so popular. Not only does it generate weak contact a lot, but a lot easier to locate those pitches than some of the other ones in the game. And you're right, we've seen Roy Halladay a lot so far. Fuentes with a perfect double to start the game, though, and doesn't look like he's lost any steam so far from yesterday. Really won a lot of his games with his offense and his hitting.
Yeah, he's just one of the best pure hitters in the game. We're going to ship it. Obviously, this has been Kreiner home stadium, which we saw might have had a little bit of an effect in the previous series as Mike Trout gets a base hit to right field. The runner will hold at third. So now running the corners, one out. Fuentes just immediately putting some pressure on Kreiner as Ron Acuña steps in.
And we haven't seen a ton of stealing from any players here. A lot of hit and run and 3-2 counts, but you do have Roy Halladay here and 99 speed, 99 steal at first base. So these comp players typically don't like to steal because they feel like every swing could be a home run and they don't want to give up outs in that way. But working a 3-0 count here with Justin Morneau looming, who, like we said, already has a grand slam just last series for Fuentes.
Yeah, 3-1 count as well. Do you think sometimes with this stolen bases and not being as aggressive, obviously you have Adley Rutschman there, right, with the best defensive catcher as well in the game, so maybe that has an effect as he goes, as we talk, and that is going to not get through, but the runner will score. Ellie did stop that, but it's still an infield hit, and Fuentes here takes an early 1-0 lead, and the aforementioned Justin Morneau up.
Yeah, Fuentes has really been the only person in this tournament using this Justin Morneau card, but like we talked about, just a perfect card to slot in your durability team, and the boosts help him immensely. And to your point what you were talking about with the catchers, yeah, everybody's running Adley, and Adley has great defensive stats, so that's definitely a factor too. You never know what kind of jump you're going to get when you're trying to steal in this game as well. Sometimes they hesitate a little bit. I just think these guys are so confident in their hitting always that they just don't want to run into outs usually. But a good hit and run there, last at bat, and even if Ellie came up with that ball, it was going to be a tough play at first base.
Yeah, and if you're Fuentes here, you have one run across the board already. You got two runners on it. Justin Morneau as he goes down looking on that sinker low and in.
Beautiful pitch.
I mean, amazing. And that's why you have Roy Halladay there, right? With that sinker cutter, easier to tunnel those pitches there as well. But he's not out of it yet. Kreiner is, as now he will be. Ellie makes the play there to first, but not before Fuentes scores one. Let's see how Kreiner is feeling today.
Pretty good inning for Fuentes, honestly. But, you know, the one run did come on weak contact, so Kreiner's got to be pretty happy about that, too. And what is there to say about Kreiner making another deep run in one of these tournaments? Going for the three-peat. He's won a tournament each of the last 2 years. And this is what I was referencing in the opener. Fuentes sticking with John Donaldson for game number one.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, you know, all these top players, they saw John Donaldson for so long, right? Basically every ranked sees his game because he was coming out of the pen and energy, the energy bucket, everything. That right now, I don't feel he has that same effect as he once had, right? But at the same time, it feels like he's still a top 5 player, especially on Legend. You kind of have to have him in the rotation maybe that's what he feels like, and he's like, well, I'll just throw him out there in game one. You got to remember also that they have 5 starters. Mike Trout hits a perfect bomb, and Kreiner like, just like that, tied ball game, and that ball was destroyed. But he's getting that, you have 5 starters, and you cannot repeat any of the starters. So this is the first and last time we're going to see John Donaldson, at least for Fuentes, here on the bump.
That's true, and that's a change from our last series throughout the tournament so far, as Kreiner looks like he's going to go back-to-back to start this game. And Belly has had huge home runs this tournament for Kreiner, especially left-on-left in a 14-0 Tappy game in round 1. He had a left-on-left grand slam with Bellinger, too. And already we're getting a pause from Fuentes And I mentioned it earlier, Fuentes has thrown Donaldson game 1 every series, and Donaldson has gotten hit around every series. I think you're a little bit right. You know, Donaldson, back in the dark days of ranked, was playing basically every game. So these players have seen them a ton.
Yeah, and Kreiner, obviously you can tell immediately that he feels comfortable facing John Donaldson. He had back-to-back home runs, and that's a hard grounder to third. That's going to be out number 1 here for Fuentes. But at this point, if you're Fuentes, you know what you can do offensively, right? You basically want to get at least 4 innings out of John Donaldson. Even if you give up 6 or 7, you know you're going to be able to put up 6 or 7 as well.
Yep, and he's won every game with his offense so far. I'm seeing a lot. Oh my goodness. Kreiner with 3 straight home runs to take a 3-1 lead. That one was Adley Rutschman. We've seen a ton of them in this tournament. And Kreiner with the extremely righty-heavy lineup earlier that we saw too. Just an advantageous at bat a lot here early against John Donaldson.
I mean, an impressive start, but what else is expected from Kreiner, right? We've seen him show up time and time again in the big moments, and this is a big moment. Semifinals, game 1, you give up 1 in the first, you come back and immediately have 3 solo bombs, take a 2-run lead as he grounds that one to short for out number 2. But it's just impressive to watch the hitting performances that both of these guys play. But here, Kreiner in the first inning just off to an amazing start as well.
Yeah, and Fuentes throwing a lot of sinkers early, trying to sit in the middle between that 4-seam and his other pitches. And Kreiner hasn't missed the mistakes. He's thrown a lot of sinkers, presumably aiming for the corner. But John Donaldson with those big pars on Legend has left a lot of them middle low, and Kreiner was able to punish 3 in a row. But you know what? You're Fuentes, you give up 3 solo shots, but you get a chance to answer here now too.
Yeah, and he had a very good inning in the first. Fuentes did himself as Adley smokes one to right center field, and he gets 1 run right back just like that. And this is what we were saying, right? This is what we expect. Just an offensive performance that is going to be, it might be one of those series that we will talk about years from now, right? It's going to be one of those. You remember that semifinals between Kreiner and Fuentes?
Right.
This has all of that and then some as he grounds one at first. Jimmy Fox makes the play there for out number 1. But it's just very impressive what they both can do, obviously, at the plate.
Ball, that's in
Yeah, and Fuentes is one of the only left of our top 4 that actually entered the lower bracket in the first day of the tournament. Obviously, Kreiner and Gakil staying in the upper bracket into the Final 4. Rebel and Fuentes are lower bracket Final 4 participants, but Fuentes had to go on a run yesterday. He couldn't drop a single series all day, and he didn't.
And that just tells you how good it is, because the opponents he was facing, they were top players as well, you know. So it was tough matchups. But yeah, I think offensively he can just hit with the best of them, and that's why he's always in the games.
Yeah, he's put on one of the most impressive offensive performances. You said in the opener you thought him and Gakil have been the best hitters of the tournament so far, and so far one of the 2 has made it to the finals.
Yeah, they're just very consistent, right? So that will do it for Fuentes there in the second. He did get 1 run back, but not too bad. Roy Halladay already 30-plus pitches. He got 2 runs across. So you're still feeling pretty good if you're Fuentes as well. You got to pitch, though, with John Donaldson.
Yeah, I mean, you've scored both first innings, only 1 run each, but it could be worse for sure. And you're right, now you got to figure it out on the mound with this John Donaldson. And again, throwing so many sinkers. This is just a single, though. Bit of a lucky bounce there for Fuentes. Good fielding in left field by Jose Ramirez.
Yeah, I know in the qualifiers I was calling the games with Roflo. I mentioned the name Trevor Story so many times, and that's the first time I've mentioned it today, but there he goes with a single. Just a very good card as well offensively there. As J-Ram, he just got under it. Kreiner did lazy fly ball to center field for out number 1.
What do you think about all these sinkers that Fuentes is throwing? I mean, it's been almost every single pitch. You think about John Donaldson with the outlier slider, the outlier fastball. He's been sinker basically all game so far.
And I wonder if he's just trying to get in Kreiner's head as far as, like, Kreiner knows that John Donaldson's best pitches are the fastball and the slider. So maybe he's thinking, well, if I throw more of the sinkers, he can throw him off. It hasn't really been working a whole lot, though. So I wonder how much longer he can do. The thing with the sinker, as Marcus Semien hits a perfect deep to left center field. That would be a 2-run home run as Kreiner extend the lead to 3 now, 5-2. Fourth home run of the game for Kreiner. And that's exactly what I was going to say with you mentioning the par size of the sinker. As Mike Trout, he goes back-to-back, perfect. Second home run of the game for Mike Trout. 6-2 lead now for Kreiner. And I don't think Kreiner wants me to say what I want to say, but the par is bigger with the sinker. And with Kreiner, you just can't throw, like, if you catch too much of the plate, he's going to make you pay, right? And he's showing that, obviously, and that's what happens with the sinker, right? Where the par is bigger, so you got to be maybe a little bit more aggressive to make sure it's a competitive pitch as well. So, yeah, I wonder how much longer he's going to go with that sinker, and maybe he starts throwing a little bit more of that fastball and slider, which is what John Donaldson is known for.
Yeah, it does look like he's mixing it up a bit now. That was a forkball, and maybe one of the reasons he's throwing so many sinkers is because the first time he threw that outlier slider, Kreiner took him to left center about 450 feet. So, so tough to pitch to Kreiner, and he doesn't look like he's showing any rust after some time off.
Yeah, you can tell that Kreiner is locked in right now, and you can tell by sometimes the takes that they take, right? 103 just off the plate. He took that, another sinker that he takes, making it a full count now here with 2 outs and Acuna.
And just underneath that one. Good four seam.
Good inning, though, by Kreiner. Good inning. He bounced back. Again, Fuentes has put up 1 each of the first 2 innings, and Kreiner has put up 3 each of the first 2 innings. That's where the difference is as of right now.
And we talked about a lot in the last couple days, you know, trailing as the away team puts you in kind of a bind because your opponent can close you out with an unanswered mercy rule really at any point. So Fuentes, as the away team and down here early, going to need to get the bats going a little bit. And immediately a backdoor cutter from Roy Halladay, and it's rolled over for a 1-pitch out.
Yeah, and especially when you're facing Kreiner, you know how good he is offensively. Him being the home team, you want to go into the bottom of the 9th up by 3+ runs, right? Because he showed the other day as Mike Trout, he's a deep fly ball to center field that would be just shy of the warning track. Out number 2 here for Kreiner, but he showed what he's capable of, especially late in the games, right? He had a massive comeback in the 9th to win via the walk-off, and then the next game he just remained hot, put up like 7 in the first 2 innings. So not only do you have to take a lead, but it can't be just 1 run. 1-2 runs is just not enough against a guy like this.
Well, Fuentes has had the offense so far in the tournament to keep pace with Kreiner, but so far not so much. Bit of a slow start, but he has scored in bunches, and he's done a lot of his damage with 2 outs in this tournament. As we see, a 1-2 pitch from Halladay is a low and in sinker, perfectly placed, but a good foul ball. And we'll see if he goes back to the cutter here in another 1-2 pitch.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
He threw it high. He's trying to get him to chase there. Some good sequencing by both players here, and really just the story's been so far just Kreiner with a bunch of perfect home runs.
Yeah, and you see Kreiner trying to change the eye levels and whatnot. Fuentes working the count now to full here. And he knows he has to keep scoring to be able to keep up with Kreiner. And that was just one of those pitches that you don't expect, right? An up and in splitter, and that's why Fuentes was late and under it for a lazy fly ball to right field. And first time going scoreless in an inning for Fuentes. So dangerous spot here because of the way that Kreiner has been hitting the ball, right? He's up 4 already.
Absolutely.
We're here in the 3rd. John Donaldson, 35 pitches. It's not even that many pitches, but it just feels that every pitch that he's throwing is getting hit hard.
Yeah, and that 0 spot is big as the away team, like we talked about. And he's immediately going to take Donaldson out because he really needs to get a shutdown inning himself here. A 1-pitch out for Kreiner as well. You know, you get a new reliever coming in the game and a completely different pitch repertoire than John Donaldson. Mariano Rivera with that over-the-top release and the cutter sinker. So it's a spot where I'd traditionally like to take a pitch, but that's why I'm not in this Final Four.
Don't be so humble. Don't be so humble. You can play with the best of them. But it's funny because this Mariano Rivera is somebody that we've seen be very successful throughout the entire tournament. A lot of players have been using him. He had some very good moments as well. But that's the first out he goes to here in the 3rd. So he's shown that he's not afraid to go to the bullpen. Obviously, you cannot use any starters out of the pen, but you definitely need to try to slow Kreiner down as he just got under that changeup.
Might see a tag up from first here. Good play by Kreiner. He might be out still. And he's in there safely. I saw him send the runner back right away. Sorry to cut you off, Yayo.
Yeah, no, you're
But
good.
it seemed like Kreiner could tell right off the bat there, too, that that one was staying in and actually sent the runner back. So he gets the runner into scoring position with 2 outs with a heads-up play there.
Yeah, and I think, you know, obviously that can be a big play, especially if he's able to bring him home here. And that comes with experience, right? He knew that it was going to be a deep fly ball. He kind of knew that it might be one of those play at the walls and he can have kind of like a slower animation. And 72 speed was going to be fast enough to be able to attack from first.
And Fuentes hitting the cutoff man instead of throwing straight to second base as well. It would have been a deep throw, and that's just a great walk. Might have buckled him with the front door cutter there, but couldn't catch the corner. And here's Jose Ramirez, who's done damage all tournament for everybody.
I mean, it's crazy, and Kreiner has him hitting 8th. This is a big spot already here in the 3rd. 4-run lead. We've seen 2 out rallies, 2 runners on, and we've seen what J-Ram, like you mentioned, J-Ram, we've seen what he's capable of, right? He's one of those cars that is just so uncomfortable to pitch because of the smaller strike zone. And as a hitter, you feel so comfortable with him because of that.
Here's the 2-2 pitch from Rivera. He stayed outside all 5 pitches of that at bat. We've seen all tournament with these power cutters getting thrown inside the lefties. A 4-seamer away, and Kreiner's going to stretch the lead to 9-2. Just getting under that pitch, hitting it the opposite way, and hitting it just a little bit farther than he did in that last at bat. What a statement from Kreiner here to come out and put up 9 already.
I mean, and bringing Mariano Rivera, so it doesn't matter if it was John Donaldson, if it was Rivera, it doesn't matter what pitcher. Kreiner is hitting all of them right now. Statement beginning of this game as he goes down looking on that cutter. Good pitch there. I think that's the same pitch he tried to do it with the previous hitter. But another beginning, another 3 runs, and he's literally averaging 3 runs an inning. That's very tough to beat.
Yeah, Fuentes put up 1 in his first 2. Kreiner put up 3 in his first 2. And then Fuentes 0, Kreiner 3, and all of a sudden it's a 7-run game as we see a pitcher wall on a perfect. Luckily, he's still going to get the single there. And if it actually would have gone through the pitcher, the shift was on, would have been an out. So, you know, Fuentes is happy about that one.
Yeah, he knows he almost one of those things where you kind of deserve to have the runner because it was a perfect. So you're kind of glad. That's one of the rare instances where that pitching wall helps the hitter instead of going against it. So you take that. You take the runner however you can. And now
usually the pitcher wall has you raging as the hitter, but not this case.
Yeah, almost there. He bounced to the third baseman, but not hard enough as to take a fastball. And that's something that's always a key pitch that I always think about when looking at sinker cutter guys. That 4-seam, they don't really use it a whole lot. As we look at the replay here, Austin Riley perfect, and it hits Roy Halladay in the midsection. It bounced to the third base. 79 speed was fast enough. You know? Oh yeah, coach was suffering in that one. He was suffering on that one.
Looks like we got a double play there as we cut back from that replay. Couldn't tell if it was on the ground because it looked like somebody was diving back into first base, but regardless, Fuentes only 2 runs through the first 4 innings here, and Kreiner only needs 3 to end game 1 very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, and it's something that maybe we didn't expect, but at the same time, they're so good that 1 or 2 innings can make it into a mercy rule, right? Here we see Fuentes not using pinpoint as Kreiner. He's a deep fly ball to right field. Just got under that one with Mike Trout, who had already 2 home runs in this game. But that's something that we obviously we've seen it a little bit in the tournament. We don't see a whole lot of analog pitching anymore.
Yeah, Fuentes has been rocking this analog all tournament. I think it is a storyline. You know, this is really the first time in years that people in comp have sometimes strayed away from pinpoint pitching. You know, the removal of super dotting and just the fact of pinpoint being a little bit less accurate this year. Some of these guys do feel more comfortable with analog, and Fuentes wasn't the only one out of our top 16.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where the super dots with pinpoint last year pinpoint was almost too easy, right? And it became one of the meta things with pinpoint. But so now seeing the analog, as Kreiner doesn't care what you're using for pitching. He's literally one swing away from mercy rule here in game 1. And he has Adley Rushman now at the plate, who's been very similar to J-Ram, right? One of those names where everybody has him on their team, and he's come up clutch for every single one. He's in the middle of the order for basically every team.
Yeah, I said it yesterday, but we could have made a 10-minute long home run montage of just Adley Rutschman from all our players in this tournament. And you're right, one swing away from a quick Game 1 win for Kreiner. He pulls it to center field. A just early swing, 96 off the bat. Gonna be a play at the wall, and it's gone. And just like that, Adley Rutschman with the 3-run walk-off 4-inning mercy rule. What a statement from Kreiner here in game number 1.
I mean, that's something that I didn't expect. I expected Kreiner to hit, but not a mercy rule with 4 innings just like that. That was an impressive performance by Kreiner.
So impressive. He's had one of the most impressive tournament runs so far, and if you're Fuentes, you've been down before. I mean, like I said, he was in the lower bracket from day 1 of this tournament and has crawled all the way back, and he's won games with his offense so far, only 2 runs in that one. What adjustments are you looking to make if you're Fuentes?
I don't even know what you do pitching wise, right? So he already got that John Donaldson, which you mentioned he's been rocking with. As we look at some of the highlights here, which we're basically going to watch Kreiner hits home runs left and right. But it is, who do you pitch now, right? You got to be able to contain Kreiner, and I don't know how do you do that, right? And so I think at this point it's more offensively from the Fuentes side. He put up 1 each of the first 2 innings and then went scoreless on the 3rd and the 4th inning. So you're going to have to put up some more runs in order to keep up with Kreiner he's doing offensively so far. So you got to go back to what he was doing yesterday.
That really is the story sometimes, especially with this level of competition. We're down to the 4 best players in the world in this tournament. Really the key is you have to try to contain them as much as you can on the mound, but really games are won and lost by out-hitting your opponent, and Fuentes just couldn't keep up with Kreiner. I don't know if anybody kept up with Kreiner in game 1 there. Just a masterclass offensively. Home runs left and right, like you said, and we're jumping into game number 2 here soon already. And, he went with Donaldson in game 1, Fuentes did, and we'll see what pitcher he decides to come with in game 2. Are you expecting more of a sinker-cutter guy?
Yeah, I think that's the meta, right? That's what we've seen. Maybe he'll go to Roy Halladay himself now, but it's going to be interesting. We'll see if he can bounce back. Right now, we're going to go ahead and take a break in between the games. We'll be right back with game number 2.
Welcome back to the MLB The Show 23 Championship Series. Today is the semifinals. I'm C-Rev. I'm joined here with my good friend Yayo. We are in the middle of our number 2 series for the day. Earlier today, Alex Cakill defeating Pitching Rebel to book his ticket to the finals, which are played tomorrow. So far, Kreiner taking game 1 quickly over Fuentes, 12-2 in that first one.
Not pictured there. That was only 4 innings, right? So 12 runs in under 4 innings for Kreiner. Mercy rule victory in game 1. That's not what I expect moving forward in the next few games. Fuentes now obviously is going to be the home team. He's been playing at Shield Woods where the ball flies, and it's a scary situation to take Kreiner there. But he can also hit the ball very well, so I'm curious to see how this game's going to go. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he will go back to Shield Woods. It's tough to take somebody that just scored 12 runs in 4 innings on you to Shield Woods, but it's this park that Fuentes has done well at, and it's the park that Fuentes himself has been able to score tons of runs at in this tournament so far. And we talked about right before break, sometimes you just have to out-hit your opponent, and maybe that's the angle he's going to take here as he finally gets to be the home team for this game number 2.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the pitching matchup as well. We already saw John Donaldson there for Fuentes. It didn't work out. He went to the bullpen early. It still didn't work out. But we'll see with who Kreiner brings out as well. I'm expecting some outlighter Roy Halladay, more of the same pitchers that we've seen. They love their meta pitchers, and they're going to keep using them.
Yeah, and Al Leiter has really been the most successful starting pitcher throughout this tournament, and the one starting pitcher per game rule has really played its hand as some of these players have had to go to their bullpens early and stick with them for 6 and 7 innings. If there's one upside for Fuentes losing that fast, all Kreiner saw was John Donaldson and Mariano Rivera. He didn't use any other pitchers, so still some ammunition to come out of the bullpen, and you drop game 1, but that's why you play a best of 5.
Yeah, it's just one game, right? So if you're Fuentes, you forget about that. You have to win this game. This is basically a must-win for Fuentes because beating Kreiner 3 games in a row, it's going to be a tough task. So you got to win your game at home and tie this series up.
Yeah, I don't know if Kreiner's ever lost 3 games in a row, to be honest. So you're right about
not.
Fuentes being in a must-win game here.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. I mean, again, I expected what Kreiner did offensively. That's what I expect for Fuentes as well. So I don't know if we're gonna get another mercy rule. But yeah, I don't know. That was just one of the most impressive starts to a series by a player that we've had in a while, especially at this stage, right? We're in the semifinals. These are the 4 best players in the world. Like there's no surprise here. With the players that we have. So the fact that Kreiner came in and just mercy ruling 4 innings just like that is very impressive.
Yeah, and so consistent from Kreiner, too. He ended up with 12 runs through 4 innings, and he scored exactly 3 runs every single inning. The last one with the 3-run walk-off Adley bomb. And the reason it sneaks up on you and seems like such a fast mercy is because you are the home team. You can close it out in the bottom of the 4th. So with the way Fuentes has been hitting, if he can get out to a fast start, he can kind of answer in the same way if he can manage to hold Kreiner down just a little bit.
That would be a very impressive start to a series if Fuentes can actually mercy rule Kreiner. I wonder if Fuentes actually going to make some changes in the lineup. We're about to see here as we jump into the game. We are going to Shield Woods. Fuentes is going with Roy Halladay. Kreiner does not care. First pitch of the game, no doubt shot from Mike Trout. I mean, 3rd home run of the series in 4 at-bats from Mike Trout. Unbelievable from Kreiner what he's doing right now. And, yeah, here we go again.
I mean, he's just so locked in. That was literally the first pitch of the game. They've taken a 5 to 10 minute break between games here, and Kreiner just comes out and smacks it to left field on the first pitch that he sees. Here is Roy Halladay, as you mentioned, one of the more popular picks throughout the tournament for our players so far. And if you're Fuentes, what did you see in game 1 as a pitcher, and how are you looking to change things up?
I mean, you're trying to be aggressive. You put up, if you're Fuentes offensively at least, you put up 1 in the first couple innings, but you got to pitch. You got to be able to contain Kreiner. It's tough to win games when you're giving up 15, 16, 17 plus runs, right? Even though you can score runs yourself, you got to try to contain, trying to get him off balance, which is a very difficult task, obviously. That's why he's Kreiner. That's why he's the 2-time champion. But you got to mix your pitches in. There he is, trying to change high levels there. So we'll see what he comes up with now.
And what I've seen early from Fuentes so far, a lot of four-seamers. You know, we talked about that being kind of a cute pitch you can go to with these sinker cutter guys to try and miss the PCI. That's middle sinker, and it's going to be an opposite field solo shot, and Kreiner jumping out to a 2-0 lead early.
Yeah, that's not the pitch you want, right? Kreiner's not going to miss. I might miss the fastballs and sinkers down the middle. Kreiner will not miss those. And I think, you know, from Roy Halladay, I was mentioning earlier how he is a sinker cutter guy, but he also has a four seam, and sometimes that four seam can kind of throw your opponent off. They're expecting some sort of break, and that four seam sometimes doesn't have it. So it can be a kid pitch there, as that splitter as well is very tough to hit there on that spot with a lefty hitter.
And that can be a key pitch for Halladay too, the splitter, especially low and into these lefties and switch hitters. There's so much to protect on the inside part of the plate with the cutter, sinker, and splitter as he tries a backdoor cutter there. Good fight from Kreiner, and Fuentes ahead in the count here, hoping to get an out and get closer to getting out of this inning.
Yeah, and you're trying to limit the damage if you're Fuentes, right? You already gave up two. You still got Adley and obviously the middle of the order, but you don't want to allow those big innings. This is what we were talking about in the previous series, how, you know, 2 or 3 runs is okay. Maybe that's something that you can survive, especially because of how good offensively you are. But you got to stay out of those 5-6 run innings.
And that's a great pitch. And there is that four-seamer. Kreiner dropping the PCI a lot. Looked a bit fooled by that pitch.
Yeah, there's that four-seamer that we were talking about. No outlier, but 99 miles an hour still gets on you pretty quickly.
So getting ahead in the count here, last couple of at-bats, definitely what he needed to try to stem the bleeding a little bit. Kreiner down to his last out here in the first inning, and we'll see how Fuentes responds when he comes out and hits as well. We'll see what pitcher Kreiner rolls with. Didn't really have any struggles with his pitching in the first game. Holding Fuentes to 2 over 4 innings is a really strong performance. Yeah, very strong performance pitching-wise. Obviously, he had Roy Halladay himself there as down goes Kreiner swinging over that splitter, which caught a lot of the plate, maybe a little bit too much. And you mentioned Outlighter, the most effective pitcher, right? So far, as Fuentes leads off the inning with a triple here. Lead off triple by Mookie off of Outlighter. Yeah, it looks like he got a sinker low and away, and he's able to poke it into that big right field at Shieldwoods for a leadoff triple. So this is the start you're looking for if you're Fuentes. You know, leadoff triple, ground ball or fly ball, basically cuts the lead in half already. So great start from him. Both players taking good swings, good productive swings on the first pitch of the game. And obviously, if you're Fuentes, you want to be able to bounce back, right? You just lost game 1 via mercy rule, but you want to be able to put up some runs early. You don't want to fall behind too big, especially in the early innings. So leadoff triple is a good sign. Good, you know, working the count here with J-Ram up to a full count now. 3-2 pitch here. Up and in cutter is crushed down the line. Perfect. Going to be a close play, actually, at second base. J-Ram with that 86 speed. The perfect throw is not in time. And Fuentes, just like that, cutting the lead in half. Still nobody out. 2 good swings to start the game. And that's what we talked about with Fuentes, right? We know what he can do offensively. He can keep up offensively with Kreiner. So that's 1 run across the board. Still nobody else, and still a runner in scoring position. Go ahead run at the plate in Mike Trout, which we know what Mike Trout can do. Yeah, this 30-30 club Mike Trout has been on everyone's team throughout this tournament. And you mentioned earlier in this series you're looking for a lot of back and forth between these two players. Didn't see it in game 1, but already early looking like we're going to have a good one here in game 2. Yeah, we might see it. And then as Outlighter or Mike Trout works that walk, man on first and second, you still have a lot of speed on the base pass. Ronald Acuna. Tough spot here for Kreiner, and Fuentes needs to try to take advantage of this. And Kreiner's starting to go to some of those four-seamers himself as well, as that one's crushed foul. But a bit of a pitching mix-up here. Again, kind of the same thing that Fuentes did when he was pitching with Roy Halladay. And in an 0-2 count here, maybe trying to get him to chase and get some weak contact and start getting some outs. Yeah, obviously, if you're Kreiner here, you're just trying to limit the damage, right? You already gave up 1. You have 2 runners on base, still nobody else. You're trying to get an out and start with that. 0-2 pitch here to Acuna. Another four-seamer is outside maybe trying to set up that cutter on the back door. We've seen Al Leiter pitch inside to righties a lot, and it looks like he froze him there with a front door sinker that just misses.
And we saw Al Leiter against pitching Rebel. Alex was using Al Leiter as Fuentes. He's a deep fly ball to right field. He just got under it. The runner should be able to tag to third, and he will. That will be out number 1. Double play still in order. But we're seeing Al Leiter used by Alex against pitching Rebel. He had 10+ strikeouts, and it was that sinker up and into right-handed hitters that was the key pitch.
And he was dotting that pitch. He had Rebel thinking about that cutter that runs off the plate, and he caught Rebel looking a lot. And Leiter's had a great tournament, and this is great pitching from Kreiner here too. Typically in these left-on-left situations, you're seeing sinkers in on the hands, because with cutters, front door, back-to-back pitches, and gets ahead early. And this Justin Morneau pick hasn't had to face a lot of left-handed pitching, and this is a big spot early. And the sinker in on the hands is going to get some weak contact to left field. He is going to tag on this, close play at the plate, and he's going to be safe. Wow, did not think that was hit deep enough. Also, very smart play to send the runner from first at the same time on the tag.
Yeah, and you could tell he did the same thing Kreiner did in the first game. He sent the runner back to first immediately. That was 99 speed. He knew Kreiner was going to go home. He had a play at the plate with a good throw, so he knew he was going to try to be aggressive. But we got a tie ball game here in the first.
Yeah, you really only tag from first there if you're for sure that your opponent's going to throw home. So heads up play. Kreiner ahead in the count again, 0-2. And a cutter above the zone. Hit by Austin Riley to left center. And it's going to make it a 4-2 lead for Fuentes as he takes control here in game number 2.
Just like that. 2-run home run. Big inning. Big start here for Fuentes. And we talked about Al Leiter, who, you know, he's been the most dominant starting pitcher of the tournament, but not right now, as Adley hits one a little bit early, right into the left fielder. So Fuentes gets up early, two-run lead.
Yeah, statement inning from Fuentes there. You drop game 1 in 4 innings. You give up a 2 spot in the top of the first. What a way to come out and answer. And now Kreiner back in the batter's box, ready to do some damage. These two at Shield Woods, it's gonna be a high-scoring game.
Oh yeah, I expect probably 15+ runs from each, right? And I think they both expect the same. I say they know they got to keep hitting, they know they got to keep scoring, and you know, obviously they can put up big innings, big numbers any inning. They just got to try to score every inning. Start with that, score every inning. Like right now, Kreiner has to try to make sure that he put up a couple of runs because, you know, Fuentes, like Kreiner did himself in game 1. You mentioned it, how Fuentes has the ability to just run away with it. He can do it, so he's trying to keep the game close if you're Kreiner right now.
And if you're Fuentes, if you can put up a 0 here somehow, that's going to be absolutely massive. He gets a weak flyout to start the inning. And Kreiner going to Trevor Story off the bench for his captain. Interesting that he still goes with the right-handed hitter as the captain replacement with the righty on the mound.
Yeah, you mentioned how I think it was with Kreiner, right? He had 3 righties and a lefty on the bench. Yeah. Maybe he just feels very comfortable going righty no matter who the pitcher is. Maybe he really likes his Trevor Story card, as you see with a 471 batting average there. But yeah, it's still interesting that he's going with Trevor Story, but I'm not questioning Kreiner in any move that he makes.
No, neither am I. And the interesting part about choosing to hit right on right is that's another up and in cutter. Fuentes with a couple of strikeouts on that pitch so far in this series. We've seen these power cutters inside the lefties do a ton of work, especially with Al Leiter. And when you're in a right-on-right situation, that doesn't really exist in the same way. You're more worried about the sinker, right? So you almost take away what these players so far have proven to be a comfort zone of the strike zone to pitch in.
Yeah, we saw that a lot in the first series, how Roy Halladay's cutter coming in at 96, 97, 98. It's tough. You can maybe take it once or twice, but take it consistently off the plate is very tough. As J-Ram hits a line drive to second, and that's a scoreless inning here for Kreiner, the first one of the entire series. And Fuentes now looks to extend the lead. And he brings in Ketel.
Like I said, as Ketel steps up here now, as putting up a 0 for Fuentes is huge, especially as the home team. Kind of the similar script as we saw in game 1 so far. Home team outpacing the away team a little bit. And Fuentes hoping to have a similar result that Kreiner had in game number 1. That's a pretty good swing, but a better pitch, and it's hit right to the right fielder for out number 1.
Yeah, there's not much you can do with that sinker on that spot, right? So unfortunate there as Derek Jeter just late, and there's that four seam that we talked about in the first inning. It didn't really work out a whole lot in the first inning, but in that situation with Derek Jeter, it worked out with the lazy fly ball to center field, and Mookie steps in with 2 outs.
That's a ball.
And with the amount of four seams that Kreiner has been throwing, you got to feel like he really respects Fuentes' ability to hit those sinkers and cutters. It's really a pitch you're throwing if you're just trying to get some weak contact, and it works out there. But Fuentes, 2 quick outs here in an inning where he really needed to grab some momentum and stretch the lead a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes you have to throw those kind of different pitches, right? They're used to seeing the sinkers in a specific spot or the cutter in a specific spot. We saw how a weird splitter in Game 1 worked out for Kreiner against Fuentes, as a cutter there is fouled off, and that's the pitch, right? That's that tunneling pitch that we've seen. He throws that cutter and then sometimes come back with that sinker. Not this time, it was with that cutter off the plate, and again, he was able to take that one. Full count, 2 outs here for Mookie.
And he blows the sinker by him, 3-2, and a 0 for Fuentes as well. So we go to the top of the third, still a 4-2 game.
Yeah, and that's, you don't see that often, right? Back-to-back scoreless, or by both players scoreless there in the second. Maybe they're they're starting to figure each other out a little bit. As Marcus Semien says, no, he's not. He's not. Sinker down the middle. Cue. He does not miss those often. And he did not miss that one. Solo shot for Marcus Semien, who's been great for this tournament as well. And Kreiner answers back now, cuts the leading half.
That's the second time this game that Fuentes has left a sinker pretty much middle. Definitely not where he wanted to throw that one. And Kreiner doesn't miss those very often, cuts the lead in half. And now Trout's going to swing early at a cutter, hit it into center field, and this is how it starts. Scan mentioned the other day that Kreiner really, once he gets 1 home run on his belt, it just seems like it keeps coming.
Yeah, and you mentioned the sinker up down the middle. Obviously, with Acuna had the home run, now Semien.
No, that's down.
Is it analog, right? We know how with analog you have to move it to the sides in order to dot it. Sometimes it can be tough to hit your spots there with analog, so I wonder if that's the case, and that was why it became a mistake pitch by Fuentes there.
That's a good point, and we see the hitter's perspective in these tournaments, so it's hard to really tell, but we haven't seen a lot of hung sinkers like that from Halladay from other players, so it could be a factor, as Cody Bellinger is going to make it a 5-4 game, and just when he had a 2-run lead Fuentes, it disappears in about, 7 pitches this inning.
I mean, just like that, right? It just, you knew it wasn't gonna last too long with that, without many runs. It was just 1 inning. It was a fluky inning, and Kreiner is back on the lead there. And again, that was a sinker that caught a lot of the plate.
Yeah, that one that he just threw is where he'd much prefer to put that pitch, as he steps up and goes 0-2 here. And what an adjustment by Kreiner. How about that adjustment? Throughout the series so far, he struck out looking twice on a front door cutter in a right-on-right situation. He said, "I'm tired of it."
And he sent that far. What an absolute bomb. Second of the game by Acuna. And Kreiner is so locked in right now since the first pitch of the series. Again, 6-4 lead here in the top of the third. Still nobody out.
And Kreiner's letting it rip on basically every pitch. You can tell he can feel locked in himself as well. And if you're Fuentes, 6 runs already, that's a good up-and-in sinker. You mentioned that was an effective pitch for Al Leiter in the last series that we saw. Do you think he goes to that more?
I mean, it worked out that time, right? So there's something that you got to sometimes try it out. I've been saying that sometimes those weird pitches, we're used to seeing the sinkers low in the zone. Well, sometimes they're not expecting the sinkers high in the zone. I understand that the par becomes a little bit bigger, but we've seen Al Leiter dot those sinkers up and in, and Dustin May even dotted some to Reb in the first series. So you got to try something new, because whatever you're doing right now is just not working, as Kreiner goes deep again with Jimmy Fox. It's just 7-4 now. It's just, I mean, I don't know how you pitch to this guy. I'm glad I'm not the one pitching.
This is just what he does, just home run after home run. Pretty underneath that cutter, as he's going to rip that one down the line a little bit foul. Pretty good swing, and another pitch that catches a lot of the plate from Roy Halladay. But Jimmy Fox with that push tendency, really good at taking those low and away cutters and getting good exit velos, and he stretches the lead to 3 with another solo shot.
and he's not done yet, right? Only one out. Roy Halladay, his 51st pitch of the game here, and Fuentes showed that he's not afraid to go to the pen early. He went to the pen, what was it, in the 3rd inning of game 1. So I wonder how much longer he's going to rock with this Roy Halladay.
Bit of a different situation here, though. You have what feels like a little bit longer of a leash as the home team, and only down 3 here with a chance to answer in the bottom of the 3rd. Didn't look like that Kreiner was looking for splitter there, and he swings through the splitter right down the middle.
Yeah, and there's that splitter that you mentioned, how he can be very effective from Roy Halladay. Usually not when he's down the middle, but the change of speed is what can get these players off balance.
And we've seen some success with those secondary pitches from Halladay, the splitter and the 4-seam, and gets the strikeout there from Kreiner, who does not strike out a lot. 2-1 count now. 56 pitches for Roy Halladay, 2 outs in the inning, and an immediate adjustment. Kreiner laying off that sinker, and you know he's looking to smack one here on a 3-1 count. And Fuentes knew it too, as he must have messed up the input there on the pitch, so J-Ram gets a chance to hit with this 2-out rally going, and potentially a pitching change here.
Yeah, and there's that sinker when, you know, we talked about maybe not many pitchers missing with Roy Halladay sinkers down the middle, and he's missed 2 already. Maybe he overdid the analog thing because he missed that one by a lot, as J-Ram gets a base hit up the middle, and Kreiner looking to get this 2-out rally going.
And Fuentes going to Rivera again, so this is an interesting bullpen move. Kreiner just saw a lot of pitches from Rivera last game, and in a big spot already, you're going to the same pitcher.
Yeah, very interesting, because that he came into the previous game, gave up 3 immediately, as Marcus Semien tries to bring in 3, and he's going to hit one to left center field. That's going to get down. 1 run will score. 89 speed is going to be sent home. 2 runs will score. 2 RBI double here by Marcus Semien, and Kreiner takes a 5-run lead.
How about Marcus Semien in the 9-hole? He's been on fire for Kreiner throughout this tournament, and that's 2 hits in this inning, I believe. And just a statement inning from Kreiner here, putting up a 7 spot in the 3rd so far. Almost a 9 spot.
Oh
just
my God.
missed that one with the timing.
I've seen that be a home run more than once. He was
Especially
on that, but he
with
was
Trout.
early. Yes, and at Shieldwoods. But he did have another, he extended the lead, right? He's up 5. Outlighted on the bump. Kreiner has to be feeling pretty good right now. Quick out number 1 there, as we have Fuentes has Mike Trout now due up here
1-0
at the plate.
I feel like Mike Trout is exactly the guy you want taking an early swing at a cutter away like that, and Kreiner just didn't get the result there. Could have definitely been an 11-4 game, and Fuentes is happy it's not, but already 1 out here in the 3rd, and Fuentes has got to bounce back.
Yeah, he definitely needs to put up a couple runs, as Mike Trout hits one too short. Ellie De La Cruz will make that play every day and twice on Sundays, because he makes every play. Out number 2. And
He does it all.
I mean, he just, the
That's a
diamond
ball.
fielding, the defense, the 6'5" frame. For me, he's probably a top 5 card in MLB The Show history, as Ronald Acuna hits one in right field. That's going to get down. That will be a 2-out double, as Fuentes is trying to get his own 2-out rally going.
Top 5 card in MLB The Show history. I can't even say that I disagree with you. Not only does he have the defense, but the height and the ability to just dive wherever he wants and make every play.
0-1.
Yeah,
It's crazy.
And at shortstop is such a big, important position, right? We see a lot of these base hits that are up the middle, as Justin Morneau grounds one weekly to first base, and Kreiner escapes with no runs allowed there. But, you know, the shortstop, it's very important. He's going to be able to take so many, or rob so many hits, especially up the middle. He has the strong arm as well. He just does it all. And he's on top of that switch hitter. Just insane card.
Inside ball.
And we've seen those meta cards on basically every team throughout this tournament. We've seen Adley, J-Ram, Ellie, and Trout on pretty much every team. So really goes to show that some of the best cards in the game, these comp players, can do a lot of damage with them. Here's not one of those cards that's also had a lot of success in the tournament, though, Cody Bellinger, as he's a bit late and underneath that sinker. But again, another sinker that ends up in the middle of the plate.
Yeah, he got lucky in that one that he didn't make him pay. He was a little bit late, dropped his PCI a tiny bit as well. He's done damage to that one twice, including Ronald Acuna was one of those, who's 2 for 2 with 2 home runs here. Now hitting the top of the 4th.
No, that missed. That's a ball.
And the PCI looked to be a bit like he was looking for a cutter there. You don't really expect to see a sinker down the middle, and Kreiner's done a good job not missing those so far this game. But 2 quick outs for Fuentes here, and he needed it badly.
Yeah, there's that changeup. I think like one of those underrated pitchers from Mariano, especially outside to the hitters, because you're thinking about the hard stuff, that cutter, that forcing, that sinker, and sometimes that changeup can throw off the hitter there.
Nope, that's in.
And I feel like with Mariano's release specifically, the way he comes, it feels like in game he comes way over the top. It feels like that changeup gets some extra drop on it, especially when you have less time to react on Legend. And I think that's a 1-2-3 inning for Kreiner. So Fuentes doing exactly what he needed to do to get himself back in this game.
That might be the first 1-2-3 inning we've had all series, as there's already 1 out. So Fuentes probably swung first pitch again on back-to-back innings. It feels like he's trying to be aggressive, but that means Outlighter has 50 pitches here in the 4th.
Yeah, and that's been Fuentes' approach all tournament, really. He's just an aggressive hitter. He trusts that if he's going to swing at it and makes good contact, that he can do it often. Good job to work this next count to 3-0 here. I'm sure he'll get something to hit. I wonder if he's swinging. And he is, and he gets the pitcher wall. Only 65 speed, and it's going to be an out. Extremely unfortunate, and you can see the frustration there with the menu.
Yeah, you're trying to get something to go your way. You put up a decent swing up the middle, but then Outlighter just, puts his leg up, stops the ball, and unfortunate turn of events there for Fuentes.
And that approach is really interesting. Nobody on base, 3-0 count. He's been letting it rip in that situation all tournament and really trusts that he can make something happen there, because that's another good swing, hit right at an infielder. And Fuentes may be a bit frustrated after that inning.
And that's a back-to-back 1-2-3 innings, right? One from Kreiner, one from Fuentes. So it's big, because I'm sure Kreiner, he knows he has to keep the pressure on offensively. So the fact that he came out to pitch and held Fuentes to a scoreless inning is big. He still holds a 5-run lead. Got Jimmy Fox here, and Mariano's still on the bump for now.
And Mariano's had a bit of success, specifically in this game against Kreiner, but up to 15 pitches already. It is the 5th inning, so Mariano's gotten you a bit of length, and you could go to somebody else if you wanted to. I wonder if this pause is for pitching adjustments or just to get his mental straight after that bit unlucky half inning in the batter's box.
Yeah, sometimes you have to pause, walk it off, forget about it, and get back in, because the game won't stop, right? So maybe that's what he's doing. He needs a second to regroup, and he knows he knows who he's facing, right? He knows Kreiner is up 5, up 1 in the series, and can go off any inning as well. So got to be locked in every single pitch.
And you mentioned it, pretty much a must-win game for Fuentes in this best-of-5 series. Kreiner already up 1 game after a quick mercy rule. There's Jimmy Fox going to the opposite field again. That's exactly what he does. It's going to be a leadoff double for Kreiner. And now you've got some decisions to make with Mariano on the mound, as this inning has already started off hot.
Yeah, and you got to expect that he's probably going to the pen soon, if not now, right? Probably some Javier Assad. I know we've seen a lot of Camilo Doval and Kenley Jansen. They typically come a little bit later in the game. But this is a perfect spot for somebody like a Javier Assad, who throws a little bit slower as well than Mariano, so which can kind of throw Kreiner off a little bit of his game.
And Assad, a guy who has mid-50s stamina, too. So when you're Fuentes and you've gone to your bullpen already, a guy that can eat a couple innings for you again. He's going to go to this new 97 Adam Ottavino, part of the Career Tribute program that came out yesterday. And we've seen a couple people in the tournament add him to their bullpen already. What do you see from this Ottavino? What makes him successful? Right on cue. Another sinker down the middle. And that's been the story so far. Fuentes, multiple sinkers that are just catching way too much of the plate.
Yeah, and Kreiner's going to make you pay when you throw a sinker down the middle. I think with this Ottavino, he's been so far kind of hot and cold, right? His control is not elite by any means. You have him more for the pitch repertoire and that kind of funky delivery. But he did not fool Kreiner. Obviously, 2-run shot there. And Kreiner has been doing that all series, all tournament, right? They go to the pen, he's aggressive against the new arm and makes him pay. Just same thing he did against Mariano in the first game. He just did that against Adam Ottavino here in game 2 as he was ready for that one. Yeah.
Yeah. That's a great point you make, though. Typically, you know, you'd like to get your feet wet a little bit and see a couple pitches when your opponent brings in a new pitcher. And Kreiner has done a great job of just being ready to hit right away and takes advantage of the first pitch mistake. You know, sometimes as a pitcher, you bring him in out of the pen and your timing's a bit off, whether that's pinpoint or analog, and you end up hanging one. That one wasn't even hung, but Kreiner just goes down and gets it. And Trevor Story, coming off the bench, has had a huge tournament for Kreiner.
I mean, and we talked about, well, he brought in the righty against a righty. Especially against Ottavino, it's a tougher matchup, right? Righty, and he didn't care. 106 contact, and then 125 contact with J-Ram. Is that 3 in a row? Is that 3 batters for Ottavino, all 3 home runs? I think it is.
It's hard to keep track because I feel like I've seen 20 home runs already.
13-4 lead now by Kreiner. And this is what I was talking about when Fuentes paused. You sometimes need to regroup because you know how Kreiner can just come off and go off again. And he's going off again. Back-to-back home runs here in the top of the 5th, extending the lead to 9. 1 run away from getting into that mercy rule territory. He won game 1 already via the mercy rule. So he's just at a different level right now.
And you see the move to Camilo Doval. This is a pitcher we've seen a lot throughout this tournament, and a pitcher these players have gone to a lot when they need outs. And Fuentes feeling like he needs outs here. And even when Kreiner takes not a great swing, it still sneaks through the shift. Fuentes looking a bit frustrated, not throwing that one into the infield. And at this point, you wonder, when will it end for the pitcher?
Yeah, and that's another example of Kreiner being aggressive against a new bullpen. Our first pitch swinging, that's a base hit up the middle. So maybe that's something to keep in mind on. And like you mentioned, when you bring a new arm, you want to throw a strike. You don't want to hurt that confidence. And Kreiner's making them pay. So Mike Trout now is exactly the guy you want if you're a Kreiner fan.
And he just missed a home run in his last at bat. Still, nobody out in this top of the 5th inning. Kreiner already putting up a 4 spot and works it to a full count. He's got 85 speed at first. It's a spot we've seen people hit and run. He chooses not to, and he rips that sinker foul.
Yeah, and he probably doesn't even want to get distracted with the base runner because he's so locked in, right? We've seen some amazing swings from Kreiner. Cutter fouls that one off. Will he stay in play?
That might get caught. Oh, just out of reach. Way to fight here in a 3-2 count.
Yeah, this right field in Shieldwoods is huge. There's a huge wall as Mike Trout hits a base hit. That's a great pitch, but even better swing. Base hit up the middle there. But that right field in Shieldwoods is big. The wall is big. The foul territory is big as well. So it's caused some trouble for some players there.
And in this tournament, we've seen the home runs to right field be big as well.
Yeah, there was an inside the park. Yeah. There was actually an inside the park homer on the wild card round where Roflo and I were calling the games, and it was one of those where the center fielder was supposed to back up the right fielder, but the ball was hit so high, it just took a big bounce inside the park home run there.
That's
unfortunate turn on events, but Cody Bellinger here, he's 1 for 3, 0-2. Cutter, he just missed that one. Deep fly ball. He's looking to tag to second as well. Acuna, no, he's going to just tag to third. And you see the adjustment there by Fuentes too, right? He saw the runner go back to first. 99 speed. He knows he has no shot at getting the runner at third, so he threw it directly to second. But that means that double play is still in order. And he just missed that with Acuna. That would have been another home run. It won't be another home run, but it will be another run. 85 speed is going to come across to score. Acuna, another RBI. And we talked about mercy territory, and here it is. Kreiner up by 10 here in the top of the 5th, looking to do some more damage now with 2 outs. Adley 0 for 3.
Yeah, mercy on the table now, and another one that Kreiner just missed. Just missed a home run to left field, but already a 14-4 game. And Fuentes hoping to get out of this one with this Adley at bat as 2 balls are crushed foul.
I mean, the foul balls are impressive.
Yeah, even when they're not put in play, these balls are hit hard.
He's on
You would never
every
be able to
pitch.
tell this was on Legend.
They make it look so easy, but it's not. Adley, 0 for 4 days so far there with the ground ball to second. That will do it. Fuentes needs some runs, and he needs them now. He's down 10. Kreiner 3 outs away from another mercy rule.
And does he come out swinging first or second pitch again? Looks like he's taking a bit of a more patient approach. But if you're Fuentes, where are your mentals at right now? You've got to score just to keep this game alive, and that's a good start. Might be a triple, probably going to be a double, but he needs at least one to stay in this.
Yeah, it's one of those things where he was probably going to make it to third, but he knows he needs base runner. He cannot risk it. You saw a little bit of a patience there from Fuentes. He knows obviously that he needs some runs, and not only runs to avoid the mercy, but to stay in the game and have a chance at coming back. Obviously, we know what Fuentes is capable of. He can go off any inning, but you need to start with the little things. Take one pitch at a time, one at bat at a time. Now he has the top of the order after that leadoff double.
And what you can't do is come out and make another first pitch out to start an inning. Just a little bit early on that backdoor cutter. That's a good pitch and a good mix-up from Kreiner as the at-bat before Jeter is able to get a double out of a sinker in the same spot. Fuentes still swinging with the sinker timing, and he's swinging with the sinker timing there too. We talked about the sinkers over the middle for Fuentes. Kreiner throws one there, and back on the board here with a 2-run shot.
J-Ram again, right? We've mentioned his name throughout the entire tournament. He goes perfect 2-run shot, extending the game as well. 8-run lead now for Kreiner. We get to see at least another inning here, but he wants some more, only 1 out.
This does guarantee that the game goes at least 6 innings, but it's still an uphill battle. It's not just about preventing the mercy, it's about coming back in general, and that's a tough out number 2. And he's been all over those sinkers away, and that one caught a lot of the plate too. I wonder if we'll see Kreiner go back to those cutters away, and another pause here.
Yeah, we know Kreiner was earlier in the game. He was using that 4-seamer a little bit more. He's made some adjustments, maybe throwing that sinker a little bit more. Wonder if he's going to go back to the 4-seamer as Fuentes looks to, get that timing down now.
Yeah, you're right. He has strayed away from the 4-seamer a bit over these last couple innings. You almost wonder if you get into autopilot mode with a big lead. The way Kreiner's been hitting, he probably feels pretty comfortable. But, yeah, I mean, we get the batter analysis here.
Yeah.
And Kreiner, you see the big damage he's done in a couple of innings. The 7 runs in the 3rd inning, the 5 runs in the 5th inning. Fuentes able to answer with a couple innings of his own, but still a huge uphill battle to climb. And he's got the right guy to do it, to keep it going here, Ronald Acuna.
Yeah, and that's obvious frustration there for Fuentes. He's put up some good swings that he hasn't really gotten rewarded for. Again, frustrating, but you got to keep playing the game, right? It's one of those things. Kreiner is still hitting the ball very well himself. He's gotten rewarded as Fuentes get that one down the line. That's going to be a 2-out single by Acuna. It's one of those things where he feels like there's nothing he can do. He's already playing Kreiner, right?
Yeah. You don't need to give Kreiner any breaks, and a bit of universal justice there as he gets the very early single right after checking the batter analysis. So, Universe says, I see you. But again, Justin Morneau up in a left-on-left situation, which is a situation he hasn't faced much in this tournament. And we mentioned the pick of Morneau being pretty unique. He's got to be able to get it done at some point in these left-on-left spots, as he's going to ground into a diving play at second. Semien not only getting it done at the plate, but in the field as well. Great play.
Does it all out there looking like Ellie De La Cruz with the diving stop through the second for out number 3. And that's another unfortunate, break for Fuentes, right? He maybe for a second thought he was going to have a base hit, runner on first and second with 2 outs, feeling good, and then Marcus Semien out of nowhere making a diving play as Fuentes pauses the game as well, running out of time. And this is a sign of frustration, right? It feels like it's a sign of frustration from Fuentes.
Yeah, and it depends on the type of player that you are. Some players, the frustration fuels them and makes them play better. For me personally, the frustration makes me play worse. And this is a must-win game for Fuentes. And if he's in that latter category, he needs to get his mental straight and try to figure it out in these last couple innings. You played a good game, honestly, as he gets his own dolphin dive there, and it's going to be an out. What a play by Derek Jeter and the stretch by Justin Morneau.
Yeah, that's Derek Jeter out there looking like Eli de la Cruz, right? That was a good swing by Kreiner, but a better play by Fuentes there at short. But you're right, you know, this game is a best of 5 as well, right? Even though it feels like a must-win, I'm saying that I think it's a must-win for Fuentes because beating Kreiner 3 times is very tough, but there's still game left. You're still playing, and like you mentioned, it affects different people different ways. So it's see how he handles these frustrations out, as Eli de la Cruz, he said, lazy fly ball to left field there for out number 1. Maybe a 0 here gives him a little bit of that momentum and gets his head back in the game.
Definitely. He's come out quickly here and gotten 2 big outs, and putting up a 0 would be about exactly what he needs to try to give him a chance to come back in this one. And Fuentes has put up huge numbers throughout this tournament. The clinching game to make it to these semifinals, he put up over 20 runs. So just because he's given up 14 doesn't mean he's out of it, and he did what he needed to do on the mound there.
That's a big 0 there by Fuentes. I mean, he knows he needs more runs. He got 6, 7, 8 here. Outlier still the bump, 72 pitches. And I think that was a little single by Austin Riley as we switched streams. And Kreiner's going to go to the pen, bringing that Javier Assad that we've talked about. And he gets immediate, same thing. He did the Kreiner move as Kreiner makes a diving play to center field. And we're talking about the frustration.
That's not going to help.
That will not help.
That is, it just feels like it piles on. You know, when it rains, it pours. And in a big tournament, you're playing the 2-time champ. It's just not what you want to see, especially when you're trying to mount a comeback.
Yeah.
To Kreiner's credit, though, that's a manual dive. He's got to take the right angle to the ball, and he's got to make the play.
And that's Mike Trout as well, right? You got the speed, the fielding, and everything. It still hurts if you're a Fuentes fan.
It does still hurt.
But that's another good swing that he put up, right? He was putting better swings on Outlighter. Now Kreiner went to the bench with Javier Assad. As Ketel Marte, he's one weekly to left field. Is the left?
No
oh
way.
My God! Back-to-back diving plays by outfielders in Kreiner, and everything's going Kreiner's way.
That would have been a fair ball too, and J-Ram playing left field runs it down. Back-to-back diving outs. Fuentes cannot catch a break.
I don't think I've ever seen that. Back-to-back outfield dives like that. No chance.
I don't know if I have either. That's wild.
1 and 2's the count.
Derek Jeter now 1-2 here after swinging through that cutter. Man on first.
Ball, that's in.
Sinker taking for ball 2.
I think if he hits this over 100 for an out, he might be set over the edge.
Don't even say that. And see, he's 197 off the bat, but that's going to go foul. Full count, runner might be in motion.
Yeah, full count, 2 outs, so he'll be sending the runner here. Assad known for that sinker, and he dribbles it up the middle there. Runner's going to make it to third base, so with everything that's happened this inning, you're still 1 swing away from cutting the lead to 5 here. A bit of a 2-out rally.
And you got Mookie, who's your leadoff hitter for a reason, and that's why. Perfect, dead center field by Mookie. And Fuentes is down but not out, and he cuts that lead to 5. What an inning. What is happening in this inning?
This has been the biggest roller coaster of an inning that I've seen in a long time. I mean, give Fuentes credit, though. He gets the pitch he's looking for with Mookie Betts there and takes exactly that swing to cut it to 5. Gonna rip that one to first base to end the inning. And Kreiner coming up back to hit.
That was 102 off the bat by J-Ram, by the way. So we're blaming C-Ref for that one.
I wasn't gonna say anything. You gotta let that one go. He's early and on top of it. You know, it happens.
He did get a big inning there. Cuts the lead to 5. There's still baseball left. Top of the 7th.
You tried to warn me. Did he just send a friendly? Oh, my goodness. You did try to warn me, but I put it on the table anyway. Of course it was going to happen.
Yeah. But it was after the 3-run home run by Mookie. So, you know, obviously Kreiner not taking the I guess the auto win there by the pause time running out. We see Fuentes warming Javier Assad, bringing Javier Assad in now. And Kreiner hasn't done much offensively the last couple innings. Fuentes kind of breathing down your neck, right? What are you gonna do? You see there Kreiner swinging first pitch again. First pitch of the new bullpen arm. Didn't work out that time, but still being aggressive, still keeping the same game plan basically.
And we've seen it time and time again from these competitive players that a 5-run lead is not safe at all. And Fuentes with the advantage of being the home team in this one too. So if he can somehow continue to lock Kreiner down and keep clawing back, actually some potential to come back and win this one for sure, despite the mercy being on the table earlier.
Yeah, 100%. This game's not over, especially because it feels like all the momentum, even though that was a crazy inning, Fuentes has all the momentum. It feels that way anyway. So let's see how it works out. He's going to try to do a backdoor cutter, if I'm not mistaken, to switch streams there.
Fuentes does have a bit of momentum from that last inning, but he's got to keep it going with his pitching, and that's a great play. He gets one of those dives back. Probably doesn't feel like it's even still, but that still feels pretty good.
Yeah, ground ball diving play doesn't feel like the same as a fly ball diving play, right? It feels so much better in the outfield, saving an extra base hit or whatnot, but you still take the out. Obviously, if you're Fuentes there, good play by Mookie. He had the 3-run home run in the bottom of the 6th and makes a top 10 play because, of course, that's what happens. And Marcus Semien does it again. Kreiner gets 1 run back with another solo shot here by Marcus Semien, who's been on fire. He's 4 for 4, 2 home runs here in the game. And now the lead is up to 6 again by Kreiner.
Marcus Semien has been unreal in this series, and it's going to be back-to-back with Mike Trout, who's also been unreal. And this is what we're talking about. It feels like when Kreiner hits one, it's always another one coming right after. How many back-to-backs has he hit in this series? And it starts with Marcus Semien in the 9-hole.
Yeah, and that's how he does. Make it 3 in a row. When Kreiner starts hitting home runs, they come in bunches, right? And that's 3 home runs in a row. I think the second time this game that he's gone back-to-back. 17-9 ball game now. Kreiner up by 8.
And if you're Fuentes, you had that big 3-run home run to cut the lead, and you come out and give it right back. Just demoralizing. Kreiner, 4 in a row. Ronald Acuna Jr., what do you even do at this point?
I mean, it's insane. If you look back, the previous home run with Belly was the first pitch by Alvarado, by the way. It was a home run on the first pitch by a bullpen arm. I would just throw a changeup in the dirt the first pitch with a bullpen. Just don't even try it. Don't even try it. Kreiner is on a roll right now. 4 straight home runs, and now another extra base hit. We had double there by Kreiner. And he's up 9, very close to another Mercy Rule territory.
I mean, you're joking about throwing a changeup in the dirt, but from a pitching perspective, Fuentes has really had the approach of putting the ball in the zone. He hasn't thrown a lot of balls, We've seen throughout this tournament, and especially in that pitching Rebel and Kill series, lots of cutters in off the plate. Fuentes really attacking the strike zone a lot, throwing a lot less balls than we've seen from other players. Yeah,
sometimes when you're such an aggressive hitter, you can expand the strike zone, right? And sometimes that's what the opposition is trying to see. If you're willing to expand the strike zone, as Eli De La Cruz rounds one at first, over to second, back to first, he's going to beat that out because 99 speed. The inning is still alive here for Kreiner. And now Trevor Story. Man in the corners, 2 outs. Trevor Story already has a home run this game.
No, that's it.
And Kinley in the game as well, just desperately looking to get out of the 7th inning.
Yeah, it feels like Fuentes has been trying to survive, right? Since early in the game, he went to the bullpen early, trying to avoid the mercy rule. He's been surviving the entire game, and Kreiner just keeps coming back with these big innings like that, right? So fighting, full count now, 2 outs. Fastball. That's a good spot for that 4-seamer, but Kreiner is able to stay alive. And that's another sinker that's going to be hit for another home run by Trevor Story. 2nd of the game. Kreiner, 21 runs here in the top of the 7th.
Are you kidding me? 21 runs in the 7th inning. This is insane.
And we talked about how Kreiner was locked in as he hits a deep fly ball to right field with J-Ram. That's going to stay in play. But we talked about how he mercy Fuentes in game 1, 12-2 in 4 innings. How, brave of somebody to take somebody that put up 12 runs in 4 innings to shield Woods, because we know that something like this could happen. So it's, but at the same time, it is Fuentes' home stadium. He feels comfortable enough to go dead center field with Mike Trout and get 1 run back. He needs 2 more to extend the game, as that makes it a 21-10 game.
And if you're Fuentes, you've played a good game. Like, you've done really nothing wrong this game. You yourself have scored 10 runs through basically 6 innings because there's still nobody out here, as that's going to be the first out in the 7th. So, we talked about it yesterday. Sometimes somebody just has your number in a game and things don't really break your way. And, just all that to say, Fuentes has played really well himself too.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you haven't had a lot of the breaks haven't gone really your way, but Kreiner's playing insane right now regardless, right? And same as the first series, it wasn't much about pitching Rebel. It was more about Alex Gakill staying hot and just keep putting up runs on the board. And the same thing with Kreiner, right? He just keeps coming and just keeps putting up some runs, and it's tough to keep up with somebody like that.
It's tough to keep up with anybody that's putting up 21 runs on Legend, let's be honest.
Yeah, and he's on pace for 25 plus at this rate. He's still got 2 more innings if Fuentes is able to extend this game. As Justin
that's going to be rolled over to second. And Simeon doesn't have to dive for that one. Fuentes down to his last out here in the 7th. He needs to score 2 before he makes 1 more out. And that one's ripped foul.
Just early on that cutter, he was ready for it. Again, he needs 2 runs. He got facing Mariano here.
No, that missed. That's a ball.
Good take there on that sinker. And that's the sinker that we were talking about, how maybe we should see it a little bit more often higher in the zone, as Austin Riley keeping Fuentes alive for now. Base hit, 2-out single.
It's hard to throw that high sinker on Legend because the par grows so much. And in that Rebel Kill series, he was really dotting it because of all the pitch confidence he has. But definitely a pitch that could end up over the middle, and we've seen in this game what happens when you leave a sinker over the middle.
It usually goes 450 plus.
Outside ball.
At least. Depends on the park.
This park it might be 500.
Nope,
Ali takes that 4-seamer there for ball 2. Again, Fuentes down to his last out.
Ball.
And
good patience here with the game on the line.
3-1.
Yeah, and we talked about this series, how we expected fireworks and a lot of offense. Nobody would have guessed that the first 2 games would have ended in mercy rule. We're 1 strike away from having back-to-back games via the mercy rule by Kreiner. But Fuentes still fouling off and fighting in this at-bat. Another full count, 2 outs.
Backdoor cutter. I was wondering if that was going to hang up and stay in play, but Fuentes with another opportunity here. And really all you can do here is try to hit a home run.
And it's one of those things, home runs or bust, and he fouls another one off. So good fight. He's waiting for that pitch that he can drive, but Kreiner keeps dotting. That's going to be up the middle. That will get down for a base hit. No need to risk it with the base runners. That's another single. Who do we got up? Ketel Marte, 0 for 3.
Outfield was playing deep there, and if they weren't, we might have seen another dive for an out. And that would have been quite the ending. But
what a way to end
drops the single in, and Ketel trying to get on the board for the first time in this game and keep Fuentes' Game 2 hopes alive.
1-1.
And if you're Kreiner, obviously playing that defense deep is the way to go. Keeping everything in front of you, that's exactly what he did. He's just trying to, he doesn't care about the mercy. He wants to end it right now, but he wants to win. He wants to limit the damage as much as he can. We got a pinch hitter here in Juan Soto. Early.
Yeah, this pinch hitter makes sense. This is the last at bat, really, if you make an out. So even though Ketel gives you the switch hitter flexibility, it's all about this at bat right here. And a beautiful changeup from Mariano, drop below the zone. And Kreiner's going to take game number 2 with a commanding 21-10 lead.
I mean, impressive performance by Kreiner. The fact that he won game one via the mercy rule 12-1, we expected Fuentes to fight back. He did, extended the game, but Kreiner just an offensive juggernaut right now. He's locked in.
Yeah, and Kreiner took a lot of great swings, made some great plays on defense as well. Fuentes himself playing a great game, but now the state of the series is a 2-0 lead for Kreiner. Not only is Kreiner going back home for game 3, but if we make it to a game 5, Kreiner gets another home game. So not looking great for Fuentes. It would be an incredible tournament comeback if he can pull this off. As you can see, all the home runs that were hit here at Shieldwoods Park.
Yeah.
And to your point, like you mentioned earlier, Kreiner putting up 12 runs in 4 innings at Ship It. Fuentes takes him to Shieldwoods, and you saw a lot of this.
Even more, right? It's just the ball flies. He was hitting the ball hard everywhere at the same time. Again, you're down 2. Beating Kreiner 3 games in a row is going to be very tough. But there's nothing you can do. This is basically a $5,000 difference if you are able to come back and you put your name in the history books, right? So because this will be a major comeback. So it's going to be interesting of what's going to happen here in game 3. Not sure if there's going to be many adjustments, but right now Kreiner is just looking unbeatable right now.
Yeah, we've seen 2 great games from Kreiner so far. We're going to take a break before game number 3. Stick around for Kreiner versus Fuentes in game 3. Welcome back to the MLB The Show 23 Championship Series. I am C-Rev. I'm joined by my good friend Yayo, and we have already seen 2 games in our second semifinal matchup between Kreiner and Fuentes. Kreiner taking the first 2 in convincing fashion, 2 mercy rule wins. Second one on the road, scoring 21 runs.
I mean, 33 runs in 2 games, which The first game was only 4 innings. It's just insane, impressive performance by Kreiner. This is something that I did not see coming. Back-to-back mercy rules by Kreiner. He's making a statement. He's saying he wants that he wants to be the first 3-time champion, and he's only one win away from advancing to the finals tomorrow.
Yeah, how about that story? Kreiner searching for his 3rd straight year becoming a champion in MLB The Show esports. And you're right, he's 1 game away. He's played amazing so far, of course, and he's going back home where he has a big advantage. Do you think he'll go back to ship it?
Yeah, I think that's where he's been playing at. That's where he feels more comfortable at. He knows he can put up the runs. He already showed it. Maybe, that you have to go where you feel comfortable with. I'm curious to see the pitching matchup, right? I'm not sure who they're going to come out with now, but, I mean, at the end of the day, he's going to see if Fuentes, he hasn't shown that he can stop Kreiner's offense, so he's going to have to if he wants to extend the series.
And if you're Fuentes, these first 2 games haven't really been close. Are you looking to make any drastic, significant changes? Or are you just doing what you've done to get here and hoping for the best?
I think one of those things is game 1, he wasn't warmed up, right? And then all of a sudden, Kreiner just came in and stole game 1 just like that, scoring 3 runs every inning. Game 2, his offense started getting better. He got a lot of good swings there. He got a little bit unlucky in some of those swings, but he's hitting the ball well. It's more about the pitching side of things. You have to be able – you're not necessarily going to win via pitching, but you have to be able to contain your opponents. And I know it's tough because, I mean, these are the best players in the world, but you have to be able to slow down the bats even a little bit.
And it's especially tough against Kreiner, but that's really been the story for the whole tournament for Fuentes. Not only has he battled his way up from the lower bracket, but he's done it with his offense, and so far – getting outpaced offensively as we jump into game number 3 here, and it looks like Kreiner starting Corey Kluber.
That's an interesting one. I know as Ellie makes a diving play, he's been doing that all week long. And yeah, if you're Fuentes, we saw the frustration from Fuentes in the last game. You start this game off like this. We'll see if he can bounce back and steal a game here, but that's a tough way to start. But every time we've seen Corey Kluber, I feel like he's been getting hit quite a bit. So interesting that he's going here trying to end it with Corey Kluber as his starter.
Yeah, Corey Kluber really similar to Dustin May, but almost throws a little bit softer and a bit easier to read of a release too. So good card. It's a good pitcher, but in this tournament, it seems like these hitters read sinker cutter really well. And if you're Fuentes, grounding out into a dolphin dive is not at all how you wanted to start this game after how last game went. Yeah, but that's why you get yourself an Ellie De La Cruz. He makes those plays.
Yeah, he won't like that, but we've seen it all tournament long as he fouls that one off. It's like you mentioned, how that cutter is just, it feels like that cutter is just not hard enough. 91 miles an hour is just easier to turn on, easier to take if it's going to be a ball, as J-Ram flukes one in left center field, but Acuna will track that one down for out number 2. But you want, especially on Legend, you want to put up the pressure, and that pressure, if that cutter was 95, 96, then we'll be having maybe a little bit of a different conversation for this Corey Kluber.
That's really a tough pitch to not swing at in a 3-2 count. It was a 4-seamer low and away, but a bit outside, and he's really protecting against the backdoor cutter, which is kind of makes him forced to swing at that. He's late on this cutter, and a slow start from Fuentes, a 1-2-3 inning.
Yeah, and if you're Kreiner, you can smell it, right? You know Fuentes was frustrated last game. You know you've been locked in. You feel good at the plate. You want to end it now. You don't want to give Fuentes another chance. You start the game with a 1-2-3, so facing Wainwright, this brand new Wainwright, I would imagine. So that's an interesting take here by Fuentes. So we'll see how, this is my first time seeing Wainwright.
We saw Wainwright one other time in the tournament, pretty much right after he came out. And this is a really interesting choice. A lot slower of a pitcher, so I wonder if he's trying to drop the velo down a little bit. Pretty similar pitch mix to Halladay as we've seen so far, and he's coming to a 4-seam right away.
Yeah, and sometimes with this sinker cutter, guys, we talk about the 4-seam, right? That 4-seam coming in 96, 97 is not too bad. It's a 10, 12 mile an hour difference from the 4-seam to the cutter, and it might throw off Kreiner off a little bit, right? He hasn't seen Wainwright, I don't think. So maybe he's trying something different. He's trying, and I don't blame him, right? At this point, might as well go out on a limb and try to be different and see if it works out, because what you've been doing, which is what everyone's been doing the whole tournament, hasn't worked.
Yeah, I like this pitch too. I asked you a question if you need to do anything drastic to try to turn the series around, and I don't know if starting Adam Wainwright is drastic, but it's definitely unexpected. And he's been throwing a lot of straight four-seamers here to start the game, and has Kreiner a bit on his back foot.
Yeah, and I know that they have to share the starting pitchers with the position of the opponent, and I'm sure Kreiner saw Wainwright there and was like, huh. But maybe he didn't expect him to see him game 3 here, as he's a little bit off balance. I mean, Kreiner, the first 2 games, he started both games with a solo shot. So the fact that he didn't start this game with a solo shot, it just feels like, well, maybe he's struggling, you know? It's one hitter.
Yeah, there's one out in the first, and like he's really on his back foot there. That's the most ridiculous take I've ever seen from the signature curveball from Adam Wainwright. And immediately a scorcher to center field, 98 miles an hour, but it's going to stay in the park. That is the ship it effect right there.
And it is his home stadium. He smoked that pitch. He did what he wished he was a little bit earlier, though. Obviously, it was good, but he wanted to be just early side of good to be able to pull that one for a home run. Might have gone to that little triangle in left center field. Might have stayed there as well. But a good sign that he's putting up another good swing there with Acuna. Not this time with Adley as he pops it up there. Shallow right field. Scoreless first. I think that's the first time we've said that for Kreiner. So.
A big inning for Fuentes, especially coming out and not scoring himself as the away team. And yeah, Wainwright pretty effective. He did get the one line out that was scorched to the wall, but what makes Wainwright different than a lot of the other sinker cutter guys we've seen is a lot of the other sinker cutter guys, their cutter's pretty close to their sinker in velocity. Wainwright throws a really slow cutter right around mid-80s. So a bit of a different look, especially against Kreiner, who has no problem turning on that high velocity.
And it's like a cutter as Acuna goes through the shift or against the shift for a little single here for Fuentes. But it's like a cutter with a slider speed, right? So,
yeah.
you know, you have to be very disciplined. We saw Alex in the first round as Fuentes goes perfect. There's that Justin Morneau that we've been talking about with the back-to-back singles now. But we saw Alex do a great job sitting back on the off-speed against pitching Rebel multiple times, and that's what you have to do with that cutter. And it's a tough thing because you know he has a sinker, you know he has a four seam as well. First pitch swing in there by Fuentes, grounds it into a 6-4, nope, 6-4 fielder's choice. He beat that out. Decent way to hustle there. 79 speed, it just wasn't hit hard enough, but the whole play still in order as Kreiner looks for another ground ball here.
I want to talk about the base running there. A very small thing. Fuentes, with the runner that was going from second to third, actually stopped him in the base path. I wonder if that was his attempt to try to get Kreiner to throw to third base and not get into that double play. Kreiner goes to second anyway, and he beats it out. So could have been a lot worse. You definitely don't want to roll over a cutter there when you've got some momentum. First 2 guys on base, but a good hitter's count here.
Yeah, no, that's a good call. I think with Kreiner at this stage, he knows how locked in he's at the plate. So he's probably going to be like, take that extra base. I'll take my 2 outs if I can, because I know I'm going to be able to put up some runs. But he wasn't able to turn 2 as Fuentes. We talked about being aggressive on the base path, especially full count. He sent the runner, but he worked his walk and bases loaded, and we got a pinch hitter. He's going Corey Seager. Big situation early in this game.
And Seager's done a lot of damage in this tournament. Big spot for Fuentes here. He hasn't really had an opportunity to pace a game so far, jump out to a lead. He was up 4-2 last game before Kreiner took it back right away. But this would be a big start to the game for him if he can get some of these runners home.
Yeah, look for Kreiner to stay in the bottom part of the strike zone as he tries to get a double play. Good swing by Fuentes. Late side of good, though. That's going to be right at the wall. Try to make that play. 1 run will come across. And he just missed that. That's another one. Early side of good, that's probably a home run.
Yeah, he just missed it with the timing. The timing says good, but he was just a little bit late, and he's looking like he's frustrated again. But to be fair, Kreiner had a line out in the same spot first inning, and that's really why you do pick somewhere like Ship It if you're Kreiner.
Yeah, that's a home run in all the other stadiums that we've been playing at. He stopped the runner at third there again, like you mentioned. But Kreiner escapes, allowing 1 run. That's not too bad for somebody like Fuentes. Holding Fuentes to 1 run after having a couple runners there is not not a bad outcome.
Yeah, but if you're Fuentes, you feel like you missed an opportunity there. You had bases loaded, and you only score one, and you never know when Kreiner's going to figure it out. Although Kreiner has had one game in this tournament where he only scored 2 for a long time before that big 9th inning comeback, so it can happen, and Fuentes is hoping Wainwright is the guy.
Yeah, and that's what we've seen with Kreiner. That's why I said when the runs come, when he starts hitting home runs, it feels like they come in bunches. It's usually not just one. He usually has back-to-back-to-back or a couple base runners and then a couple home runs. He doesn't have a lot of those one runs scored. As he smokes one down the line that's going to stay fair, it's just going to be a single by Jimmy Fox, though, 105 off the bat. But this is what I'm talking about. He might get a runner here and there, and then he just goes off. He has those big innings. Like we talked about earlier, he had, what, 2 7-run innings in Game 2.
Yeah, 2 different 7-run innings, and there it is right on cue. Elly De La Cruz, the left field. Kreiner grabs the lead back immediately, and you mentioned in both games so far, not only has he hit home runs, but he's hit multiple back-to-back home runs. So be on the lookout for Trevor Story here, and Kreiner just once again asserting dominance with that swing. He's a little bit underneath it with just late timing, but Elly's still able to get that 100 exit velo and a good bounce back pitch. That's that slow cutter from Wainwright.
Yeah, and that's part of why Elly De La Cruz is so good, right? You have to be a little bit later when the pitch is outside and you're going with it. If he was going to pull that, hit it to center field, that was going to be a warning track shot. So the fact that he sat back on it beautifully, he was able to hit that out. So good response here by Kreiner with the 2-run shot. He was early on that fastball. He rolls it over to second base for out number 2. So again, if you're Kreiner, you give up 1 run, you come back and put up 2 and take that lead. Is big. You're feeling good.
And 2 straight outs after that home run. So Fuentes preventing what has been a storyline so far in this series with Kreiner hitting home runs in bunches. Now he's got Marcus Semien up with 2 outs. And this has really been one of his best cards in this series. Just done a lot of damage and made a lot of plays in the field.
Yeah, we've talked about, trying to throw your opponent off and whatnot. I saw Alex Claudio there warming up. So that's another pitcher, slow, that has a very good control. Basically, no par there for that Alex Claudio. I've seen him a couple of times this tournament be pretty effective, but we'll see how he does it or when he comes into the game.
Yeah, and the Claudio pick just makes you think, on top of this Wainwright pick, that Fuentes thinks that the way he's going to get outs is with slow pitches, which is kind of counterintuitive, especially on Legend. So far containing Kreiner to 2 runs, though. It's worked out.
Yeah, it's a 3-1 pitch. Fastball down the middle. Marcus Semien hits one deep, but that's going to stay in the ballpark. I think he got away with that one. Fastball down the middle. We've seen Kreiner make Fuentes pays with those mistake pitches. Not that time, but he did get the lead.
Ball 1.
Yeah, 4-seamer right down the middle. Early timing, and the PCI was a bit off of it, so just couldn't elevate it. Lucky. I thought I had another commentator jinx saying that Kreiner only scored 2 there.
Almost. And we see here Fuentes, we saw in the previous game how he was aggressive and it wasn't really working out for him. Every time we jumped into the heat stream, he already had an out. Not this time. He took 2 pitches, both balls. Swung 3rd pitch, lazy fly ball to right field, though, for out number 1.
It's not necessarily been a change of approach either. I just really think it's been more Corey Kluber's pitching. Kreiner obviously wants to stay around the corners, and Kluber just has missed his spots a couple times so far. But he's missed spots out of the zone.
And maybe that's part of the strategy too. He knows that that Fuentes was being aggressive, so he's like, let me see if I get into chase. It's tougher to square a ball up if you chase at a ball, but he did take those 2. Fuentes did there to start the inning. Got J-Ram now though.
Yeah, J-Ram's done a lot of damage, and a bit of a pitching contrast in style, as that one is crushed to right field. Right when we say J-Ram's done a lot of damage, that's why. A sinker over the middle of the plate, and Fuentes ties the game up with a huge solo shot.
I mean, just a beautiful swing. That's what J-Ram does. I think that sinker maybe caught a little bit too much plate from what he wanted. It goes back-to-back, perfect. And that one's going to get down as Cody Bellinger is not able to make a play. 1-out double here by Fuentes. Maybe this is Fuentes waking up here.
This is two back-to-back really good swings from Fuentes, and we mentioned Kreiner scoring in bunches, hitting home runs in bunches. That's two really impressive swings against Corey Kluber, and you know he wants to keep it going.
It's a big spot. You want to. We've talked about this, right? How Kreiner just has those big innings. He's a very tough opponent, very good hitter. So you want to be able to score as many runs as you can. It might sound obvious, but this is a situation where you have a runner in scoring position, one out. You don't want to leave him stranded. At least, you know, try to bring that run in. Obviously, if you can bring in more, you will. But he was patient there. Full count now. A base hit might score that one run with 99 speed at second.
3-2 pitch here, runner in scoring position, and he goes inside for the first time in the entire at-bat. That sinker in on the hands is so tough if you're not sitting on it, and he gets the late swing, exactly what he's looking for.
And we talk about how difficult it is to dot that sinker up in the zone, and that's exactly what Kreiner was able to do and jam him up there. But Justin Morneau, we've talked about it. He hasn't really done much. He did have a base hit earlier in the game. He has another shot here.
Bit early there. That's an outside pitch, just on the early side of good, and a deep fly out again and ship it.
Yeah, a little bit early, but the PCI was dead on the ball. If you're Fuentes, you're wanting that ball to be a home run, especially with the max power. Justin Morneau in that situation. Unfortunate, but we have ourselves a tie ball game going to the bottom of the second. Let's see how Kreiner responds.
It's hard to make a better swing than that, too. And in this big of a spot with these stakes, it's not something you want to see if you're Fuentes. But something you can take away from this game so far is you've pitched well. And if you keep pitching well, you're going to give yourself a good chance here.
Yeah, and the swings that he's put up as well, right? Like, we talked about how he was maybe a little bit early on that early side of good. Wasn't able to pull it as Mike Trout pops one to the shadow left field. But you're holding Kreiner a little bit. You're putting up some good swings, and it's obviously a lot closer game here than the first two.
And Wainwright's been really effective. I've been impressed from this card so far. You wonder how long he can keep it going, though. That slow cutter just proving to be a bit uncomfortable for Kreiner, and just trying to find the timing. Like we said, that cutter is just such a different speed than everyone else we've seen in this tournament, really.
Yeah, and then he has that fastball that comes in 10 miles an hour faster, and that's not what you usually see, right? We see Kluber on the other side. He throws that cutter 91, 92, and the four seam might be 96, right? There's some difference, but it's not 10 miles an hour, so you got to make that adjustment. It looks like Kreiner might be a little bit off balance, or has been off balance in some at-bats so far.
And a 10-mile-an-hour difference between four-seam and cutter is really effective on Legend, too, because the timing windows are so strict. It's so hard to time it up. And when you're going in and out like Fuentes has, and you throw that slow cutter low and away, you get an early swing like that for a strikeout. And it's working again. These low and away cutters. This has been two really impressive innings pitching-wise for Fuentes. And you're right, he started getting it going with the bats, didn't get the results yet, but kind of feels like he's been in control a little bit, at least more so than the other games so far.
Yeah, and that's another good swing. Lit up double by Austin Riley as he goes against the shift. Nobody in right field there. Lit up double. And maybe he figures something out. Maybe he is right where he's like, well, maybe I just throw just junk at Kreiner, right? He's so quick with the bat as he smokes another one deep center field, 101 off the bat, and that's another one that's going to hurt Fuentes. He does not want to see that. Runner did advance to third.
It does move the runner up. Man, it just feels like every time he's knocking on the door with a base runner, he's hitting a line out to center field, and that's really tough, especially with how the first two games have gone. He was just a little bit late on that late side of good on that inside sinker, which is why it goes to center field instead of over the fence or into right center.
Yeah, and it feels like, he was getting very unlucky in a lot of his swings. Kreiner was put up some great swings in game two, but Fuentes did too, and he was getting unlucky, and it looks like that has just, moved over to game three as well. I think that's his third line out there.
Still an opportunity to get the run home here, though, with a ground ball or a fly ball. So Good job tagging up, and that leadoff double certainly helps. You know he wants more than one run, though. Battle of the Corys here as Seager lifts it to right field, and that is going to hang up at the wall, but it's going to get the run home. So Fuentes with a 3-2 lead, 2 outs here in the top of the 4th.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of a closer play with that belly arm there from right field, but he just missed that one with Seager. He's showing us something. The good swings. I never go into these menus, so I don't even know what to look for. But I know they do this. The good players.
What they're looking for is the good contact and the ratio of hits to outs usually, and that is just off with the PCI. He wants that one back. A slurve right down the middle, but just missed it. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 4th of a 3-2 game with Kreiner coming up, and only 2 hits so far.
Yeah, and if you're Kreiner, you're trying to figure out, right? You know, I mean, not only has Adam Wainwright been effective by just giving up 2 runs, but also 35 pitches after 3 innings. So very, being aggressive at the same time as Kreiner swings at the first pitch. So that's 3 1/3 with, 36 pitches now. So.
And that's Kreiner's approach.
Yep.
Kreiner's approach is not to take pitches. If it's in the zone, he's usually swinging. But Fuentes has really kept him off balance. He's really got it done almost exclusively with the 4-seam and cutter. Just as you mentioned earlier, the 10-mile-an-hour difference between those pitches has proved to be a bit uncomfortable for Kreiner so far. And the low and away cutter has been the best pitch for Wainwright. But Jimmy Fox is a guy that can go down and get those low and away cutters just like that. And is it going to hang up long enough to be an out? It is. It's caught at the warning track. 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th.
Yeah, and if you're Fuentes, maybe that's one of the ones that you got back, right? Very good swing by Kreiner there, 92 off the bat. The ball just doesn't travel as much here at Shippett. This is not 2019, 2020. And we've seen a lot of good swings, but not a lot of offensive production because of it.
Yeah, and he was a little bit on the early side of good there with Jimmy Fox as it hangs up. And Ellie just underneath that one. Another lazy fly out in a low-scoring game here through 4 innings, only 7 combined hits. Fuentes with a 1-run lead. He's got to put some runs on the board here, I think, and try to assert some dominance here in game number 3, try to stretch it a bit.
Yeah, and so far we talked about, making the decision of going with Waino, and it's worked so far, right? It's looking to extend the lead now. It's worked so far, but he got to extend the lead. We talked about how good Kreiner has been, especially the first 2 games. He's the home team as he rolls one over to short for out number 1. But you wanna go into the 9th with a bigger lead than 1. So keep putting up some good swings, and hopefully you can extend the lead if you're Fuentes.
That's a ball.
Yeah, Wainwright, 2 runs on 2 hits against Kreiner has been by far, not even close, the best pitching performance of this series so far.
1 ball, 1 strike.
And if you're Fuentes, you feel like you have an opportunity to take advantage of that, but you need to get on the board yourself.
Ball 2.
As we look at a 2-1 count here to J-Ram, who does already have a solo shot for Fuentes. It was on a sinker over the plate, and another hitter's count here, 3-1. We'll see what Kreiner comes with.
Yeah, with Mike Trout waiting on deck. Again, you got to be aggressive. Sinker, he just got under it. The timing is there. The PCI wasn't. So lazy fly ball to left field for out number 2. And it feels, I don't know, it's one of those games where we haven't seen a whole lot of this, right? It's a low-scoring game, so we're not used to seeing this, but I'm curious to see who's going to have that first big inning, right? We've seen both of those players be able to score 4+ runs in any given inning, so curious to see if one of them is going to be able to do that here soon.
Yeah, this game so far has really felt like the early rounds of a fight, right? Where they're just kind of dancing, trying to figure each other out. Who's going to land the first big blow? And you're right, it's been a really low-scoring game, especially compared to the first 2 games that we've seen in this series. And the tension is really high. This is a very close game, a lot closer than we've seen so far in the first 2.
And obviously, if we see down at the bottom, we see Kreiner won the first 2 games, both via mercy rules, as Fuentes worked his way with the 2-out walk with Mike Trout. He got Acuna now up. So you're looking to extend the series.
That's a ball.
You're looking to extend the series. Go
Ball
for
one,
game
no strike.
4 would be obviously be at home, probably back to Shieldwoods, as Ronald Acuna was a little bit late on that sinker. That will be our number 3. We go to the bottom of the 5. 3-2 ball game still.
Yeah, lowest scoring game we've seen in a while. And from Fuentes' perspective, you got to feel like you're pitching against a ticking time bomb. Wainwright has worked so far, but it's only a matter of time until Kreiner figures it out. And every inning that you don't score is a painful inning and hurts your chances a lot in this one. Sticking again to those low and away cutters. You mentioned earlier the low pitch count for Wainwright. Only 45 pitches here in the 5th, so if Kreiner can't figure it out, there's a potential for Waino to go deep in this one.
Yeah, you can't take him out at this point, right? He's pitching amazing. Another rollover, this time by Trevor Story for out number 1 in Fuentes. But, I mean, he's pitching amazingly. And especially after the offensive performance that we had seen from Kreiner the first 2 games, this looks even better because of that, right? So, again,
That's out.
I don't think Kreiner has seen Waino in a while. Maybe that has some factor in. Maybe Fuentes figures something out as far as that cutter. Again, early swing on that cutter, slow cutter, and Kreiner can't seem to time it up.
He's really having trouble timing up that cutter and then working into trying to catch up to that 4-seamer as well. And it's really just a smart pick by Fuentes, right? Maybe he had this in his back pocket and he has a read on Kreiner, and maybe we would have seen Wainwright later in the series if this wasn't already a must-win game for Fuentes. But so far, just a really smart starting pitcher pick, and it's worked really well. He's got to contain Semien again, though, who's been on fire this series, and rips a single into right field. First base runner for Kreiner in a couple innings.
Yeah, I think that's his 3rd hit of the game, which is not... yeah, he has 2 runs, 3 hits. Obviously, Fuentes has 3 and 5. But, again, first base runner he's seen in a while, and he will make him pay. 2-out, 2-run home run by Mike Trout. I think that's like his 5th home run of this series by Kreiner's Mike Trout, and he takes the lead 4-3 now.
Yeah, you just kind of had a feeling after the first baseman missed that ball on that line drive, and Kreiner perfectly, for the first time, sitting back all the way on that low and away cutter. Fuentes going to the well one more time, and just a beautiful swing from Trout, and Kreiner taking the lead here now in the 5th.
He rolls that one over. Diving play there by the second baseman. Throws it over to first for out number 3. Not before Kreiner gets the lead back. Again, 2-out single followed by a 2-out home run by Mike Trout. And here we go. We got Fuentes needs some runs. We know what he's capable of doing offensively, right? So he struggled the last couple innings. We had that one inning where he put up some good swings, didn't really get rewarded, but the last few innings he's kind of struggled. So see if he can put up a big inning here and take that lead back. As Kreiner brings in Alex Claudio, which we mentioned earlier. He was the one that had him warmed up.
Gotcha. And yeah, with the Alex Claudio move, we talked a lot about Justin Morneau and how Fuentes has gotten to this point from big performances from Justin Morneau. But Justin Morneau has done absolutely nothing against left-handed pitching so far in this series. So he's opting for the platoon option here at first base with Jackie Robinson, hoping to start doing some damage here in a 2-2 count. What you're going to see from Claudio really is a slow sinker and a really slow circle change. And sometimes the 4-seam, but not often. That is ripped to second base for out number 1.
That was a very good swing. 104 off the bat there by Fuentes. He got Austin Riley now, who's 1 for 2. He had that double earlier in the game.
And really the name of the game with Claudio is throwing low in the zone, trying to get them to be over-aggressive with their timing. We talk about the slow cutter from Wainwright. About the same speed sinker from Claudio. And if you get your opponent over-aggressive and you throw it just a little bit low, you can get them to chase too with that weird arm angle. 1-2 count here to Riley. Shift still on. Looks like he looked pretty good at that circle change, and he's going to take a slider low.
And that sinker is just so slow, like you mentioned, you know, mid-80s. But then you have that circle change. He probably feels like he's never going to get there, right? At 70 miles an hour, you have to sit back on that as a sinker dotted there. But Fuentes fouling that one off, extending that bat 3-2.
And 2 straight dots, and you mentioned earlier, because of that low velocity, it feels like Alex Claudio, even on Legend, has really small pars, so he's able to hit those corners like that. Hits a corner 3 pitches in a row, but good fight from Fuentes.
Yeah, his par is basically non-existent, it feels like, especially in that sinker. That changeup, Fuentes early, but just off that play. And that's what I'm talking about, that 69-mile-an-hour circle change. He waited back on it beautifully. He just missed it. And deep fly ball for our number 2.
It's so unique. You think of back in the day, there was Pat Neshek who threw a similar changeup like that. And 69 miles an hour right on the black. It takes everything you have with all the 102 and the Legend pitch speeds these players have to sit back all the way. He did a pretty good job on that one. Just missed with his PCI a little bit. And he's seen the sinker really well so far. A couple of hard-hit ground balls to the right side. And a chance for a rally here with 2 outs.
And lefty. We'll see what he does with Corey Seager here.
Electing for not taking a pinch hitter here, too. He's going to take the lefty-lefty matchup. He's done a lot of damage with Seager in this tournament, and you got to think that's a factor.
Outside, that's a ball.
He also just brought in Jackie, right? So as a pinch hitter, he's looking at the bench now. He has Ketel Marte as an option, also Juan Soto.
Yeah, it's a tough call. This is a big enough spot in the game where you think it's probably worth it to maximize this at bat specifically, but do you want to give up Seager for the rest of the game?
1 ball.
He will bring in Ketel Marte. Big spot here. Time run at first. Go ahead run at the plate for Fuentes. That changeup. He waited back and a little bit too much. He was on the black. Again, that's taking ball for taking for a ball. 2-2. 2 outs.
Feels like a big spot in the game here. Fuentes needs some kind of momentum here.
Yeah, and Fuentes knows it's a big spot, and that's exactly why he went to Ketel Marte, right? He doesn't want to. He didn't want to go lefty with Seager. That sinker was a little bit higher than the others. Even though he had put up 2 good swings on that sinker, that one was a little bit higher. Maybe that's what threw him off. And he goes down swinging. Kreiner holding to that 1-run lead.
0-1's the count.
And that's a great point. That was the first time the entire inning that he threw a pitch that wasn't at the knees with Alex Claudio. And when you throw that sinker a bit higher, it gets some added velo on it as well. He gassed that one up to 89, as weird as that sounds, and gets the swing and miss late. And now Kreiner with a chance to really grab a chokehold on this game if he can put up some runs.
And there's that cutter that has been giving Kreiner trouble all game long. And that's almost like that, like you mentioned, that Claudio sinker, right? That speed, but also the par in this cutter, I would imagine, is extremely small. That control from Waino. It has to be able to, that's why he's being able to dot it as well so much.
Yeah, he's put the cutter in great spots all game, and he's thrown that backdoor cutter a lot. And Kreiner makes the adjustment on this one. Deep to left field, Adley Rutschman. He's been doing it all tournament, and that's a solo shot to stretch it to 5-3.
There's that Adley again, right, that we've talked about. It feels like that's such a big home run. Just late timing, he was able to go with it. 5-3 lead now for Kreiner.
And if you're Fuentes, every run you give up at this point just feels like a backbreaker.
It feels a lot. It's just one of those things where he's been close the entire game. Kreiner somehow, it feels like he has a 2-run lead now here in the 6th. And it's getting late as Jimmy Fox smoked one to right field. That's right at the right fielder for out number 2. That was another, that's a beautiful pitch. That was a good swing, but even better pitch.
Ball, that pitch is out.
Perfectly dotted right off of the plate, too. Wasn't even a strike. Got himself in a pitcher's count. Got Kreiner to chase a little bit, even though it was a really good swing. And that one's going to sneak through. And a bit of a cheap single there for Kreiner, and he's done a lot of damage with the home run ball in this series so far, so you hate to see that.
Especially with 2 outs, right? Especially with 2 outs, when you get those dribblers that find a hole. If you're Fuentes, you want to be really careful here against Trevor Story. You don't want to get that 2-out rally started. And he is being careful. 2 balls here to start the at-bat against Story.
Yeah, you can see how careful he's being. 2 4-seamers off the plate. Comes back with the sinker over the plate, and Kreiner just misses it. So Fuentes down 2, headed into the top of the 7th. He's down 2-0 in the series. He's got 9 outs left in this game to try to take the lead.
It looks like Claudio went for 25 pitches last inning. He's in the yellow, so I wonder if Kreiner's going to go to the pen, if he's happy with that performance. Again, top of the 7th here. It's getting late. Fuentes down 2-0 against Kreiner for a chance at advancing to the finals tomorrow. For a chance at $25,000 first place prize. So
yeah, and this series alone is a $5,000 series. These players already as semifinalists have cashed $5,000 already in their pocket. Second place, $10,000, and first place, $25,000 for our champion. Finals will be tomorrow, and Javier Assad comes in the game to face 2 straight righties, leading off the top of the 7th.
Derek Jeter, we got Mookie, and then J-Ram, who already went deep for Fuentes earlier, getting the bullpen ready. Alvarado and Mariano Rivera.
And more sinker cutter. We've seen a lot of Javier Assad, and that's a start you want to see if you're Fuentes. Leadoff single, hit 108 right up the middle. Perfect.
And that's what you need, right? You need base runners. You need to score. You got top of the order now. A runner at first.
1-1.
Lock it in for Fuentes. The 1-1 pitch.
Ball.
And we've seen, obviously, a lot of these players love this Javier Assad sinker cutter guy. A lot of very good control as well. But they're also, at this point, they're also used of seeing him, right? They've seen him so much. So that's a good sinker there. You don't typically see that sinker outside to righties. He goes fastball on the black, and Fuentes just got under it, pops it up to the catcher.
And that four-seamer has really been the mix-up pitch for a lot of these sinker cutter guys, and you're looking for exactly that. You mess with the timing, you mess with the PCI placement just a little bit. You're right about the repetition, though. Assad has eaten a lot of innings for a lot of these players, and when you're in the semifinals, you're about 10 games deep into this tournament. Sinker just below the zone, and it's going to be a back-breaking double play for Fuentes as he goes through the top of the 7th with another 0.
Yeah, and that's a huge double play for Kreiner as he's able to hold that 2-run lead. Like I mentioned, because I know Fuentes had the top of the order, had a chance. He started the inning with a perfect single, just not able to capitalize after that.
And Fuentes did a great job after that leadoff single, not swinging at the first pitch. He got a Javier Assad sinker in on the hands, and he took it for a strike, as that's going to be a very early chopper that the first baseman can't make the play.
Oh,
and that's
Jackie.
that Jackie Robinson pinch hit there coming into play. Jackie
that's
with
a play you
diamond
have to
defense,
make.
though. Yeah,
That's a play you have to make if you're Jackie there.
Yeah, that's a tough one for sure. But Fuentes, like I was saying, took that pitch right away after the single, showed good patience, but then unfortunately in the third at bat in the inning with J-Ram ends up chasing the sinker low and makes 2 outs. And so now Wainwright's been dealing for you all game, and he's going to keep dealing for you. That is a massive double play.
It's crazy how that goes, right? He got that chopper to get through, base hit, squares that one up, 1-on-1 off the bat, right at the second baseman for a double play. It's like if nothing happened. We got 2 outs.
Ball.
Wainwright, 1 out away from going 7 strong. Very good pitching performance by Fuentes and Wainwright.
Extremely impressive, but that's been his kryptonite. Mike Trout with his second bomb of the game, both of them on low and away cutters, 1 pulled, 1 oppo, and he has literally been the difference. 2 home runs for Mike Trout in a 3-run game.
I mean, he's had 2 home runs every single game of this series. It's crazy, and that's why he has him batting leading off.
Ball in.
But what a performance, though, and that Mike Trout again, another perfect home run. You got Cody now going lefty against Alvarado.
It's so crazy. You've had so much success with that low and away cutter with Wainwright, and you throw it again, and it just seems like for some reason when Trout's up, he figures it out with the timing. And we've seen this all series. When Kreiner gets one, he gets more. Back to back, left on left, Cody Bellinger. It's 7-3.
Every time, and I thought it was a good move to bring in that Alvarado, because Wainwright was throwing that 85-mile-an-hour cutter, and you bring in Alvarado throwing 98, 100, and Kreiner does not care. We've mentioned that when he hits home runs, they come in bunches, and that's another back-to-back-to-back. He's had one back-to-back-to-back per game.
All
It's
3 games of
unreal.
the series is just insane. And you're right, it is a good managerial decision, I think, to bring in the velocity after throwing Wainwright all game, that hard cutter from Alvarado. But at the same time, the hard stuff, the velocity, is what Kreiner has hit all series. So not even the wrong move, but Kreiner just turning it on here in the 7th. And that one might be gone too. 4 solo shots in a row here in the bottom of the 7th. The inning started 5-3, and now it's 9-3.
Were all 4 perfect too? I think they were. That's insane.
I think the cutter up and into Acuna was a good, but I think the other 3 were perfect.
God. Oh my God. Big innings.
That's a crazy swing there on the away pitch. The 4-seamer too. He's trying to miss the PCI and he didn't do it. Brings in Ottavino. Kreiner swings at the first pitch from a reliever.
Surprise, surprise. Yeah. Surprise, surprise. He wanted more. He did it, but he did hit 4 home runs in a row there to extend the lead to 6. And now Kreiner is 6 outs away from advancing to the finals.
And if you're Fuentes, you're down 6 with 6 outs to go in your tournament life. What are you thinking about, and what are you trying to do as a hitter?
I mean, if you're Fuentes, you're trying to fight, right? You're trying to get some base runners. You're trying to put some good swings.
Nope, that's a ball.
He's one of the best hitters in the game, so he knows what to do at the plate. You can't look at the scoreboard right now. You just got to focus on the pitching and just try to get on base. Start with that, because he struggled the last few innings.
Ball 4, take the base.
And that's an amazing take in a 3-2 count to do exactly what you said. Get on base. And now part number 2 is keep it going, stay out of that double play. With Javier Assad, best pitch is the sinker with that funky delivery, and a right-on-right matchup here.
And you know, last at bat, he was going with that sinker out of the zone, low, trying to get that double play. So expect some of that, some more of that from Kreiner here this at bat as well.
3.
Wow, what a pitch. He's trying to lay off the cutter away, and he just dots the 4-seamer. And no pinch hitter here for Jackie either. So he brings in Jackie earlier for the advantage and has to stick with him here in a right-on-right situation.
Does have good power still, a lot of speed as well. He was late on that sinker again. He won't get down the right fielder tracks that went down for out number 2. So after a leadoff walk, back-to-back outs for Fuentes. He got Austin Riley now going righty-righty again against this Javier Assad. Dotted fastball. It could have gone either way. Call strike.
No balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, and just a swing there at the cutter, trying to turn on that inside sinker, and it's an inside cutter instead. Now in an 0-2 count, and the slider hangs, and that is the pitch you don't want to throw there. 0-2, and Fuentes has life. The 0-2 slider right down the middle. The 2-run home run from Austin Riley, and it's a 4-run game.
And that's a big swing by Fuentes. He's been a few innings that he hasn't been able to put up some runs. He needed that. Now he's down 4. But we know the same way Kreiner can get hot, we know Fuentes can get hot as well. He's facing Mariano now. Late on that cutter, fouls that one off.
And Rivera coming in. He's had some good innings for Kreiner so far in this series, and he's trying to get one more out to get out of this 8th inning. That's a 4-seamer up and away. It's going to go all the way to the wall and get caught. I thought that one was gone.
Yeah, that was a good swing by Adley. He went with it beautifully and just unlucky again for Fuentes. There's been quite a few of those. And now Kreiner looking to extend the lead, 3 outs away from advancing to the finals.
Yeah, that one hurts. Not only are you trying to make a comeback, but you take a really good swing on a 4-seamer, which is not the pitch you typically see from Mariano, and it's the pitch that has gotten a lot of outs for Kreiner. You make the perfect adjustment. You go up and get it up and away. It's also Adley Rutschman, who's been hitting so many home runs, and you're 5 feet off of it, and it gets caught at the wall.
That Ellie there got under it. flies it out to left field for out number 1 as Kreiner's looking to add some insurance runs here. Up 4. Got Trevor Story, who's 0 for 3, had a big game too there with multiple home runs as well.
That's a
0
ball.
for 3 so far. Ottavino been pretty effective in this game specifically. Gets a fly out for out number 1 in this inning. And every run you give up here if you're Fuentes hurts even more, makes your life even harder. So he's got to come back, but step 1 is not giving up any more damage.
Yeah, we've seen Kreiner put up some better swings as Derek Jeter makes a diving play. Throw to first for out number 2. Great play there by Derek Jeter. Ali De La Cruz is not the only one that can make those plays.
Jeter's done that a couple times.
Yep. We've seen Kreiner put up better swings. He put up 7 runs in the last 3 innings. 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the 8th.
1 ball, 2
There's
strikes.
that
Pitching him
fastball.
away a lot. Yeah, there's the 4-seam from Ottavino. Didn't
Early.
want that one in that spot, I don't think. 1-2 count here to J-Ram. Fuentes desperately needs 1 more out to try to mount the top of the 9th comeback. That one's too high.
He got that back off animation J-Ram did with that pitch out of the zone. And he gets him to swing. He couldn't hold back. Cutter strike out for J-Ram. And Fuentes down to his last chance. Looking to extend the game, looking to extend the series. Ketel Marte leads it off against Mariano Rivera.
3 outs left in Fuentes' tournament life. He needs at least 4. And he starts it off with a 2-1 count facing Mariano Rivera. His second inning of work came in and got 1 out in the 8th. He fouls off a front door sinker. 2-2 pitch here. Change up low, and he pokes it up the middle for a hit. That's the start you're looking for.
And that's Ketel Marte. He used him as a pinch hitter earlier in the game. Leads off the 9th here with a single. He got Derek Jeter and then flipping the lineup over to Mookie Betts.
And we saw a pinch hitter that hasn't worked out a couple times, Jackie Robinson last inning. That's a pinch hitter that has worked out in Ketel Marte. Trying to start the rally here. But again, we talked about it last inning. Got to stay away from the double play here.
Yeah, and Derek Jeter is somebody that's tough to double up, but you just want at least base hit. You want to get on base as he gets on top of that sinker. And that will be a 6-4-3 double play. And now Kreiner 1 out away from winning game 3 and completing the sweep and advancing to the finals.
And that one just hurts. You're early and on top of it. And Mookie's gonna swing late here at a sinker, pop it out, and Kreiner with a best-of-5 sweep of Fuentes, a 9-5 win in game number 3, and Kreiner is our second finalist who's gonna be advancing to the finals tomorrow. Our finals are set. Alex Kikill versus Kreiner. It's gonna be a crazy one. Walk me through the series, the storylines we saw, and the performance by Kreiner and Fuentes.
I mean, great performance by Kreiner, especially those first 2 games, right? He put up 30-plus runs in the first 2 games. Impressive there as well. He was able to come out with the sweep. I was not expecting that. They're a little bit of a closer game there, obviously, game 3. But Kreiner against Alex tomorrow, it should be epic. It should be epic. They were both the best players of the top half of the bracket, and they both were able to make it to the finals. So, I mean, they've only lost 1 game each in the entire bracket. So, they're the 2 best players, and that's why they made it to the finals.
Yeah, and let's not discredit Fuentes' tournament run. He had a lot of great moments. Dropped into the lower bracket day 1 and just kept winning series. Played an amazing tournament to get to this point, and walks away with $5,000. And you're right, our 2 upper bracket dominant players, Kreiner and Alex Kikill, the only players left in the tournament that haven't dropped a series the entire time. So
Yeah, that's
you see
crazy.
here the series recap. Kreiner 33 runs in the first 2 games.
Yeah, and that was the difference. I think coming off so hot there, it was tough. It was going to be tough for Fuentes to bounce back. But again, what Fuentes did yesterday was one of the most impressive performances, surviving every single bracket, putting up insane runs there as well. He finishes, I guess, tied for 3rd and 4th there and making some $5,000 there. And finals tomorrow, it should be a fun one as well.
Yep. So finals tomorrow. Kreiner versus Alex Gakill. Fuentes and Pitching Rebel dropping the series today, but great tournaments by both of them. And it's a great one. You know, Kreiner's talked a lot about wanting the three-peat, and he is one series away from doing so. And on the other end of it, Alex Gakill with his first deep tournament run, looking to become a first-time champion.
Yeah, and this is the first finals appearance, if I'm not mistaken, but everybody saw what he's capable of. Alex did, right? He just cruised to that bracket. He beat Pitching Rebel 3-1 today with just putting up insane offensive performance there as well. So it should be a fun one. It should be a fun one. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to tune in.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like you said, both players have not lost a series, so whoever loses in the finals will have lost a series for the first time. That's kind of crazy to think about. And a couple of players chasing a different legacy. You know, Kreiner with chasing the third championship, and Alex chasing his first.
Yeah, and I think I wonder what that experience factor, how that's going to play out, right? We know Kreiner has been in the finals multiple times. Alex haven't, but what Alex did today was extremely impressive. So he showed that the pressure of the moment wasn't big enough for him. He was still showed up and delivered. So it should be a close, well-battled series because both guys have been playing their best MLB The Show. Based on what they've done this past couple weeks in the tournament. So I'm excited to see how that's gonna play out.
Yeah, you really hit the nail on the head. Both players have put up the most impressive performances of anyone in this tournament. And I'm just excited to see who comes out as our champion. Kreiner and Alex Gakill tomorrow. That's the matchup to look out for as we move into Sunday. Yayo, it's been a pleasure. What did you think of the games today, and what are some storylines? You know, are we going to see any roster moves tomorrow, do you think?
I mean, I feel like it's one of those things where if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? They're both playing great baseball. They both players feel very comfortable with their lineup. They know who they want on the bump. I wonder if we're going to see another Waino sighting tomorrow after that performance that Fuentes had with Adam Wainwright. But I don't expect many changes. They have the players. They have who they feel comfortable with, and I think that's what they're going to rock with. Especially, it's too late to make major changes. For them not to work, then they're going to be kicking themselves for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of roster changes, if you're looking to make some roster changes in Diamond Dynasty, we've had some great content coming out over the last month, including this Lightning Julio. Free 99 you can get from grinding the monthly awards program. Not only this Julio, but some of the relievers we saw in this tournament. And Yayo Rebel was using this card a bit earlier too.
Yeah, he used him. I think it was brought him in for Cody Bellinger, as Cody was going to be a lefty-lefty against that outlier. He didn't want to do lefty-lefty against outlier and brought in this Julio. Max out contact, max out speed, but this is the one I like. This is mine.
Tell me about this Roberto Clemente. You can get him for free in the Roberto Clemente program, 99 overall. I know you love your Clemente, so tell me about this one.
Every year, I haven't even used him in ranked just yet, but I know I'm gonna love this card. The card art is so clean. That yellow with the MVP and everything, I love that Clemente card every year. So can't wait to try it out.
Yeah, that beautiful yellow tint to the awards card art. We also had some great content yesterday coming out with the Career Tribute program and that Adam Wainwright that you saw in the tournament today. But it's been a pleasure, Yayo. We saw some great games here today in Series number 2 and the finals tomorrow, Kreiner versus Alex Gakill. We want to thank you all for tuning in today, watching these amazing games. Big shout out to Scan for being on the broadcast earlier as well. Thanks for rocking with me, Yayo. It's been a pleasure. Take care, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow for the finals.
Sir.